every time you hit the track. Every millisecond matters. Trust, confidence, speed. Built for every corner, every track. Built for you. RDoks. Only quality setups.
When your championship is only 6 races, you have to make yourself known early on. With this being the second race of the season, the stars and the cars of the IVRA and Clubsport Championship really want to make sure that they get out in front. Of course, with the Bend last time out, a little bit tighter conditions here at the circuit Misano. Here in iRacing, my name is Jeremy Scott. Ron Mons joins me alongside, of course, also the track Ron named for Super Sick. Marco Simoncelli, who unfortunately left us several years ago, but here in the Clubsport Series, this is going to be a little bit different than we saw last time out at the Bend as qualifying is underway. Of course, a little bit of a spin there.
Yeah, as much as this track may seem a lot more simple on paper compared to the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park at the Bend just about a month and some change ago for the first round of the season, we're still in for a tough one. This track it's a silent killer, despite the fact it only has 16 turns compared to the 35 that we had for the last round, despite the fact it's probably about half the length at only 2.6 miles. This track packs a punch, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of racing we may have here in the second round of this championship.
It's one of those circuits that originally was for motorcycle racing and now is used for auto racing in some capacity. Of course, the rest of the schedule looks like this. One of my favorites that comes up next month, the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And then it's the 4 Hours of Miami later on in February with the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez in April, and then rounding out the season at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So some fantastic circuits here on the IVRA Clubsport schedule. Let's take a look at some of your car classes. Of course, LMP3 is just a Ligier JS P320, a very venerable car here in the sim. Also, you've got the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. Now, remember, just recently there was an update to this car. So for the first time this season, the drivers of the Cup class will be able to utilize this car. It's going to be interesting to see how they fare on. I've heard a lot of comments of it being a lot better. 15 minutes for each class for qualifying. Then at 3:15 UTC, we go racing for 4 hours here at Misano. So at this point, we're nearing the end of sport qualifying as we get ready for Cup qualifying in just a little bit, but still the drivers making their way around here at Misano. We saw a little bit of slippage. Of course, if you I'm sure you saw the driver briefing, only a 6% chance that this race would be wet. So it's going to be interesting to see if that still holds true, because we do know that sometimes, even if it's 6%, Ron, it's still going to be a mess.
Yeah, if you throw rain in the mix at this racetrack, it's going to be super, super tough. But thinking about the last round of the championship that we had at the Bend, it was a rather exciting race with a whole lot of action thrown in the midst. Here's how it looks in the LMP3 standings at the current moment. It was Delici Automotive by PC Design, the number 88 team, grabbing the checkered flag at the Bend last time out. Solpec Precision Racing finished in second with Muradness, completing your top 3. Now you can see the rest of the drivers drivers lined up there completing your top 10. Still very early on in the season, so we can't read too much with only one of the 6 races dealt with. You can see the rest of the field there. Now, there were some penalties applied following the checkered flag last time out at the Bend as well, so we'll keep that in mind as we head off into our other classes here in a couple of moments. Team Hussenfeld, Course Sim Racing, and the rest of them you can see there. Cup class, it looked like this at the very end. Carlar Esports did not cross the line in first, but with some penalties applied after the race was said and done, they were able to grab the victory and grab the championship points lead as it stands currently. 122 points is their present tally. Impulse Racing is slotted in second. CSM by BS Hybrid is slotted in P3. Lion GP is in fourth with Team Nitro, Project 91, Team Checkmate, PT Autosport, and Visceral Esports completing at your 9 drivers currently classified in the sport class. 9 teams, I should say. Now looking at sports, Team Checkmate Spark Services is currently at the top of the board right now. Delta Sport, the 400 car, they actually won the race at the Bend last time out in the sport category. Now we do also have the sportsman division that is a subclass in the sport class, so that can kind of affect how some of these racers battle, but that's how it looks with the top 2. Orion Racing, I should say, Impulse Racing, and 56 Racing Team completing your top 5. So still a lot of things left to be determined throughout this season. That's the reason why the gaps are oh so tight in all of our categories. And I'm sure this is going to be a vital qualifying session. As you said right at the top of the show, Jeremy, only having 6 races in this championship means that every single race has a bit more importance cranked into it than if we were running 12 races like a usual iRacing calendar.
Oh, not only that, but, you know, with a 4-hour race, anything can happen. You take a look at your current conditions, 19 degrees Celsius, the ambient temperature, 65 degrees Fahrenheit, track temp at 17 degrees Celsius, 63 degrees Fahrenheit. It is a lightly wet track, but partly cloudy skies, a little bit of haze out there as the wind, look at that, 28 kilometers per hour. So little breezy here as we see Ben Idris Abidali in the number 465 BMW making his way around the circuit for their qualifying session, which should be rounding up here momentarily. You see Orion Race Team at the top of the sport class in the number 444 Cayman, the 718. That's your leader by 0.3 of a second over Impulse Racing with Kevin Hilgenhovel in that car. So yeah, very tight here at Misano, as you mentioned at the top of the show as well. A lot tighter than the Bend, and a lot of room to make mistakes, but also lots of passing room around here. It's Sven Jansen in the Sim RC BMW works his way for qualifying.
Yeah, so one more thing that we have to throw in the midst, of course, it being an open session, everybody out there on the racetrack at the exact same time, everybody with different agendas in this session, and you can certainly see the conditions there. The rain continues to affect the conditions out there on the racetrack. The track is damp. We'll get the official markdown on iRacing. iRacing currently marking it off as very lightly wet, which will still most certainly affect the conditions out there. Rather cool as well, 65 degrees for the current ambient temperature, which is just about the coolest that you can get on iRacing, but there is no rain that's currently coming down, so these drivers will have some sense of reprieve, but with overcast skies and very cool track temperatures along with the ambient temperatures, only 63 degrees Fahrenheit for those track temperatures. That may be the coldest that I've ever seen in my entire iRacing broadcasting career. This is going to be a super tough qualifying session for all of our classes. Doesn't matter whether it's the sport class racers, the cup class coming up later on, or most certainly the LMP3s that are usually a bit tricky to try and get those tires up to temp.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how those LMP3s get up to speed. Of course, a lot of that, a lot of that mist coming up from the cars. You still see some ponding on the circuit. There's Bart Horstein in 17th in the 400, 54.6 set last time by. But like you said, a lot of drivers just have different agendas to get around the course. It's just getting out there and surviving. Christian Jung in the closing stages of this session, looking like he might try his way for time in the Mustang, and that's one of the newer cars also here in the service. Of course, a lot of drivers getting used to the GT4 Mustang as well, so we'll see how they fare on throughout the rest of this 4-hour race. Of course, you gotta stop and think. It's like, okay, I don't have to learn so many corners, but at the same time, you've got corners that go into braking zones. It's a very tricky, very interesting circuit for these cars.
And fascinatingly enough, it's looking like this may be a turn of fortune for those Mustang competitors, with Impulse Racing in the 457 stable currently slotted on the Sport Class pole. That's the pole for the Mustang. And looking at the results from the last round of the championship at the Bend, the highest class Mustang that we had was actually another Impulse car. It was a 458 who finished that race in 4th in the Sport Class. And meanwhile, in the Sportsman division, same classification of cars, just a different rank of drivers. It was the SRN Motorsports 474 entry that finished in 4th there. So the Mustangs, we're not going to say they were slow, but they weren't the most competitive. That race was primarily dominated by the Porsches, with a lot of the field running those Porsche machines. Still looks to be the same case here, but I think we're seeing a bit more of an even split between the brand new Mustang, the venerable Porsche 718, along with the BMWs, and a couple of Mercedes I see a little bit farther in the back.
Yeah, the AMGs near the back of the pack is working their way around the circuit once again. The 718s coming down onto turn 1. That's Romain Dubert, 25th fastest. 54.6 is his best time out last time by. Let's see what Romain can do with just a handful of seconds left, and we get set for the Cup cars. And that's the new Porsche 992.2. George Gruber yet to set a time, comes across the line. The Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. It's a very, very beautiful paint scheme, if you ask me. Then again, I'm always a sucker for orange cars. You don't see too many of them, but that orange and the blue there, they just go oh so good together.
And you know, this is going to be an OG YouTube reference here, with some of the design features on the back of that car fading from the orange to the blue with the hexagon. CGP Gray would be a fan of that. I'm not sure how many people would get that reference. He made a video about hexagons. It was a whole thing. See, that kind of shows the kind of era of YouTube that I first started watching, kind of those informative videos back before most of the content on YouTube became a bit sloppy. But you know, regardless, that is still a fantastic looking paint scheme, and that is a team that won in the Sportsman division last time. As we'll have to see what they can do here in this session with the time ticking down. These competitors also having to keep note of the curbs, and you can also see the wipers still on. Now, I did say that there is no rain left on this racetrack. Well, there's no rain coming down on the racetrack presently, but there is still rain on it, and the mist getting kicked up isn't too severe that these drivers will have too many worries about visibility. They still have to keep those wipers on, which for some may be a bit of a distraction. I know from my own time driving, if there's any sort of distraction or any sort of thing going on in my head that took my mind even partially off of driving, it would affect me. So I wonder if having those wipers on may be affecting some racers. It may seem small, but it's the small little things that can make a big difference.
You and Sam Hornish Jr. get along very well. You guys should just stay in open wheel cars, because that's a reference to Hornish saying one time he got distracted by the hood pins on his stock car. Mike Dam across the line last time by 56.1. His best time still 52.6, but trying to improve upon that. He's 0.05 of a second off the pole, 0.03 of a second off of Giacomo Capillo's fastest time at the Pro Sport Sim Racing number 419.
As we continue to see this session draw to a conclusion, hearing in the YouTube chat that we are actually running the old Porsche Cup car. It was just brought in a couple of days ago. I believe you will be able to see it in the Porsche Club of America series that we cover here on RaceSpot. That will be restarting come time for the start of 2026. But here, I think they may be holding out for round number 3 at Mid-Ohio, and talk about a track to debut a new type of car. You know, it's still the same type of car, but it's going to be a completely different kettle of fish trying to get adjusted to a new machine, a refreshed machine. That could be a big learning curve that some teams may have to worry about come time for the next round at Mid-Ohio. But these GT4 cars are still the same, following Mike Dam in that 444 effort, heading his way off through the final series of turns. Now, the back end of this circuit, very tricky. It's basically a tale of two halves in the final sector, because you either have the long flat-out blast on the back end of the track, or the tight twisties to bring it to a close that feel kind of street circuit-esque.
It really does, and I keep looking at this Huffy Bicycles paint scheme. It's not very rare you see a bicycle manufacturer on the side of a car, and damn, not able to, actually does get to the top. 52.467, that's good enough for pole. 0.03 of a second faster than Ben Langford's time in the Fiercely Forward Pink number 412. But yeah, it really is, and it really tests might and machine there on that back part of the circuit. Of course, also, if you remember a couple years ago, that was the home of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Finals. So, you know, if it's good enough for Lamborghini to bring all their drivers over to contest for national and international claim to fame, well, there's no stopping a series like this to be here. Kevin Hilgenhovel, who had the fastest time earlier, still out there trying to see what he can do. 52.618 is his best lap, so he's going to try and go for another flyer.
And getting a little bit of a tow as he headed his way down the back flat blast of this racetrack through turn number 13, which really comes out of nowhere as you head your way down that back straightaway. But then you got to drop the anchors and go through this section that I said is kind of street circuit-esque. Do want to elaborate on the championship situation for these sport class racers, as Impulse Racing going to pull it down in pit lane. Not going to be an improvement for them. They will be starting at best in P4 in this race. I said a little bit earlier on, kind of talking about the top runners in that category, how Team Checkmate, the 488 team that's currently qualified in third, were in front of the Delta Sports, the 400 car, even though the Delta Sport team actually grabbed the victory in that race. The main reason why they were able to jump in front, well, was down to qualifying. They picked up a 30-point bonus along with the 90 points that they picked up in the race proper, so they were able to do that. This qualifying session always has a bit of importance, but I think this section of qualifying is just about dusted. Everybody, more or less, is making the call to come down pit lane, so I think we've got our results.
Mike Tam, your fastest qualifier with a 52.467. That's Ben Langford will be alongside him on that sport front row. Conrad Zerbick and Kevin Hilgenhovel make up row 4, row 2, row 3. Tom Kunath and Capillo make that up. Row 4 will be Mark Montana and Graham Sanders. Then you've got the Delta V Racing by Keyshop BMW alongside Lucas Emons in the Impulse Racing Ford Mustang. And Ewan Breimer should say, and Sven Jansen make up row 6, and Ron row 7 is Ashley Finch and Christian Young.
And then looking right behind, we've got Finley Jones starting this race in 15th in that Thomas Enga Sims racing car. You've got the VGTR Esports effort in the 414. Going to be starting this race in 16th. Dominic Angle behind the wheel of the 424 for Core Sim Racing, going to be joined on that 9th row by the Orion race team. Taj Edwards behind the wheel of the 445 car. Tobias Dernberger will start this race in 19th in the Share Esports entry, with Nathan Lafreniere and the 56 Racing Team effort completing your top 20. Delta Sport in the 400 car after a win last time out at the Bend. Going to be starting this race in a comparatively disappointing 21st. Roman Duber behind the wheel of the Go Esports car was able to put it on 22nd. Then Idris Abidallah in the Satellite Racing effort will start this race in 23rd, with the SNR Motorsports effort alongside completing road number 12.
As you take a look at row 13, it's Niels Core and Timothy Vanderbroek in the Nomad AMG. Then it's an all-AMG row 14 with Jorge Felipe Diaz and Spencer Reitzma. Then row 15, the Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab Porsche will be alongside that Cayman of the Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports. Eric Stadler was your qualifying driver there. All right, on to Cup qualifying, and I took a look at the schedule. Remember how it said there was the Homestead Miami Speedway, and it got me thinking. It's like, wait a second, wasn't there a street course that was supposed to be in there? Indeed, there is. Round 4 will be contested at the new to the service Miami International Autodrome. So the home of the Miami Grand Prix will be the home of the 4 Hours of Miami. As we get set for Cup qualifying, Bassem Richter on your screen with the team Nitro 992. And here's what's interesting about this schedule. There are 3 flat tracks. We'll call Misano a flat track. It's really it's kind of an uphill going from Variante del Parco all the way into Curva Querca, and then Curva Tramonto, also a little bit of an uphill, but it's completely flat at Miami, unless you count that 14, 15, 16 complex, which has a bump. And then you've got Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez the next round, which is absolutely flat.
Yeah, as much as that track is absolutely flat, it's a challenge in its own right, just because the land around it, will just say in a 100-mile radius of that track, it is anything but. That track is probably the highest in terms of height above sea level on iRacing, and with that, downforce is pretty hard to come by. I've never really been able to get a grip with that racetrack, for the simple sake that if you're driving a downforce car at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, you're not going to develop anywhere near the same sort of grip that you would at any other track throughout this season calendar. It is just so high up there in elevation, and elevation was always big back in my own karting days, just in terms of tuning. Had carburetors, so you had to change the jet sizes and all of that to try and get the max amount of power that you could. Not a worry with these cars. They have fuel injection, so the computers will pretty much do it by themselves. However, with the downforce, these drivers are probably going to have to crank in a whole lot, which is a little bit tricky to do at that racetrack as well, considering it has maybe one of the longest straightaways on iRacing, and maybe one of the longest straightaways from this season's calendar.
I thought you were going to say it was built on ancient burial grounds, which is also a consideration there.
Oh, I have a story to share.
We've got plenty of time since we're in qualifying.
Yeah, well, we'll have to circle back onto that story about the time that my dad and I nearly purchased a house that had a cemetery in the front yard. I wish I could say I was kidding, but now with the cop car,
I've got a good cemetery story too, and it relates to racing. But go ahead.
Yeah, so it's still in Cup qualifying, so I think I'll make this brief, considering I kind of already spoiled it. This was back in 2020, 2021, around that period of time. I just started in cyber school. The pandemic forced everybody to be in cyber school, but I was actually in there beforehand for various reasons, mainly down to my own karting career. But before then, Dad and I were like, we should maybe move out of the city of Philadelphia. Things are getting a little bit crazy out of here. There's only so many times that you can see people wandering around the streets of Philadelphia doing gosh knows what before you're like, you know what, I may decide to call it quits running here. So we're looking at houses in West Virginia, right by my late aunt's house, and one of them was absolutely gorgeous. I think it was it had 2-car garage, 3-car garage, I think it may have been. It was overlooking a mountain, absolutely beautiful house. And then my dad started looking at it on Google Earth and found that there's a cemetery in the front yard, and we almost immediately ruled out ever living there.
Yeah, no, you don't. You don't want to wake up and, oh, by the way, you're about 6 feet off the bed. That's not good. Yeah. So the racetrack that I used to be the voice of, I'm not going to say unless there's probably some people who know. Let's just say that the property that they bought the racetrack on had a cemetery on it, and the track designer took one of the turns and basically put it around there. No coincidence that that was the first place where a car rolled over. We had many crashes in that section, so I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, if you're gonna buy a racetrack, or if you're gonna build a racetrack, don't put it anywhere near a cemetery.
Yeah, even I don't consider myself to be a very superstitious man. I don't have a fear of black cats. I don't put a playing card into my racing suit whenever I was still driving. I don't have a fear of walking under ladders or singing next to broken glass, whatever the superstitions usually are. I would have superstitions with that. I envy the driver's bravery, the fact that they're still brave enough, or them being drivers, I say this as a former driver myself, naive enough to think that they can go without some sort of spirits and demons deciding, nope, that's a bad idea to drive around a racetrack that has cemetery underneath it before the racetrack was built there. I thought I'd heard some very odd racetrack stories of tracks being built on a landfill. I've never heard of a racetrack being built on a cemetery, so the more you know.
And to put the story to rest, the first pro race we had, there was we had a GT3 Cup race, and this was in the impact area. One car pulled off with mechanical problems, race over. Quarter marshal kept screaming, "Hey, we got to move the car. We've got to move the car. It's high impact area." The race director said, "Nah, we'll leave it there." Last lap of the race, another car came and spun, totaled both cars because, we hit a car that's stationary, and you're basically going to be damaging both cars nasty. Needless to say, that race director went on to bigger and better things within the North American automotive racing pipeline. We'll leave it at that.
I thought you were going to say that he ended up getting hired as a door greeter at Walmart afterwards.
Oh no! Come on, you've been in North American auto racing for a long time, so you know. Let's just say I talked to another race director who I know very well, and I'm like, wait, when I heard the name when he got up to his position, I go, wait a second, wasn't he the one? And he's like, yep. So,
the more you know.
Yes. All right. Back to qualifying. Matt Caruana, 0.03 of a second off of Jan Winter's time. Let's go on board. Always love watching Matt Caruana on board as he's just super smooth. Coming around curve of Misano once again. A little bit of a drift. And let's see what he does this time by his best time. 44.612. As he was about 0.05 of a second, and that's good enough for pole. 44.376.
Yeah, so fantastic time there from the Project 91 racing team effort, trying to bounce back after some relative disappointment in the last round of the championship. Carl Esports slotted in third. Meanwhile, look at a bounce back here in this qualifying session. Still enough time for these racers to stretch their legs out, but I think everybody is still trying to get to grips with this racetrack and talking about it, and it's been a continual theme throughout this broadcast. I'll continue to bring this up. The track conditions, obviously the track is still damp. It has warmed up slightly, currently 64 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's going up by 1 degree Fahrenheit, which for Celsius users is basically minuscule. The track's still being marked off as very lightly wet, and one thing that we do have to raise here in relationship to both this qualifying session here for the Cup cars and the LMP3 session we have coming up, the Cup class is usually the smallest in terms of entries. So at the moment, this Cup class is not really drawing this racetrack out anywhere near as much as those LMP3 competitors would probably want them to.
But the good news is it looks like that the spray is getting less. I'm not seeing as much standing water. By the way, all 10 cars now have taken times as Joey Petrie goes up to fourth in the 996 Lion GP Fenster.com 992. And for all you Porsche fans, yeah, it's a 992, 996 and 992. There is a 992 here. There's also a 911. And I think a 997. So we're pretty much going through the gamut of GT3s here.
Yeah, we got some awesome paint schemes on the racetrack here, many different colors. I think, honestly, just based off my experience commentating the last round of this championship at the Bend about a month and some change ago, this was maybe the most colorful class that we had. You had various different cars, pretty much every single team running a different color, and you love to see it, even though I say that right as we have a black and green car tailing another black and green car. So you can take that and everything that I said, print it out on a piece of paper, run it through a shredder, and then throw that shredder into a wood chipper, and then get all those chippings and just throw them straight into the mouth of a active volcano. The 960 still qualified in third at the present moment, very close, with the top four covered by less than a half a second. Still enough time left in the session for these racers to maybe try and improve, as I think right now the Carl Esports trying to set themselves up to go on a flyer here, slowing down in the final sector to build a gap between themselves. I believe that's a Lion GP car that's right in front of them. So we're still getting into crunch time in this session, but Project 91 still holding on to a comfortable margin with nearly 0.4 of a second, the gap between themselves and Impulse Racing in the 915.
And there's Joey Petrie in that 996 Lion GP Fenster.com 992 Porsche Cup car. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this qualifying session shakes out and then sets up for LMP3 qualifying. Of course, you also have the warm-up, so that'll give time for the track to kind of dry out and get the cars. I'm already starting to see a little bit of a dry line, so that's some good news. And we do have a mix of drivers on wets. We have actually a handful, I would say, yeah, half the field on wets, half the field on dries. So it's going to be interesting to see if somebody on wets decides to brave it here in the final bits, goes out, slaps on tires, and gets going. As Caruana's still your fastest. Now he drops his best time to a 44.150.
Yeah, so that's something that we definitely have to keep in mind in this session. Who's going to go on the wets? Who's going to go on the dries? We're in that sort of period of time, the window where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you run the dries, you're going to be sliding around. If you run the wets, you're probably going to be sliding around just as much because the track is just dry enough. Just dry enough whereby the wets aren't exactly the tire of choice, but just wet enough whereby the dries aren't exactly the tire of choice either. So you pretty much have to pick the lesser of two evils, and with standing water being a bit fewer and far between, you can see some small little puddles, but it's usually right by the paint. And Jeremy, I'm sure you have covered many a moment, just like me, where a driver has hit the paint that is even covered with a small little film of rainwater, and that is just about the most out of control you will ever see a race car be. I think it was even here at this racetrack in a GT3 race many moons ago. It was a driver running, I believe it was a Nissan GTR in a GT3 race here, coming out of the final turn. The track was wet, hit the outside, and I think pirouetted about 5 times. So
Spin cycle, love it. Yeah, no, that's the thing, you get onto the painted areas. You see Rybuchik with a little bit of a slide there heading into that final corner. You don't want to be on that paint too much, but now that things are drying out, it might be okay in some areas not so much. You just got to make sure to really be disciplined. And what's interesting is with this new rain model, drivers are still using the driving line. So if we get another a rain shower, Rod, I've got to say this, it's going to be interesting to see who takes the wet line and who takes the dry line.
Yeah, that is a very good point that you bring up there as well, because we're at that point, just like the matter of the tires, whether or not the dries or the wets are a better option, we're at the point now where the track may start to rubber in somewhat. We'll be keeping tabs on that throughout. It started off with a completely clean racetrack, no tire rubber built on it at all. Now, however, we're getting to the point where that dry line is beginning to form, and I think a little bit of rubber is getting put down. Now, it's not a fully formed racing line yet, but it is still quite nice as the checkered flag has now been called here in Cup qualifying. Everybody getting into crunch time in this session. Phil Dinez currently holding on to that Cup class pole, but let's see what the likes of Matt Caruana can do, as I don't think it will be an improvement from the 996. The Line GP team crossed the line with the checkered flag out, so that will do it. They will start at best third in the Cup class.
As we're watching Stolchak coming across down into that final sector, as we'll see what he can do. Fastest time for him is a 44.521. Coming around, he was a little slower last time, but a lot of that has to do with, getting out there and making sure that you have a good gap. As watching his way through the Curva del Carro for the final time in this qualifying session, the 915 Impulse Racing Porsche set himself up for what could be a faster time, as we see Phil Dinez still your fastest, 43.541. That is the time to beat around Curvone. And this is where we set ourselves up for the final part. Dinez Caruana, so far, your provisional front row when it comes to the Cup class, as Hugo Allen and Rybuchik are trying to go for row number 2. But Rafael Stolchak around the final corner sets himself up for the finish straight. Let's see what he does across the line in the 915. Again, his fast time, 44.521. Does he improve upon that? He does! 42.822, good enough for second.
Oh, just not enough for the pole, but that was a very valiant effort. Really the only team in this session that was able to get anywhere near close to Phil Dinez's pole time in that BS hybrid car. That is a huge gap that they had. It has been cut down to size somewhat. Let's see what Matt Caruana can do. I wonder if this is an actual effort or whether or not he has to come down pit lane at the end of this lap. Checkered flag out in Cup qualifying. Did he cross the line in time? We'll see if he does pull down pit lane. If he does, that'll do it for him in this session, but will he stay out to complete another lap? He will not. I had a feeling that he had already crossed the line, and he had. So here are your results from Cup qualifying. It's going to be Phil Dinez starting the race from the pole position in class. That was a stormer of a lap time from him. The only team to really get close was that Impulse Racing effort right as the time was ticking down. Still about a quarter of a second between your front row sitters in the Cup category. Matt Caruana in the 911 car in the Project 91 Racing Team effort will start this race in third. Have to go another half second back to find Hugo Allen behind the wheel of the Delta Sport car. It's Marcin Rausbeck behind the wheel of the Team Checkmate Access Project car in fifth, with a Lion GP in sixth. Carlar Esports off the back of a win last time at the bend starting in seventh. Visceral Esports in 18th. Nitro in ninth, with PT Autosport completing your top 10 and your field in the Cup category. A little bit more spread out in that class than usual, but now we've got the top class action, the green flag out in LMP3 qualifying with still a damp racetrack and cars that can be very, very tough. These opening laps out of the pits are going to be so nerve-wracking for these racers.
Now they got to get out there and tiptoe their way around their Ligier LMP3s. Adam Brockway in the Maradness number 70. We'll cover this several times throughout the show, though. I don't know if you saw on social media, but team principal for Maradness, Daniel Morad, said he's going to be stepping away from Mercedes-Benz. So going to be interesting to see where the Canadian ends up in sports car racing, whether it's with IMSA, WEC, or one of the other series, most likely in SRO. But lots of fast drivers already out for their qualifying session as we get warmed up for the final qualifying class.
And looking at Alexander Delatraz behind the wheel of that car. Here is the reigning race winners, though. The AAA Thomas Einborg behind the wheel of that Delatraz Automotive by PC Design effort. The 88 car was your victor last time out, but keep an eye on this man, Mobin Khan, behind the wheel of the Satellite Racing number 64 effort. About a year ago here on RaceSpot, as I was getting my firm footing here at this company, I was covering Mobin Khan in the Precision Racing League, and he was a very quick racer in these LMP3s, so keep an eye on him. This LMP3 field is stacked because we also have Brandon Roseborough behind the wheel of the Solpec Precision team. Now, Solpec was very impressive in another series that we covered here on RaceSpot, that being the Radical Americas Championship. Now, you may think Radical SR10s, LMP3s, yes, they're both prototypes, but they seem totally different. From my own experience, both as an announcer and my time driving both cars somewhat extensively, I can let you know that they do have some rather big similarities. A little bit of front light oversteer seems to be the name of the game in these cars. Takes a little bit of time to really find that firm footing and really get the tires up to temperature as well, especially in a session like this. And that Solpec team was very competitive in their time racing in the 2025 Radical Americas Championship. So keep an eye on that Solpec team. They may be able to impress throughout this race, and certainly here in this qualifying session with Roseborough behind the wheel.
Well, you take a look at some of the drivers who've made their way from a Radical Cup into like an Asian Le Mans or some sort of sports car series that has a prototype. George Kurtz is the one that really sticks out the most. You know, watching him come up through the field in Radical Cup has been quite interesting. Of course, he is a championship driver. Nonetheless, doesn't hurt that he's got some top flight team co-drivers, but also there is one driver in sports car racing now who I know very well, who uses Radicals as a training ground for him to run LMP2s internationally. So yes, Radical Cup is a great training ground. If you get a chance to race, I would highly recommend it. And you know what? Even if you don't get on the top split, it is an absolute ball to race a Radical SR10. Time starting to come in. 35.3 is the fastest time so far. Your defending winner, the number 88 Deltrath Automotive by PC Design, with Thomas Imborg behind the wheel. There's the team manager, Alexander A. Deltrath, coming across the line and yet to set a time. So on a flyer for the number 8. And we've got a warning already for car 488 in qualifying. Second incident. You saw the car spin off there in Variante del Parco, and that's going to be an interesting area for the start, to say the least, Ron, as we start to see some of these LMP3s string out just a little bit so they can get some fast time. Here's Adam Brockway trying to set a fast lap in that number 70 Moradness LMP3.
Yeah, I think it may have been Brockway who had a trip off the track. Maybe it was a car right behind him, but certainly saw a red car on the runoff area heading through turn number 3. Turn 3 may be the most challenging turn around this racetrack, at least in my own books, because as you try and head through that turn, you are constantly turning from the exit 2 all the way through pretty much just a little bit before the entry into turn 4. And in these conditions with cold tires and still a little bit of dampness out there on the racetrack, very tricky to try and keep it going. But interesting to see Adam Brockway, many of the other racers, starting to utilize the curbs a little bit more. We talked about the dry line and how that may potentially form. It looks like the curbs are finally getting a little bit of love. It's sparing love, I will say, but love nonetheless. It may be just a quick little Valentine's Day card and a box of chocolates, but it's still a lot better than a punch in the face.
Box of chocolates, I think they're giving them the chalky sweethearts, but times are really starting to fall. 35.1. Meg Pollock is your fastest qualifier so far. And here's what's interesting. You know about these LMP3s, Ron. They're starting to pick up more and more of that that dampness off the circuit because of the underground tunnels there that are really picking it up. So getting these LMP3s out there could drive this track off just a little bit faster. You saw Matthias Sachol in the number 9 Undercut Racing team. There's your second fastest, Jan Sankowski, 35.183, your fastest there. 0.039 seconds separates your front row overall.
Now, with about 12 minutes left to go in this session, I feel like it'll be a matter of who comes across the line the last. You know, one car that I cover a lot of on iRacing is the Spec Racer 4. And now, it is a prototype car, so there is one similarity, but here's another for you. The Spec Racer 4, usually in an open qualifying session, or even a solo session for that matter, it's a matter of who can set the lap time last, can usually come out of it smelling like a bed of roses. Solpec Racing going to jump up to the pole there with a stormer of a lap, 0.4 of a second in front of Core Sim Racing, as Satellite Racing going to jump in front. This racetrack is going to get quicker and quicker with every single lap. Going back to that comparison about the Spec Racer 4, you can't adjust the fuel in that car, so if you burn up a lot of gas, you can have a light car at the end of a session and you'll be able to absolutely fly. Here, however, these drivers not having to worry about fuel, they're just having to worry about getting the tires underneath them, getting the tires up to temperature, and making sure that the racetrack is a bit less terrifying, and it's certainly feeling a lot grippier. Mobin Khan, who was briefly your pole sitter just a few moments ago, has now dropped down to third as your reigning winners in the Delatra Automotive PC Design 88 car and the Moradness number 70 both were able to jump in front.
Well, all cars running slick tires this session, so no surprise we're seeing these times fall like a rock. And some call a Spec Racer 4 a prototype, others call it a tank. I'll let you decide which one that I call it. As Mobin Khan running one of the faster Sector 1 times. Actually, Brandon Roseborough running his fastest Sector 1. No, just expired a Sector 1 time. So yeah, times are definitely falling off here with the track drying, although iRacing still saying that the track is very lightly wet. So that's going to be interesting to see if that stays that way throughout the beginning part of this race. Not too worried about warm up too much, but if it stays very lightly wet and with the humidity as it is, as Thomas Imborg comes across the line, 34.197. There's Roseborough's fastest time, 34.173. So times are falling, but they're going to be very tight at the top as Mobin Khan with a 33.7.
Yeah, still have a feeling it's going to be a matter of who can set the quick time last. If you can be the last car to set a time, be the last one to speak, you're going to be golden here in this session. The lap times are getting quicker moment after moment, and the racetrack is really developing a lot of speed. Looking at it at the moment, track temperature currently at 65 Fahrenheit. Bearing in mind, folks, when we started off this broadcast, it was teetering around 63, 62. So about 1 Celsius up, which may not seem like a big improvement, but in very well and fine-tuned race cars, a small little difference like that can make a world of difference. I will also say this as well, Germany. You can take this with a grain of salt, considering that my eyes rarely, if ever, work that well as eyes. I think the sun is starting to peek out through the sky. It's still very overcast, very misty, but I think it is a little bit brighter, so this racetrack may start to heat up more and more, doubly so with the stacked grid of LMP3s teetering around the racetrack at Mach 10.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the session plays out. 8.5 minutes left. 20-second time penalty has been issued for car 70. That was Adam Brockway, so Adam will have to serve that penalty here in qualifying. It'll be a qualifying infringement as Delatrath coming around. We saw him go off earlier on. His fastest time of a 33.938 was last time by. Let's see what he can do. Of course, you can cover a blanket over your top 7 as everybody there is within a second of one another. So we're just about set to set the field for today's 4 hours of Misano. Let's see what Delatrath can do across the line. Off curve of Misano across the line, 33.321. Not good enough to move up too much, but still sitting there in third place. Of course, the best time still Thomas Imborg with a 32.977 as we see Jan Sendkowski around sector 1 still. So on that back part through the curve of Del Rio, setting up for the long straightaway, which these LMP3s will be able to get out and stretch their legs. Oh, at the spin. Oh, that is not something you want to see there at the back. Not sure who that was. Oh, that almost was a crash. I think that was Delatrath back there who missed near tragedy.
Yeah, and the car that spun around was Stephen Cross behind the wheel. The Nexus Esports number 78 car hit the curb and actually hopped over the curb and hit some of the painted areas around this racetrack. Now, the curbs are bad enough. However, they are 3D curbs, so a little bit of serration there can provide a little bit of grip, a little bit of tonic to the gin of an overall very tricky part of a racetrack. However, once you hit the paint completely smooth, there you can see it. Just hit the paint there on the outside of the curb and around he's going to go. Spins around like a top, snaps it around in the blink of an eye. Solpak gonna jump their way up into second, only 35 thousandths of a second right behind your current pole team, which is that Delatrath Automotive by PC Design, race winners last time out, who just improved big time. You know how that gap was 35 thousandths of a second? It's now over a half. Everybody is finding more and more pace. Let's see what the 48 team can do. Team Hussenveld and Jan Sensvoski behind the wheel of that car. Will it be an improvement from him? I don't believe it will. It is an improvement right behind, though, for Delatrath Automotive by Major's Garage, as Alexander, the team manager, going to jump his way in front of Satellite Racing into 4th. Still looking at to see exactly how things are going to work out here in this session with a tick under 5 minutes, tick under 6 minutes, I should say, left on the clock. Here's Brandon Roseberg behind the wheel, the number 62 effort, looking to be a good time from him. Has a big gap to try and surmount between himself and that number 88 effort, but based off the performance that he showed last time out, I think he may have the opportunity to fly. Would love to see a small little graph. I might have to make that at some point in the race coming up to see the big improvement between some of these drivers. Just to touch on the lap times that Brandon Roseborough has as he comes across the line. What sort of lap time will he be able to set in that race car? Comes across the line, it's a 132.6, so does reel in that gap somewhat, less than a tenth and a half, but not enough to jump up to the pole. Just to touch on some of the lap times that he has set, though, in this session behind the wheel of that race car, it has been very consistent and a big improvement. Just going through the times that haven't been invalidated, started off the session at 138.9, then went to a 135.4, a 134.7, a 134.1, a 133.0, and a 132.6 last time by. Everybody is just shaving tenths of seconds off of their lap time, sometimes full seconds for teams that maybe had a slightly poor run to start off qualifying.
And no surprise here as Delatrath comes across the line once again, and now he's gotten within 0.088 seconds of Roseborough to try and get a lockout of Delatrath Automotive as Stephen Cross, who did have that problem that we saw earlier on, still 8th fastest, but able to get to a 33.352. with about 4 minutes left to go in this session, decides better of touching the curbing this time by and able to get going. Again, the time everybody wants to chase down is Thomas Imborg's 32.297, the Deltraz Automotive by PC Design number 88. That's the one that they're chasing. And of course, with the drying track condition, times are starting to fall and moderate just a little bit as Cross comes around, starts into sector 3. Down the straightaway as start to see just a little less pickup of any sort of liquid, I guess you could say liquid precipitation down there on the track. So everything's starting to dry out. And this is going to be an interesting race, to say the least, especially now that the drivers got out there in practice conditions and they had a wet surface. It was a drying surface in qualifying, as we see what Cross can do. Again, trying to get out of that 8th spot, 33.352, the fastest time for him across the line, 32.695. That's good enough for 3rd fastest, so great improvement out of that team.
Yeah, huge improvement. Now, however, with less than 3 minutes to go, we're getting into crunch time here in this session. About enough time for 2 lap times to be set. And you brought up a good point there, Jeremy, talking about the spray coming off the back of these race cars. It's pretty much gone from a spray of water coming out of an elephant's trunk to a mosquito's sneeze. There's pretty much nothing coming off the back of these race cars at all. Even when they run off the track onto the curbs, sometimes you get a little puff of mist, but that's about it. The dry line has really formed. These LMP3s have done a fantastic job drying this racetrack, and even though iRacing is still marking the track as very likely wet, you can just tell that these drivers are finding more and more comfort with every single passing moment. Now, however, everybody has to find the speed, and with the top 10 covered by only 1.3 seconds in the whole field, covered by not too much more than that, it can be a matter of just getting a foot closer to one of the curbs around this racetrack that can separate you from a pole or maybe a top 5 result.
We'll see what happens here with Deltrath trying to chase down that fast time again. 32.063 is that time. Goes off course, so it's going to be an invalidated time. Not what he needed, as he falls further down into 7th place.
Stephen Cross going to jump his way up into 4th in that 78 car. Big improvement from him. So we take a look at this big off-track moment from Alexandre Delatra. That is a huge excursion. Now, we talk about the curbs not being very smooth. This kind of goes without saying. The off-tracks aren't very smooth either. So you can see him dirt tracking it, sawing on that wheel to try and keep it going in a straight line. Worked out fantastically for him, but I believe everything is just about said and done with here in qualifying. So your race winners from the last round of the championship at the Bend, looks like they've been able to draw first blood here in qualifying at Misano. It is the pole for the 88 team.
Yeah, exactly. And Thomas Imborg on the pole. He'll have Mobin Khan alongside. While most of the time we saw hundreds and thousands of a second, Khan only able to get up to just under 0.4 of a second slower than Imborg. Then it's Brandon Roseborough and Stephen Cross on row 4. Muradness and Course Sim Racing will make up row 3. Row 2, that is, ahead of him. Alexander Deltrath and Jan Santowski in the Team Hoistingfeld, number 48, will make up row 4. And row 5, Oleg Lovkanov and Benjamin Karwa make up row number 5. So this is one of those races. Also, Matthias Sasho sits there in 11th spot. All right, we have plenty of great storylines to go into this qualifying session. So, Ron, this is going to be interesting to see the differences between the Bend and to see the end here at Misano.
Oh, it is going to be a fantastic race. I am really looking forward to it. Have a lot of action in the 4 hours coming up. We're going to have a brief little session before we can really sink our teeth into what is going to be a fantastic day of racing action from start to finish. And all 3 of our classes, everybody's still looking to prove that they are the ones to be victorious here in this season. As you said at the top of the show, only 6 rounds of action here in IVRA, which means that every single race has that extra level of importance. You got to hit the ground running, strike while the iron is hot. Even if that racetrack is going to be freezing cold like it likely will be here today, you got to get those good runs, because if you can, you'll be golden when it comes to that championship fight.
And of course, no surprise here that last round's winners are up at the top. Does anything really surprise you throughout the grid so far?
I will say, and this is honest, some of the starting spots for our race winners just a matter of a month and some change ago. A little bit surprising for me to see. We'll take the 400 car, for instance, the SimSport effort. They're starting well farther in the back, 42nd place overall. That's 21st in the sport class category. So they're going to be on the back foot massively starting off this race. You look, meanwhile, at the Cup class where the 960 Carlar Esports effort is going to be starting in 7th in that category. So a little bit fascinating to see some of our race winners in the 2 classes before the LMP3s really struggle in that session. Meanwhile, in the P3s, of course, Delatra striking while the iron was most certainly hot and carrying that momentum. But a little bit surprising to see some of the impressive drivers from the last round really struggle here at Misano.
All right, we're going to step aside for just a little bit. Go grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a meal, because we've got 4 hours of racing coming up here in just a little bit of time here on RaceSpotTV.
Every time you hit the track, every millisecond matters. Trust, confidence, speed. Built for every corner, every track. Built for you. RDoks. Only quality setups.
Taking a look now at the pole lap here for this round of the championship. And it's your race winners last time at the Bend. Delatra Automotive by PC Design grabbing the pole position. Here was the lap as they headed their way off through the tight and twisty first chicane to kick this lap up and rolling. Now heading off into turn number 4 and 5. Now, Jeremy, this section of racetrack, super tricky. It feels a little bit clunky. This section of racetrack, among some others, it must be said, you can kind of tell that this track is primarily designed and raced by motorcycles just through that part of the track. On a motorcycle, that's one sweeping and continuous bend. Here in the cars, however, it can feel a little bit clunky.
It can, because you're not dropping knees and elbows to try and get that nice little lean. You've got to work on your tires to get that. Now, as working their way through the Curva Tramonto, you see the slow lap for the motorcycles, and that sets you up for this long straightaway. You've got the Curvone, but that really is not a corner in these cars, because listen in. Flat out not letting go. And here's what's interesting too, you can also tell that this is set for motorcycles because of the clunkiness of this section. It's a Curva del Caro that sets up. You've got a kink to the right, another kink to the right, and you've got to be heavy on the brakes, and that sets you up for the short run to the pits. You got the pit entrance on the left hand side, and then you stay to the right to go stay on the track, set yourself up for the front straightaway and across the line. 31.612, I should say, your fastest time out of Thomas Imborg in the Deltrath Automotive by PC Design. So a fantastic qualifying lap out of the LMP3s. We're just about set to get everything gridded up. It's a very healthy field, to say the least. We've got, I think I counted 54 cars that will be taking the green flag. And of course, that's going to be an absolute mayhem, especially once we get the LMP3 leaders to the back of the sport class.
Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of drama. I think the first hour of this race is going to make or break everybody's day, and it'll really set the tone for how this 4-hour-long race is going to go. The drivers out there on the racetrack, I will say, and this is honest, the footage that you've got on screen at the moment looks a lot different compared to what is out there on the racetrack currently. The track is still damp. Those runoff areas completely soaked. Track temperature still improving, but it's still ice cold for racing conditions. So this first hour that we have coming up is going to be crucial. If you get off to a clunky start, doesn't matter what kind of category you're in, it's going to set the tone. That is a trend-setting first hour. If we see chaos in the first hour, I feel like it'll continue through the remaining 3.
Yeah, exactly. And that's going to set the tone. How many full course yellows do we have, which is going to make life a little bit interesting as well. And hopefully that everybody cooler heads prevail. And the first couple of corners, that's what's also going to make or break the tone of the race. You can't win the race in the first corner. You sure as heck can lose it. And really, that first sector with the Variante del Parco, the Curva del Rio, I wouldn't be surprised if some teams decide, you know what, we're starting at the back. Let's just start from pit road, tiptoe our way around, and see how the race plays out.
And speaking of pit road, it is very tricky here at Misano. The pit entry really comes out of nowhere as you head your way off through the final couple of turns. Got to make it known as you head your way out of the somewhat awkward kink of turn number 15 that, hey, I'm coming down the pits. Otherwise, you may have a big checkup from the rear. Got a big 90-degree left as you head your way into the pits as well. No runoff area to speak of either. It is a narrow alleyway with Armco barriers on either side of you. So keep an eye on that throughout this race. And also the very long pit exit. Once you get to the end of pit lane, you still have a long way left to go until you can finally hit that pit lane speed limiter button, turn it off, and get back up to racing speed. So keep an eye on the pit lane to maybe catch out some racers here in this race coming up.
And of course, also, you take a look at the pit exit. It's right on the outside of turn 3. So you're going to have drivers who are on the track going just a little bit slower, and those who are coming off pit road that are going to be gunning it. So that run to the Curva del Rio is going to make life a lot interesting. I think what you're seeing here also in the warm-up session, you're going to see a lot of that. And the track is still very lightly wet, and that's going to add another layer of intrigue into this race.
Yeah, there's so much that these racers are going to have to juggle. These teams as well are going to have to juggle mentally. You got to think about the changing of conditions. No rain forecasted in this race coming up, at least from the looks of it right now. No weather around the track presently, but with winds howling at 20 miles an hour, you're going to have to keep an eye on those changing track conditions, whether it be the track changing for the better or changing for the worse. So much left in stake for the second round of this championship. I think we're about to take a look at that starting grid to get the day's action up, rolling, and ready to rock.
Yeah, it's a very interesting starting grid for the most part in LMP3. You get what you get, but throughout the field, as we mentioned, in the Cup and the Sport classes, it's all over the place when it comes to qualifying, because those two, they didn't have that much of a chance to get out there and run on a dry track. You saw the Sport class, they all ran on wet tires in qualifying. In the GT3 Cup class, they all ran on a mix, so half the field was on dries, half the field was on wets, but everybody in the LMP3 class were all on dry tires. So that's going to make things a little interesting, especially who decides what choice of tire they're going to use for the opening stint of the race.
Yeah, it's that mental dilemma that the teams had to face in qualifying, but maybe cranked up a little bit more. Qualifying, you want to get off to a good start, but a bad run in qualifying, a bad decision in qualifying can be made up in the race proper. If you start this race on a sour note, though, kind of talking about how the first hour of an endurance race is always a trend-setting period of time, doubly so in a 4-hour-long race where you don't have 23 hours afterwards to bounce back. If you start on the wrong set of tires, you're going to be on the back foot huge. But you do also have to keep keep in mind we have some penalties that will be served at the start of this race. I believe there's a penalty for the number 9. They're going to have a 40-second penalty to get this race up and rolling. Same with Adam Brockway in that number 70 car, 20-second penalty after a qualifying infraction. So got to keep in mind race control is going to be looking over these racers getting into Christmas season, but race control, much like Santa, has a naughty and nice list, and they will be checking it twice.
Yeah, and unlike Santa, they won't be handing out coals. They'll be handing out stop and holds throughout the race. And of course, with the damp conditions, some drivers are going to have to deal with a lot of different conditions. You see one of the sport BMWs making a spin and back out onto the circuit. It's going to be very interesting to see how the LMP3s play nice within this field. Of course, you mentioned, this is an endurance race. If you take a look at some of the endurance races that we do here on RaceSpotTV, a 4-hour race is almost like a sprint, to say the least. So that first hour of the race really is going to set the tone for this whole 4 hours of Misano. Of course, where you're at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. So this is going to make things a lot interesting to use a motorcycle circuit. Heck, some of the best races that we have in motorsport in general are done on motorcycle circuits.
Yeah, and we've got some fantastic motorcycle-oriented racetracks, either ones that are designed for motorcycles and primarily used by motorcycles, or ones that motorcycles do run at occasionally. This track, I really enjoy. I got it when it first got introduced onto iRacing. I had some broadcasts I had to do with that, so that may have played a factor in it. But whenever I drive around this track, I really enjoy it. One of my favorite combinations on iRacing is running this track in the rain with the Super Formula Lights car. Now, that was the first ever broadcast I did of this racetrack too. It wasn't in the rain, it was in the dry, and to date it a little bit, that was during the iRacing DDoS attacks. So that was a festive period of time. But no, this track really puts on some good racing, so looking forward to seeing what this 4 hours may have entail.
And with that in mind, let's take a look at our starting grid. It's Eltrath Automotive by PC Design, trying to make it 2 in a row this season. They'll be alongside the Satellite Racing number 64. Row 3 is Brandon Roseborough, your qualifying driver, and the Solpac Precision Racing number 62, alongside the Nexus Esports number 78. Good qualifying effort from Stephen Cross. Adam Brockway, one of the drivers we mentioned that will have to serve a penalty. He'll be alongside Meg Pollock in the number 1 Court Sim Racing LMP3. Then you take a look at Alexandre Deltrath, the team manager for Deltrath Automotive, this time by Majors Garage, will be alongside the team Hoistingfeld number 48. Solpac Racing has their second car in row number 5 alongside the Delta V Racing number 11, and Ron bringing up the rear of the LMP3 field is the Undercut Racing number 9.
And now looking at your Cup starting grid, it's going to be Phil Dinez starting this race from the pole position. An impressive run from both of your front row sitters in the Cup category. The Impulse Racing car driven by Rafael Stozalek in that session was only about a quarter of a second behind, and well clear of Matt Caruana slotted in P3, nearly a full second off of Dinez's pole time. The Project 91 Racing team effort will start this race in third. Alongside them will be the Delta Sports effort driven by Hugo Allen in that session. It's going to be Team Checkmate Access Project starting this race in 5th. Completing your third row in Cup will be Joey Petrig behind the wheel of the Lion GP Fencer.com effort. Jan Winter behind the wheel of the Carlar Esports car, the team that won at the Bend, will start this race in 7th with Visceral Esports starting this race in 8th. Team Nitro will start this race in 9th with PT Autosport, rounding out your top 10 in Cup and completing your Cup field.
As you take a look at the sport class, it's Orion Race Team alongside Fiercely Forward. So it's Porsche and BMW on row 1. That's Team Checkmate Spark Services alongside number 457 Impulse Racing. Row 3 is Core Sim Racing number 423 with the Pro Sim Sport Racing Cayman alongside each other. Then you take a look at row 4. It's the Enosis Esports Mustang with the Solpac Precision Racing Mustang making up that row. Then you've got the 417 Delta V Racing by Keyshop BMW with Lucas Imans qualifying the Impulse Racing number 458. Christian Jung in the RJD Mustang will be alongside Ultra Esports Porsche in the number 429. Then you go over to row 7. It's a Sim RC number 475 alongside the WSR Esports Mustang. Then at row 8, Ron, is Thomas Angus Sim Racing number 434 and the VGTR Esport Porsche number 414.
Dominic Engel behind the wheel. The course sim racing effort was able to put it on 17th for the starting grid, with Orion Race Team and Taj Edwards behind the wheel of that race car starting in P18. Rounding at your top 20 in sport right behind will be the Scherer Esport number 416 effort alongside the 56 Racing Team 405. It's going to be Delta Sport, your race winners last time at the Bend, starting this race in a somewhat disappointing 21st. We'll see what they can do starting outside of the top 20. Go Esports will start in 22nd, with Satellite Racing starting in 23rd. SRN Motorsports starting in 24th. Just a few more drivers to go through here. We got Satellite Racing starting in 25th, Nomad in 26th, Grow Racing Team in the number 27 starting spot, with Echelon Simsport starting alongside them, completing row number 14. Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports on the 468, driven by Harold Stadler in that session, will start in 29th. George Gruber behind the wheel, the Torque Freak effort, the team that won in the Sportsman division in the sport class last time at the Bend, starting this race in 30th. And so, with all of that taken care of, I believe we may just have one more driver left to go, potentially one more team that is outside of your top 30 in class. Looking through, actually, that may just about be it. Yes, it is. So there is your starting grid for the second race of this IVRA Clubsport season, the 4 hours of Misano. This is going to be a very, very tricky race. I want to thank RDoks for sponsoring this event here. I heard about them a few moments ago, but now, Jeremy, we got to switch our attention into this race and what is going to be, as much as the Bend was a test, this is maybe going to be even more of a test with those changeable conditions.
It really is, because now you're dealing with a drying racetrack. Let's see what everybody's running here. I think it's going to be a bit of a mix for these tires, to say the least, as the field working their way on the formation lap. The iRacing pace car working their way around the Curva del Rio once again, and it's going to be interesting to see what exactly happens. I think you know, we're going to see this haze throughout most of the race. Although iRacing, well, we'll see what they officially say. I think it's still lightly wet, but Ron, just a lot. It's going to be interesting to see what happens going into Variante del Parco. How many cars will be parked in the Parco?
I'm not even sure if that laugh got picked up on the microphone, but no, we're probably going to see a little bit of drama here at the start of this race. I will say, and this is honest race control, probably going to be busy here. And it's not down to anything surrounding these drivers. It's just that they have got such a bad hand dealt to them. As much as that is good, at least in my book, in terms of temperature.
Question mark is, how long will it take these tires to get up to temp, and how will these drivers stabilize that as working their way through the... That's going to be the Curva Tremano. That's not going to be the Curva Tremano, but still on the formation lap. We'll see the lights go out on the pace car here in the next couple of corners, and then we'll start to see the formation of the field. Looks like everybody making their way around, so nobody left on the grid here. But I've got to say this: it's not the LMP3s that worry me as much as it does the sport class to try and get their way around the circuit for the first time. So we'll see how long that takes.
So frankly, if there's any class that concerns me, it's probably those LMP3s, but I think you are rather spot on there with the sport category. I think everybody's going to have their hands full at the start of this race. I don't think it's fair for us to single out one class or the other, because everybody is going to be in that same they're all going to be in a phone booth with an angry monkey trying to kill them.
You know, look, if this were a case of LMP3s requiring gentleman drivers, I'd be a lot more worried, to be honest with you, because gentleman drivers, but because these are highly skilled, highly trained racers, I'm not too worried about that. I'm worried about, okay, how will they do? It's the sport class that really worries me, because it's just such a big class. We start to see the separation between the LMP3s, the Cup, and the Sport class. Will be 3 different waves. So the chances of calamity are lessening.
Setting time for these teams, for these drivers, and just for the race as a whole. So I'm certainly expecting a little bit of chaos. I'm expecting this to be a very vital opening stint for these teams, and for the drivers behind the wheel, it's going to be nerve-wracking too. Expect these drivers to be maybe walking around on eggshells before we grab of the green. And certainly once we get this race season, you want to end off 2025 on a good note. Everybody wants to do that, but only 3 drivers in all 3 of our classes will be able to
have you with us on RaceSpotTV for IVRA Clubsport Series.
already.
And indeed it has, as Imborg opens up a 1.2 second lead. You've got Brandon Roseborough, Mobin Khan sitting there trying to race each other. So Roseborough with a great jump there as you start to see just a little bit of a puff of the liquid there. So nonetheless, it's still just a little bit damp, but drivers making their way around. We'll see replays later on of incidents all throughout the circuit, but Imborg opening up an early advantage. Oh, a little bit of a pass here with Brockway and Cross. Of course, Brockway, we know, has to take a penalty here in just a little bit time.
So that's a bad note for Adam Brockway and that team to the race at the bet a month ago.
Well, hold off all comers behind. As we're watching Oleg Lokov in position there near the middle of the LMP3 class.
And do want to note as race control looks over these drivers with prying eyes. Oh, that's a big off-track moment heading off through turn number 13. Still a little bit nerve-wracking whenever I see a driver go off the track, because I'm expecting them to just slide off with no control over their race car at all. Race control already looking at a moment between the 400 and the 445 entries in the sport category. Now the 406 sport car, Delta Sport I should say, they were your winners last time at the Bend. So as much as they got off to a poor start with a poor run in qualifying, it looks like things may go slightly awry for them even more, as they are under investigation.
Well, no surprise there, of course. Race control going to be very busy today with a tighter race circuit than the Bend last time out. Here's the battle for the lead and comp between 2 very fast drivers in Phil Dinez and Matt Caruana. We've got one of the sport drivers slow off the pace, as well as you see the sport class really nice and tight. And that's kind of speaking to the BOP here in GT4, really across the system, as you may run a mid-engine car, a front-engine car, a inline 6, a V8, but Ron, it is absolutely fantastic to see these cars go neck and neck.
Yeah, it really is awesome. That's one thing I love about sports car racing. Even if it's a single-class sports car race like GT4s or GT3s, whatever the case may be, seeing the balance of performance and the different quirks and features surrounding these race cars, I always find to be very fascinating. You got the Mustangs running there with the American Grunt. You got the slightly more technical Porsches that kind of rely on being a bit more agile, quick on their feet, and nimble around these racetracks, which is certainly vital around the tighter and twistier sections of this racetrack, where it feels a bit clunkier to run it in a sports car compared to the cars that are a bit more engineering behind them. Still got that same grunt, bit on the bigger end. They don't seem to be too popular here at the present moment. And of course, those Mercedes always fantastic. And speaking of a Mustang and a Porsche battle, that was a swap-a-roo. Lucas Adams behind the wheel of the 448 car, getting past your sport pole sitter. 444 not getting off to a great start.
We're really starting to see that racing line come in nice and dark on the track right now. So we'll see what happens here in the next couple of laps, but already starting to see a lot of gravel being moved onto the circuit. Of course, that'll get cleaned off all throughout the race. This is a bit near the front now, going all the way to 5th, might even get into 6th.
Yeah, I'm looking back. Just what I was worrying about. He ran wide off through turn number 13, hit the painted stuff on the outside, hopped over the curb, ended up in the green parts where it's meant to be kind of like AstroTurf, but just is here. He's tried to counter-steer that car as quickly as you humanly could. I don't even think a trained fighter pilot could have reacted in time. He hit that, and as soon as that was the case, around he went, and that is a big moment for Solpak.
Well, it's so early in the race where Solpak can come back, but really it's going to be tough to get around Deltrath Automotive by PC Design, as they are now 5.5 seconds in the lead. So at this battle for second in LMP3 with the now it's battle for second with Core Sim Racing, Deltrath Automotive 1, 2, and 3, and that spin by the Solpak LMP3 that's given Deltrath a chance to open up a bigger lead throughout. And of course, it's endurance racing, so anything can happen. But man, a 5-second lead in under 10 minutes. It's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this race plays out.
Yeah, and as I've been saying throughout this broadcast, it is a pivotal section of the and green. You'll be golden as we get farther along. So as much as everybody still wants to try and gain some spots and move up in front of one another, they still just want to keep it clean, keep it on the racetrack, keep all four wheels on it. You don't want to start off this race on an incredibly sour note with an incident. That moment from Solpeck, if there was no runoff area through there, they would have been done for. As much as I said that racetrack, that part of the racetrack on the back end does feel vaguely like a street circuit, it's not. You still got massive runoff areas, massive relatively speaking. You got the gravel traps that'll stop these race cars on a dime. So thankfully for him, it could have been a heck of a lot worse. And everybody, I gotta say, I am impressed with this field. They've been able to keep it very clean, and in our cup and sport classes, they've been able to keep it very close. I think the combined gaps between...
What happened there with the 88? They've lost 3... Oh, we're going through traffic, that's why. So they've lost 3 seconds. There's now lap traffic coming into play about 10 minutes in. No surprise there, but working, this is going to be just the battle now throughout the race. Deltrath Automotive by PC Design, your overall leaders. CSM by BS Hybrid, your cup leaders. And overall in sport, it's Team Checkmate Spark Services with a half-second lead. So we've got leads being contested in cup and sport, and right now the battle for the lead in LMB3, it's more a battle for second place as they work their way around lap traffic for position. We see Core Sim Racing opening up a little bit bigger gap over Deltrath Automotive in the number 88. So basically, Core Sims Racing's the meat in the Deltrath Automotive sandwich here in this early part of the race. Trying to see some other good battles throughout the field. Sport looks like they've got a three-way battle for the lead with the 488 and the 457 involved in that as well. So lots of different position here, as it's just one of those things, you know, where early on in the race. heating up pretty good. Welcome back to RaceSpotTV. Jeremy, Scott, Ron. So we had to move some antennas and try and shift some satellites around, but we are racing. So make sure you tell your friends that we are back here on RaceSpotTV. A whole lot has happened here since the we have full course yellow, and we had a restart. Battle for the lead in LMP3s heating up. You also have a battle for the lead in the Cup classes heating up between some more fast drivers. But the story here is your top two in LMP3 run, Deltrath Automotive.
Yeah, so it looks like off the back of the win last time out at the Bend, they've really come back to form, holding on to those top two spots. There has been a little bit of drama going down in that LMP3 category. Of course, we mentioned this a bit earlier on in the broadcast today about those lap traffic encounters and how tricky it is going to be for those P3 racers. I've seen that come to blows. I noted as we were dealing with those technical problems, Adam Brockway, who, mind you, still has that penalty from qualifying, 20-second penalty to be a bit more precise. That penalty is yet to be served, and matters are made even worse by the fact that that car has a little bit of damage on the front end of that. Now, I cannot say exactly where the damage came from. I did not catch that at the time. However, there is damage on the front end, which may not seem like much. It's not the biggest cosmetic tweak. It just looks like the front splitter, a little bit skewed, a little bit of scuffing around the headlight. Nothing that a little bit of eyeshadow can't cover up. However, with this racetrack being as tight, twisty, and technical as it is, any sort of damage on those P3 cars can be rather severe.
Major incident responsibility, 40-second time penalty for the 468. They're in, so they'll have to do a stop and hold plus 60. There's your battle for the lead in Cup between Matt Caruana and Phil Dinez. Coming off the restart, Caruana was able to pounce around Dinez for the Cup lead, and Stolchak is sitting there in third place, also wanting a piece of the action. We can say that he is an interested spectator. Here's a 456 Nomad Racing. We've been seeing a lot of this, Ron, where to the back end, why is see what the front end's looking at, but of course it also has to deal with some of the drying track conditions that we have seen throughout the day.
Yeah, and track conditions continue to evolve. Now, the racetrack would probably be a lot more drier had we not had that yellow flag period, but iRacing currently marking the track off as mostly dry, 73 degrees Fahrenheit as our current track temperature, which is up 10 degrees Fahrenheit from where we started off in qualifying right at the start of that session some hour and a half ago. Looking at the weather as well, ambient temperature still remaining about 66 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's not exactly warm out there on the racetrack, but it is warmer compared to what once was.
And of course, also you see some of the haze out there, and we've been dealing with that for most of the day. So it's going to be that. I think if as long as the air temperature hangs where it's at right now, it's going to be like that. So we're starting to see some pit stops early on, oddly enough, in the sport class. Some drivers going off cycle as still watching this Caruana Dinez battle. With it being spec cars, it's going to make life just a little bit more interesting for this race. They've kind of opened up a little bit of a gap from Stolchak. Stolchak was right there on that under the rear wing of Dinez, but they've kind of stepped out a little bit and now are making their way around heading into the second sector. So with that in mind, lots of things have happened. Still not sure why that first full course yellow came out, but safety car came out, bunched the field, sent some of the lap cars to the back of the pack, and this brings us to where we're at right now. LMP3, your leader, Deltrath Automotive by PC Design. They are trying to go for 2 in a row so far this season. Look at Imborg working his way through that lap traffic, and now because of the way that the circuit is here at Misano, it's going to make things just a little bit more interesting for working through traffic, and going to make the race, I think, a little bit spicier as it goes on, because when we get the new drivers in here, Ron, I think that's when we're going to see situational awareness kind of come into play.
Yeah, and as we saw that shot with the field heading their way onto the first of 3 straightaways on this racetrack, the long flat out blast between turns number 6 and 8 with the King of 7 in the middle of it, you can see the field and how many cars are out there on the racetrack. We started off with 42 cars out on the circuit, and there will be many points in time where everybody is converging in on one another. Those angry hornets of LMP3s dealing with the GT4s in the sport category, and there will be a point where all 3 of the classes converge on one another. And when we get to that point, man, oh man, am I happy to be in the broadcast booth and not behind the wheel, because of all the things that I would rather do in sim racing world, I would rather drive an LMP3 car head on into a wall at 160 miles an hour than deal with 3 different batches of traffic in one single turn. So gotta keep that in mind. And one thing to raise, talking about the quirks and features surrounding this track, we've talked about it at length throughout the show already. This track originally designed and primarily used for and by motorcycles, it's narrow compared to a lot of modern racetracks. So for these cars, which are a bit on the bigger end, especially when it comes to those cup cars, which compare them to an LMP3, they are humongous. The real estate space can run out very easily on this racetrack, so keep that in mind as we develop throughout this race and get more and more lap traffic encounters.
Already have our first car out, and that is the number 9 88 PT Autosport Sim to Real Cup car in the Cup class. So unfortunately, our first retirement of the race. Nexus Esports 3 laps down. There is your leader in sport, trying to hold off the CSM by BS hybrid Mercedes, and of course now LMP3 traffic working their way around. So this is kind of, you know, what these drivers train for. Lights flashing on another one of the LMP3. I think this is a Course Sim Racing third place car that's trying to get around the third place car in the sport class. Just under 3.5 hours left to go here as we're starting to see lap traffic come into play. A 3.5 second lead that Deltraz has over Deltraz as those 2 cars working their way around. And now we're going to start to see pit stops here in the next couple of laps for the LMP3s, and it's going to work its way down to the Cup class and into the sport class. So what you thought spicy, now it's just going to get a whole lot spicier.
Yeah, when we get into that strategy discussion, I wonder if these racers may be able to throw a slight curveball their competitors' ways. We usually talk about this in reference to a rain race, and as much as many parts of this racetrack are still damp, it's not we're not running in the wet. We're just running in a slightly damp conditions. The track still being marked off as mostly dry, and we'll probably get fully dry come time for the end of this race. However, with the changeable conditions, these racers can maybe run an odd call, maybe saving a bit more gas out there. With that yellow bit earlier on, we'll see if anybody is going to throw a curveball our way, throw a curveball their competitors' way, and maybe try and do something different with this strategy. You can't win by doing exactly what everybody in front of you is doing, so I wonder if we'll see some odd strategy calls get thrown our way between now and the end of this race. I do want to touch on the retirement of that number 9 effort, because that does potentially have some lasting impacts for the next round of the championship at Mid-Ohio. That 9 car had a 40-second penalty that they did not serve in this race. They picked that up with a qualifying infringement a little bit earlier on. Now, I'm not too familiar with how it will work out in terms of unserved penalties, maybe carrying over into the next race, maybe multiplying, maybe some penalty points being applied. I'll have to get confirmation of that between now and the end of this broadcast, but that could very well ruin the 9's effort come time for the next races. That's a Miranda's number 70 car spun. Oh, and they get hit.
Well, I will say this, the 9 car is out there, so still have to serve the penalty, but there's the 988 that's out of the race with Ben Nelson behind the wheel in the Cup class. So you made a good point, but wrong car.
I'll see myself out.
You know what? You know, this is why it's a 4-hour race. Only 80 people watching right now, so it's okay. It's not like this will go on the internet here in probably 15 minutes. Excuse me, I'll be right back. I got some editing to do.
Yeah. See, I thought you had said that the 9 was out of this race earlier on. I guess my ears just deceived me, as they usually do. That's Delta V with the spin all through the final turn. That is a very hair-raising moment. We've had a swap-roo once again at the front of Cup with Matt Caruana jumping in front of the 915. So a swap-roo going on there. And there was a spin for the Moradness effort, heading their way off through the bottom end of the racetrack. That was through turn number 14. That, as you said, with a very fancy pun right before we got this race up and rolling, Jeremy, can turn into a bit of a car park there in Cairo.
It really can, and one has to wonder if there was just a little bit of contact of the Moradness LMP3 getting a little over eager per se to get up to get around that slower traffic. Of course, you have that fine line you've got to balance here in LMP3, where you want to get out in front of everybody, so you don't are in threat of losing your position, but you also want to do it safely. So we'll see what race control thinks of that. They've been really handing penalties out like they've been candy canes. Which, speaking of, my wife and I actually went to a lights display not too far away from us, and roll down the window, donate the money for the lights display. They're like, here, have some candy canes. So that was a pleasant surprise to get. This battle for first, so really heating up between Caruana and Stolchak, is those two trying to get around the slower sport traffic. Of course, they are the middle of the road kind of speeds, because you got to pass cars and you got to watch your mirrors for the faster LMP3s. But I'll tell you what, Stolchak has been absolutely fantastic trying to keep up with Caruana in that number 911.
Yeah, it has been a dogfight up at the front of the Cup category. You love to see it. And flashing our minds back to the race at the Bend back in November for the first round of the championship, it was a dogfight in the Cup category as well. And really, it was a matter of survival throughout that race more than anything else, whether it be inter-car battling, just drivers in the Cup category duking it out one another, sometimes contact going on. Other times it was a lap traffic dilemmas with LMP3s that were trying to overtake them, occasionally forcing them into a bad spot, or something like that with the Sport and Cup car coming together. That's Phil Dinez behind the wheel of the BS hybrid car. We saw them start this race all the way up to the front, but things have gone very much so awry. They're sideways, backwards, not on fire, but running down in 7th as a rough go of things for your at 1 point Cup class leader.
Well, that explains why Dinez fell so far back, as Stolchak was able to get up into that second spot. You're on board with the Impulse Racing number 915. And trying to keep up with Caruana. Catching up to him is one thing, though, Ron. Passing him is absolutely difficult, because with one of the more foremost drivers in the sim, as Caruana trying to hold on to that defensive line. A little bit of a bump there, a little bit of a tap heading into the third sector, but Caruana able to open up that gap just a little bit. Thought Stolchak could make something happen. He's going to look to the inside, not going to be too far away to make any sort of pass happen. It'll be another lap. The Caruana is your Cup leader, heading down towards the pit straight, but things are getting a little spicy as you see a couple of slower cars up ahead. So this battle for the lead in Cup is really heating up.
And I think the way that I can describe the way that you got to tackle one of these races, you got to tackle it as if you're going through phases and stages of one of these races. We're in that sort of phase right now for these Cup class cars, where they still have to worry about some traffic, but it's nowhere near the Hornet's Nest that they'll probably have to worry about at some point farther down the line. So for these racers, this is the time to pounce. For other racers, though, it really depends on a driver's preference. Some really prefer to get the move done with lap traffic, strike while the iron is hot. Other drivers just prefer to get that move done before they have to worry about traffic, and then they'll try and use that to their advantage to try and extend and eke out their gap a little bit. So we'll have to see whether or not that's a preference that one of these racers has in mind, whether they want to get these moves done with the lap traffic and use those lap cars as a bit of a pick, or whether or not they're just going to attack now and wait a little bit later on. Now we've got the convergence with that close call with the Impulse Racing driver jumping right in front of that P3 right behind.
Oh, I thought we were going to see some disaster between the Impulse LMP3 and, the Impulse teammates, I should say, as the Impulse teammates and the Solpack LMP3 flashing his lights around Caruana, and that's going to give Caruana a bigger advantage. It seems like that's where he's at his best, is right there in that third sector. So the Solpack prototype gets around. Now has to deal with some sportsman traffic around the final couple of corners. Man, what a fantastic lap that we have seen out of Caruana, trying to hold off and continue leading the Cup charge. Now Caruana pops to the inside, going to make that pass happen, and he's going to put a car between he and the Impulse Racing 915. So smart move there by Caruana.
Yeah, and using that other Porsche, that being the Porsche 718 in the sport category, using that car as a bit of a pick. If you can attack the lap traffic, not with brute force, but with a little bit of smarts, that can really help you out. Just use the cars to your advantage. Use them as a bit of a rolling roadblock. You know, those sport drivers are running at 10/10s, but it feels like they're going 2 miles an hour compared to a Cup car. I always point it out whenever there's a F1 race and there's a safety car period during it. It looks like the cars are going so painfully slow. Meanwhile, Bert Mindlander behind the wheel of that F1 safety car is just running it at 10/10s, pushing that car to the limit of adhesion without going over. And it just shows you the pace differential between these drivers. We haven't really gotten an opportunity to see it be too representative considering the changeable track conditions during qualifying, but later on we'll truly be able to see the pace gap between the P3s, the Cup Porsches, and those sport class drivers.
The 499 getting a stop and hold +5 for incident responsibility. So Echelon SimSport will have to come in and serve that penalty on their next pit stop. Still watching this battle for the lead in Cup. It's kind of died off just a little bit as Project 91 able to get around Matt Caruana in that car, trying to get around some faster traffic. So let's see if we can take a look at the sport class lead between the 423 and the 488, 0.3 of a second. Separate those two Caymans working their way around. Of course, they'll have some faster traffic coming up with them. 0.2 of a second separate both of these Caymans. So it just goes to show you how tight this field is, especially when you have some flat sixes sitting right in the middle of the track, right in the middle of the car, I should say, not the track.
And well, if they are in the middle of the track, they will be in the middle of the track. So the more you know, I guess. But with that was a reach. With the 9 now coming down pit lane, they'll come in to serve that penalty. So you can take what I said about that number 9 car being out of this race and throw it out the window. So they are in. They're going to have to come down to serve that penalty. One team that is yet to serve it, though, I'm a little bit surprised, is Brockway. That number 70 Murat in this car yet to come into the pits to serve that rather lengthy 20-second penalty. Now, compared to what the 9 has, they've been let off fairly easily, but that is I'm a little bit surprised. You know, I was expecting them to serve it a little bit later on, but not this late. I was expecting them to probably do it a matter of 15 minutes ago, about like a half an hour into this race. Of course, that yellow maybe did change their strategy up somewhat, but still surprised that we haven't seen that number 70 car with Brockway behind the wheel come down to serve that penalty.
And, you know, you would think that they would want to get out there and get as long of a stint as they can to kind of ease the damage of a 40-second stop and hold. So we'll see how much longer that they have to pit, but I would imagine that we'll start to see more and more LMP3s out there pitting as a show coming down, serving the penalty, waiting for the pit stop time out of the number 9. And we will see what the delta, that we can kind of see what the delta is here in just a little bit. But man, I'll tell you what, this Core Sim Racing Team Checkmate Spark Services battle for the sport class lead is heating up once again. Still 3.5 seconds around them two, but it's just them two right now. They're not having to worry about getting around faster traffic, letting that by. But if you take a look, that's a battle for third place between Impulse Racing and Orion Team Racing as well. So lots of great battles here in the sport class. And of course, we're still early on, so get out there, save your equipment as you see some LMP3s, I think maybe 1 or 2 Cup cars back there in that little clump that is coming up on your leaders.
Yes, I think we're in the stage of a race where these competitors having to worry less about lap traffic and more about themselves. I mentioned the phases and the stages of the lap traffic, these top 2 in sport. This is probably the quietest their race is going to be, at least for a very long period of time. Looks like they've been able to get through most of this lap without having to worry about any traffic. We'll have to worry about next time by, as you can see that LMP3 slowly but surely hoving into view in their rear view mirrors. But for now, though, this battle is still going to be just between these two. They have broken away and driven off into the sunset in that sport category with a rather huge gap between themselves and Mike Dam in that 444 car slotted in third. Now, that effort did not get off to a good start in the sport category. They had dropped down, I believe at one point they were running down in 8th, if my memory serves me correctly. So it was not a good start for them at all in the sport category, but they've been able to fight back, albeit there is a bit of a gap between themselves and the drivers farther up the road.
A lot of drivers going through and really taking advantage while the IVRA was hot on this restart here. So interesting to see how many drivers have gapped themselves. There's another LMP3 not too far away. So it's going to be a Ligier train here shortly as Kunath trying to hold off Zerbek for position. And really Zerbek can capitalize here, the early race leader, on if this prototype can catch up in a high position. Might be able to open up as we start to see a replay here of the start of the race. And that was just an interesting lead there by the Deltrath LMP3. We saw some bumping and beating going on there on the start, but it was a very late start out of the Deltrath car.
Waiting pretty much until the final moment, catching out some drivers a little bit farther behind with those starts when it's usually in the driver's hand. Can be tricky to figure out exactly when these racers are gonna go, and gotta say well done to all the racers in all three of our classes. No big stack ups on the start finish straightaway. Now heading off through the first chicane to get this race up and rolling was a little bit more hectic with drivers kind of running into some trouble, touching each other. Look at the gap that Phil Dinez had to start off this race in Cup. A little bit unfortunate for things to go the way that they have. He's currently running 6th at the moment in that category, still on the back foot after that drama involving sport class traffic off through the final turn. Bart Hortson had a moment as well in the sport category. There's another driver involved in an incident. That time it was in the Cup category. But overall, lap 1, it could have been a heck of a lot worse than it was.
Yeah, and you know, I think we all were kind of holding our collective breath because we knew with the drying conditions that it was going to be a little bit slick out there for the start. And, you know, you saw that some of the LMP3s kicking up just a little bit of water there in a little bit of those low-lying areas as we're watching this battle for the Cup lead once again heating up. Sportsman really coming into play here as Caruana gets around the Mustang and uses that as a pick. So has a little bit of a defense over Stolchuk there for the lead. And Stolchuk trying to get around the Mustang. So this is what's going on here. Is now you've got to factor in some of the slower cars and see what you could do. Oh, that was beautiful by the Cayman. And I'll tell you what, Stolchuk just say thank you very much. I will take that position. But Caruana is holding off. Look at that pass though. Stolchuk, he knows if he wants to get around Caruana, he's really going to have to work for it.
Yeah, now that we're back in the traffic, I can bring up one of my favorite discussions to raise, a game of lap traffic chicken, as there was contact. Satellite Racing Team on the 465 car spun around. That was off through turn number 2, contact with the Cup class driver trying to get around them. With all these classes converging in on one another, you're going to see the red mist descend. That's a VGTR esports effort. That was heading off through turn number 14 when that contact was made, spinning them around. Undercut, meanwhile, after that penalty a bit earlier on, trying to cut their way through the traffic. Was able to get that move done all through 4, but spins on exit. Maybe the wet curb on the inside had a bit of a factor in deciding how that battle and that moment worked out for him. But no, as we get farther along with this lap traffic, you're going to see these racers play the game of lap traffic chicken. Drivers in the LMP3 category going to go for more and more outrageous moves. Even in the Cup class, going to go for some more and more outrageous and daring moves before it boils over. That was Delta V sent off to a spin in a 3-car sandwich, and a bad rejoin going to take out that Mercedes in the process. Race Control will not like that one bit.
No, they're actually in the pits right now, Carwa, with the damage, and we'll see how long that he is into the pits with that, as it's just, oh man, just Nomad, nowhere to go. So just rough day for them already as they are trying to survive these 4 hours. Sometimes it's easier said than done, and Karawa still getting repairs. So I have a feeling that he's going to be in the pits for quite some time. Now we're starting to see the LMP3s dive into the pits for their compulsory first pit stop. That's Roseboro. What could have been for him early on, now they've got to go on an altered strategy to try and stay up front. Mobin Khan also in the pits as well. Would not be surprised to see the Deltras team come in the next couple of laps.
And do want to quickly touch on some penalties that have been levied out to some teams. A 499 in sport class has picked up a 5-second penalty for minor incident responsibility. The same sort of verbiage to describe a moment with the 432 car. They've picked up a 10-second penalty, and we saw that moment with the 11 and the 456. That is currently under review, along with another handful of incidents. Of course, we'll be able to keep tabs on that as we go farther along and complete the first hour of this race in just about 8 minutes time. Now, I said before we got this race up and rolling that this was going to be a trend-setting hour, and I think the trend has been set. This is maybe going to be even more of a challenge than the Bend last time out, which is really saying something considering that track nearly 5 miles long, about 35 turns thrown in the midst, a track that nobody is really familiar with. I hadn't heard of it until it got brought on to iRacing, which is saying something because I usually like to keep tabs with all sorts of racetracks. I know way too much about racetrack history for my own sakes, but no, the fact that this race, even though this track has been on iRacing for quite some time, it has proved to be such a difficult test of drivers in all three of our classes.
I'm a huge fan of supercars, so I heard rumblings about the Bend years ago, and then once it got put into service in the supercars schedule, it was an interesting track. And now that it's in iRacing, it makes life a little bit more interesting for some of these for some of these teams in these series, as we're starting to see core sim racing into the pits. One of the 8 Deltras Automotive LMP3s in the pits. So your leader, still only 88, Thomas Imborg. He is out. Mark Pollock is in the pit. So this is an LMP3 pit challenge, as I saw at least 1 or 2 sportsman drivers in and out.
Yeah, so LMP3 breaking through and getting into that pit window. Only a matter of time before your race leaders, the Deltras Automotive by PC Design 88 efforts, will come down pit lane. Wondering when exactly we'll see some driver swaps as well. Thomas Imborg still behind the wheel of that race car. Not sure if we have seen any driver swaps in the P3s, albeit I have the memory of a goldfish, so that could be very much so inaccurate. But with the 88 out there on the racetrack, I wonder how Deltras is going to tackle all this. They've now come down pit lane, but the team that won the last round of the championship, will they try and go for all that glory here? They may be going to do a little bit of teamsmanship to at least assure a 1-2 with the 8 car right in tow.
And of course, the early damages by some of these drivers really has helped Deltras really open that up Brockway on the circuit. I don't know if, I can't remember, because I know we're having some issues with our timing as well. If you've seen if Brockway's pitted, I mean, I doubt that he has. Let's see if he does. Yeah, he's going to come in and pit now. So that 40-second penalty will have to be answered this time. Oh, closes in on that GT3 car and now hits the penalty marker for 40 long seconds.
It's actually a 20-second penalty, but still gonna sting nonetheless, just sting half as much. Now, it's still gonna be a big kick in the shins for him. Had to come down pit lane eventually. And, we talked about the challenge of the pit entry and just saw another worry about it because it is so unbelievably narrow. Let's just say you're an LMP3 and you're stuck behind either a sport class car or most certainly a cup car. The cup cars are the biggest out there on the racetrack when it comes to size. So if you're a P3 running right behind a cup car, as much as the cup cars actually have a little bit more oomph heading down the straightaways I've seen in the past. I believe it was last season at Portimao, they're actually getting higher straight line speeds than the P3 competitors were. It is still a big difference in terms of braking performance. Those small little LMP3s that are basically small, tiny little gnats flying around a apple that just got cut on a cutting board and left behind for an hour and a half. Meanwhile, the cup cars, they're a fully formed dragonfly. That gnat, it can move around a lot quicker than those cup cars, so we'll have to to see how those pit stops get dealt with here, as we have had a swaparoo in the 88 car. Calvin May now behind the wheel of that effort, currently leading in P3 with a 1-2 of the Delatrez duo.
And now that the LMP3s have all come into the pits, Kalen May is your driver in the leading 88. Alexandre Delatrez has decided to stay in. Here's a replay of undercut and hitting that paint once again. And the back again, wanting to see what the front is looking at. Right in front of the Cup lead. And that's how Stolchek was able to get around and take the point. Oh, talk about a fortune.
That could have very easily ended in catastrophe. That big spin heading out of the turn as VGTR Esport with a spin off the turn that I don't think we've really mentioned thus far. Turn number 10. This track is flat, not a lot of elevation change to speak of. However, that turn, it feels like the flattest of them all. There are some turns on in the world of motorsports and certainly on iRacing that feel so unbelievably flat and for lack of a better term, featureless, and you don't really know exactly where you're going. It could very easily overcook it, especially with the bend in the road as they head their way off through the braking zone. I do want to touch on some penalty news here. This is rather big for the 456 team. There's been a penalty because they didn't serve the 5-second penalty they had earlier on correctly. They have now been given a stop and go. So that is going to be rather big for them. They have yet to come in to serve that penalty, but when they do that, it's going to drop them even farther back.
So penalties being handed out left and right. Oh, a little bit of contact. That was our early race leader in the Cup class. Oh, talk about a unfortunate turn of events for the 911 Project 91 racing team. And that is one of the dangers of having a pit entry that is right there by the exit of a corner.
Yeah, once again, talking about the pace differential of drivers coming out of the pits. Don't want to pick up a penalty, but you want to break away almost instantly. And turn 3 strikes once again. The sideways snap of the car on the inside. I believe that's a Lion GP effort, unless I'm very much mistaken. Having a half spin, checking up a little bit, sliding into the side of Caruana, who had nowhere to go but just go off the track. I mentioned this earlier on in the show, how in the first round of the championship of the Bend, the Cup category was all over the place, with many a racer running into difficulties, either self-inflicted difficulties or difficulties that they had no say in preventing. As we see a moment for the Corsim Racing, Carl Grossman behind the wheel of that effort in the 424 F1000 spin up through 4 and 5. The Cup category once again proving to be maybe the most topsy-turvy one in the entirety of this field.
For Joey Petrie, he was lucky that Matt Caruana was to the outside of him because he saved him from a full spin. But for Caruana, that's just not a good stint definer, as we see Jan Winter trying to close in for position in 4th place. It's Visceral Esports ahead of Carlar Esports down into turn 1. They're getting a little racy here, a little spicy. Don't want to get too nuts here. Is this section of quarters going to really catch somebody out? Oh, almost tried to look for a move on the outside. I thought there was going to be a little bit of contact there, but Jan Winter losing just a little bit of ground, so that battle for 4th races on to see another day.
You know, this has been a tough start for that Carlar Esports 960 effort. They won the last round of the championship at the Bend. Here, however, wasn't the best qualifying performance, hasn't been the best run in the race either. So we'll have to see how exactly they manage this race. Now, one thing that we do have to bring up in reference to that Cup class and how topsy-turvy it has been thus far, patience can be a huge benefit. So if that 960 car, even if they're not showing the pace and flexing the muscles right now, it doesn't matter. That pay window doesn't open up for another 3 hours, as we're about 10 seconds away from completing the first hour of this race here. It's been a hectic start. Certainly in that Cup category, it has been chaotic. So for Carlar Esports, if they want to get back-to-back victories, they don't need to worry about right now. They just need to keep it clean, keep it green, run out there on the racetrack and be in it to win it at the very end.
It's just a matter of dealing with traffic here, as we see Jan Winter trying to hold off an LMP3 car, but you really can't hold them off too much. Just a little bit of splash there as the Moradness LMP3 dives to the inside, gets around Winter safely, and now gonna have to go further forward. But with this pit stop, look at how much the Cup class has really gone topsy-turvy. You see undercut with another spin, this time in turn 3. Your early race leaders, Ron, they're at the back in the 7th and 8th right now with Team Checkmate and Impulse Racing 1 and 2.
Yeah, that is astonishing, and it shows how Oh, you can tell that was bad just based off the fact you sounded like you sat on a cold toilet seat there, Jeremy. The Pro Sports Sim Racing effort pulling out in front, that's probably going to be a penalty. Race Control will not like that unsafe rejoin one bit. I was waiting for it because I saw that car spun in a very precarious part of the racetrack. I was waiting for the shoe to drop, and when the shoe dropped, it hit me right on the top of my head.
Well, why can't it be both? Why can't I be sitting on, if I'm sitting on a toilet while I'm broadcasting? That is absolute talent. As the sport class still heats up between Course Sim Racing and Team Checkmate. These two have been the class of the field so far in this opening quarter of the race, as we are now under 3 hours left to go. But it's been the Cayman so far that has really been up front and dominating. And here we go, we got battle for the lead as Team Checkmate gets out in front with the Course Sim Racing losing a little bit of ground with the Cup car getting to the inside. And this is what I'm talking about. You can't use that faster traffic ahead of you. Checkmate decides to shut the front door on him.
Yeah, Checkmate trying to have a checkmate moment, but it's still not over. Look right behind. It's your leader in LMP3, the 88 car, right in tow, trying to dispatch of lap traffic as quickly and efficiently as possible. Splits the duo up at the current moment with a move heading off through turn number 14. We'll have to swoop around the outside of 15. That's a precarious situation, but thankfully both drivers decide to play ball. We're just going to raise, talking about that car, have had a swapperoo in that number 88 effort. We talked about feeling thrown to the wolves if you get in this car in a precarious part of the race. As much as the track conditions have evolved to the point where that isn't too big of a concern, it's still a little bit nerve-wracking if you get out there on the racetrack for the first time. Track conditions aren't ideal even now, certainly a lot better compared to what they once were, but they're not great. Having to deal with the lap traffic in a P3 as you're trying to either wake yourself up, jolt yourself back up into action to be behind the wheel of these race cars, that could be a big hip check to you.
Lynn Mose checking in on YouTube saying that was a, quote, fun race for us in the 456. They are in the pits as we speak, but it goes back to the sport class. We talk about LMP3, we talk about Cup and how you can use the slower traffic to try and get around whoever you're in front of. You can't do that here in the sport class for the most part. So you really got to use driver talent, driver skill to do that, as we saw a little bit of a slide for the 488 there. And that's going to lose just a little bit of ground. But then again, you see back there, that noise, that's not the Jaws, that's an LMP3 lurking. It wants to attack. It wants to feast on two Porsche Caymans as, we got undercut again. Let's see, a spin in one. Nope, a spin in two. Yeah, no, spin in one, actually. Undercut having a rough go of it here in this second hour of the race.
I think we'll call that a spin off through 1.5 in the small little section between 1 and 2. Quick little weight transfer as you head your way off through there can be rather nerve-wracking if you are behind the wheel of any race car, certainly a P3. I compared it to the Radical SR10 a bit earlier on. I feel like there was a lot of truth said in just with that comparison. That car does not like heavy weight transfers, and that's pretty much what you have to do, adding off through the first series of corners to start this lap. So the P3, not going to enjoy that. It has been a very rough go of things for that number 9 effort. Had the 40-second penalty before they even got into the race. That was for a qualifying infraction, so things did not start off on a great note for them, and things continue to turn for the worse. We'll see what they can do, but things not looking good for them at the present moment.
Still plenty of time left to go in this race. Look at the gap, though, in the Cup class. 38.7 seconds. We're talking about that earlier on, and, man, Checkmate. You have to say it is a checkmate. Well, maybe if he doesn't hit any LMP3s, it'll be a checkmate for him. But Rybacek with a commanding lead here, trying to work his way through traffic, let some LMP3s through. So lot of slicing and dicing here for your cup leader. The 997 looking nice and racy. Have a couple more, at least one more LMP3 there near the back. But this is what we're talking about. This is the point in the race where, you know, the drivers in the cup class have to really balance, have one eye on the mirror, one eye straight ahead, because it could all go wrong in a heartbeat, as we've seen through the replays.
Yes, so quickly can your race just go from fantastic to spectacularly poor. It's a lot of the time, it's not even in your hands either. It can be a simple little mistake from a driver in front of you. We saw with Matt Carrara as he came out of the pits. It wasn't even a moment for him. He was just trying to get around a sport car. There's another competitor in that cup class that has sideways snap at the worst possible time. Two of our drivers, I believe it is your front row, for this cup class, have both run into trouble. Phil Dinez in that BS competition car run into trouble earlier on. Saw that moment with Matt Carrara, who started this race in second. How quickly the fortunes can turn.
Oh, there's still plenty of racing left to go too, so anything can happen. You know, was this a strategy call by the Caruana team? You know, is this, you know, something that they thought of early on? You know, who knows? But then again, they didn't plan on ending up in some sort of contact with one of their fellow class members. More notices have been posted to the board. An unsafe rejoin for car number 11. They are going to be slapped with a 40-second time penalty.
Yes, I think race control has probably been the busiest out of anybody thus far at lots of different points of drama. And I will say that I'm noticing a bit of a trend. I think most of the moments have really just been in lap traffic encounters. We talked about the lap traffic dilemma, how troublesome it would be for drivers in all three of our classes, whether it be the top class LMP3 racers, whether it be those Mahusiv cup cars, or whether it be the sport category, which is, I would say, of all the cars to be in when it comes to lap traffic, I would envy the position of the sports drivers the least, because they have the least to work with, frankly. You know, the cup cars, they've got the speed, they've got rather huge brakes. The LMP3s, they are light, nimble, and agile prototype cars, so they can side their way through the running order and just do maneuvers that the other two classes simply cannot. The sport drivers, they're just kind of there. They don't really have too much that they can do to really benefit themselves when it comes to lap traffic. They're pretty much just there waiting for it to hit. It's basically, if you're hanging out with your best friend for a day and your best friend said, okay, quick little heads up, I got a taser off the black market, and at some point today, if we're hanging out, I'm gonna hit you with the taser, but I'm not going to tell you when.
But you know, here's the thing. Some idiot's gonna be like, okay, that sounds like a great idea. Let's do it.
Yeah. I think that's actually how Steve-O and Johnny Knoxville met, come to think of it. But yeah, we'll leave that sidecar back into the pits. In the meantime, though, Robacek holding on to that top spot in the cup category. I'm still waiting for some more twists and turns in this cup class, because I mentioned it about the race at the Bend. It was a very hard class to keep tabs on. I still think that is going to ring true. It is a spec category, much like the P3s, but unlike the P3s, this class is a bit more wacky, I would probably say. I think part of the reason why that is the case is because all 10 cars running there are no teammates, so it's pretty much just an all-out fist fight between everybody.
That's a good old German brawl there as we see our leader come into the pits. I think that's going to be the first pit stop for the 997 as Rybacek comes in, the Team Checkmate Axis project with a K, into the pits. We'll see if a driver change happens. But now May having to hold off the team manager as they're coming across some slower traffic. That big lead that May built up has gone the wayside. Deltraz looking to the inside, not going to make it happen. Too far away, and that just goes to show you how these faster classes, they can just turn on their head within seconds.
I said this a bit earlier on, I'll say it once again. At one point, you could be feeling fantastic. Other times, you're going to be feeling horrendous. And you can never really tell what it's going to be with these top two. I wonder what the battling is going to be like. Of course, you know, whenever you have two team cars battling for the top spot early on in a race, you got to exercise some caution. But the team manager right in tow, oh, he's got to let him by. There we go. So that's a swapperoo. Galen May behind the wheel of that 88 car, just going to say, you know what? I'm going to give you this spot. I mentioned this a bit earlier on about how these two are maybe going to cut it throughout this race, whether they're going to try and work together. Teamwork can make the dream work in an endurance race. I think that's what they're trying to do. As much as that 88 car started the season off with a win, the 8 car didn't have the best show at the bend. So I think presently this team is just looking to try and bag a 1-2.
Well, and that's what you need to do. You know, get out there, run team orders. Don't be too obvious about it, and get out there and go up front. That's one thing that Ferrari got wrong in the 2000s, is they were just blatant with their team orders, and that's why everybody frowns upon them right now. And oh, that was an interesting dive there on the Cup car, and so see how much longer Deltras hold that lead if he gives it back to May. But now things are going to get just a little bit busier as Haikon Ida Lindmo comes into the pits. Good to see Lindmo out there as the Go Esports Cayman goes off course for some agricultural experience. Nomad, oh, I don't want to see what happens. They've been having nothing but problems today, and that back end's like, hey, what's that look like? Right into the gravel.
An adventurous rear end of a race car. That does not sound like something that I would want on any race car that I am driving. It's just, oh, that gravel trap looks quite interesting. Whoop, around you go. So that, yeah, it's been a rough go of things. They had the stop and go penalty a little bit earlier on. I'm going to take a look to see whether or not that has been served for them. They had a rule violation a bit earlier on, and things have gone sour for them since. They have yet to come in to serve that penalty. There's also been a penalty for the 996 in the Cup category. That's a 5-second penalty, so nothing too major to worry about there. But race control has certainly been busy throughout this race already. Lots of drama going on out there on the racetrack. Still a lot of racing left to go, but everybody learning the ropes here at Misano with, I can't even say it's a trial by fire. I think the term trial by firing squad would probably be a bit more apropos.
Well, I mean, there's not really that much fire because it's still pretty cool. So I would say trial by maybe lake, I don't know, canoe. I just don't know here. Yeah, that's a probably good one. Yeah. A nice little battle for position here in sport. 16th place between the Enosis Esports all-black Mustang and the Orion Race Team Porsche. Of course, also seen some GT3 traffic work their way around the inside. And it's that delicate balance, Ron, of, okay, I need to go for this pass, but at the same time, I don't want to have that hole close up on me.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mentioned the game of lap traffic chicken. It goes for all three of our classes. The sport drivers can sometimes, it takes two to tango when it comes to a lap traffic encounter. It takes the car getting lapped and the car trying to do the lapping to make sure it can be done clean. It's more so something that applies to the P3s and the Cup drivers, trying to go for what some could maybe describe as a bonsai overtake, trying to go for the move that really is not on, maybe trying to go for a 2-for-1 deal like the Deltras duo, following each other in through the lap traffic. Pretty much the driver in front, the 8 picking the hole, and the 88 following in suit. A little bit like tandem drafting in an odd sense, but regardless, those top class runners, when they go for the moves, and if they're in a side-by-side battle and they see the driver that they're around go for a gutsy move, they're going to be forced to really do that just so they can keep tabs. And when you get that, it's just a snowballing effect. You start off the race, everybody taking it a little bit easy, and then when one driver pushes the limit, another's going to follow, and then another, and then you're going to see drivers going for some rather big lunges. I always bring that up because for my time, both broadcasting many multi-class sports car races, I've seen that in full effect. I've even seen it in my time doing some race control work as well.
Yeah, I'm the last person who should be doing race control. Lindmo back in and out of the pits after earlier pit stop. Let's see if he had some sort of slap on the wrist, had to come in and do a pass through. I'm not seeing anything. Car 419 will have to come in for a 60-second stop and hold unsafe rejoin. So the 419 with a little bit of an issue. Minor incident responsibility for car 996. So the Lion GP fencer gets hit with a little bit of a naughty, and warning for car 62 for minor incident responsibility.
Yeah, so the penalty's still going on. I'm looking at this racetrack, and I can say that the sun is finally peeking through. This is the first time that we have seen sunlight reflecting off this racetrack in quite some time. The ambient temperature still remaining about the same at 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temperature is just about the same that we started off with 73 degrees Fahrenheit. The track's still marked off as mostly dry, but I think outside of a couple of puddles every now and then, this racetrack is as close as we can get to dry as we can. And with that going on, with the track conditions improving, we're going to start to see a racing line begin to form. We can already see it in some parts of the racetrack, as here was a moment with the undercut team number 9. It has been a torrid afternoon for that team as they go for a spin. That's off through turn 10.
This is going to be one team that's going to be happy to see the checker flag in just a couple of hours' time. And, man, I've got to say this. It has been absolutely intriguing to see some of these drivers make their way, through the field. Others who are just trying to figure out some sort of handling issue. And I think that's why Haikon Idolimo's back in the pits in that Mercedes. Again, that's the one that we've been seeing just do the spin cycle throughout most of the past hour and a half. So they're trying. Looks like they're trying to shake down some sort of issue there with that Mercedes.
And as the conditions continue to improve out there on the racetrack, don't tell me there's been another moment with the 9. That's a sideways snap entering the second's last turn, and it just carries through. Oh, you got to feel bad for them. You put so much practice and so much effort into a effort like this, and then to have things. See, they're still running out there, so I can't say this fully and strongly just yet, but to have things more or less derail in the way that they have, it has been a hugely disappointing day behind the wheel. I do want to say, though, kind of breaking away from the racing somewhat, just a quick little bit of color from my own end. See, I feel bad kind of talking about this because I know, Jeremy, you're in the Midwest, so you have to deal with this a lot more than I have to here on the East Coast. We're about to get our first snow tonight here in the city of Philadelphia, and I am terrified to see how the roads are going to become overnight, because as much as the track conditions on the racetrack here in the sim are pretty bad, if anyone has ever been around the city of Philadelphia, you know what it's like whenever there's any sort of adverse weather. I think everybody all of a sudden completely forgets how to operate a motor.
I'm looking outside my studio window now, and it's actually snowing. I've got a light dusting on the roads, so it's absolutely interesting. Of course, the big story here is the bitter cold we're going to get as, Torque Freak racing with a little bit of a tap and not what he wanted to get around there. So the 461, nice little Paul Tracy Scandinavian flick. Team Nitro with some issues as well, just going into that corner too fast and a little off in contact with one of the sportsman cars. It's the VGTR. Came in almost makes more contact as they try and enter in safe. So we will see here. So that's what that's not the, we'll see what incident responsibility they get. But back to what I was saying, the big story here is bitterly cold. It's going to be in the single digits most of the day tomorrow. Wind chills in the -20s. Oh, by the way, there's a country market that's going to be outside south of me. That's still going to happen. And these people wonder why we call them country pumpkins down there. Look, if you're in the Midwest or really anywhere where it's going to be cold, either go out there and bundle up or stay home.
See, I feel like I have a bit of an advantage just down to the fact that I am a bit on the porkier end. I can deal with the cold weather a little bit better than most. I think I could probably deal with the cold weather better than pretty much everybody in my house, just down to the fact that I've been described by people in the past as being a human polar bear. I can go out there in below freezing temperature with just a jacket on, a long sleeve pants, and a long sleeve shirt, and be totally fine. Midwest cold, though, That seems like something that even I would begin to have my struggles with. I probably wouldn't be able to feel my my nose shortly thereafter. I do have an appreciation though for winter. For the longest time, there was a crew that would come to mow the lawn around my house. I nearly said in my house. If we have grass inside the house, I think there's some bigger problems going on there. However, mowing the lawn this past summer here in the city of Philadelphia, one time I had to do it. The heat index, I think, was 102 Fahrenheit, which is just awful. I have raced in hotter temperatures than that, and that was an even worse experience, but because that happened about a decade ago, I can't remember it. The wounds have yet to fully heal from me having to mow the lawn in 102-degree heat earlier on this summer. So tomorrow morning, when I have to shovel about 3 inches of snow, which compared to some people I know is pretty much just a light dusting, I am going to be happy about that compared to having to mow the lawn in 102-degree heat. So that's my 2 cents on. I much prefer the cold to the heat, as we see a moment with SimRC getting spun off through 2.
I've been told that I'm a heater, and I can't confirm because when I have to go in the office 3 days a week, I have to bring a little fan with me because the office is just a little too warm for my liking. And you know, those days where I forget the fan, I wonder why I'm so tired after I leave work, because we got to battle for 9th place in sport with the 56 racing team ahead of the WSR Esports 427, making their way just around the back part of the circuit. So, you know, case in point, right now we live in an older house, and downstairs it's cold. I'm up in the studio here, and I'm literally in shorts because heat rises, so that's always fun. Number 9 comes into the pits for their pit stop. Not sure if this is a planned pit stop or if this is just the second pit stop as Romain Dubert comes out. 42-second stop out of the 4:32, so we'll see how long that they can go out and do their thing. But this battle for 9th place kind of slowing down just a little bit. The two Mustangs closing in on one another around that final corner, and we're starting to see some of these drivers get a little bit more brave there as they're picking up some a little bit of puddles on the apex. So now the bravery is going to come into play.
Yeah, everybody gonna have to take a brave pill at this point of the race. With the track conditions evolving, you gotta start to push yourself more and more, whether you be in an LMP3, a Cup Class Porsche, or in the Sport GT4s. You're gonna find more grip out there, and if you just stay locked in your comfort zones, that's gonna be whack. That's a little bit tough, as that's gonna be a swaparoo in the P3s as a Cup car swaps ends. I'm trying to figure out exactly who that was. Was that one of our top running cars? Was that the Impulse 915? I think that may have been.
It had to have been. Yeah, I think that was the Impulse. Yeah, the lead. Yeah, it was, because there's a lead, because they are the leader right now. A little bit of contact between two teammates as now they work their way around. The two Solpec teammates swap positions.
Yeah, so as that was going on with that Cup car sliding off the track through turn number 10, the Solpec duo starting to squabble up. We saw some teammates squabbling in the P3 category with the two Delatrac cars swapping spots up towards the front of the field. They're still covered by just about nothing, 0.4 of a second, teetering around that 0.4 of a second barrier, but they kept it smooth. They had a swaparoo with lap traffic hang down the start-finish straightaway that looked rather cordial and kind. Here, however, it looks like these two drivers breaking out the bare-knuckle fist. It has not been the start that the Solpec duo may have had in mind, with drama involving the 92 right towards the drop of the green flag. They're currently holding on to the final 2 spots inside the top 5, running effectively in no man's land, however, in class. But keep in mind, there is a driver right in tow that may be able to reel them in sooner rather than later. So as that Solpec duo continue to squabble up, keep on out of the 48, the Team Husingveld car, they're not too far behind. So that could very well develop into a 3-car battle for the final 2 spots inside the top 5 of P3.
Ultras still 1 and 2 as it seems like once again Echelon just getting involved with that race battle, but this time no swapping of position. The VGTR came in trying to let the LMP3s by as well as they work their way through the sport traffic. If you're just joining us after the issues that we had early on, Deltras has worked their way to a 1-2 finish. We've only had one safety car throughout the race. Cup has been turned on its head from the first pit stops. Impulse Racing leads Delta Sport as your earlier race leaders. They're further back in the pack with Project 91, as you saw back there, battling CSM by BS Hybrid. One car out, and that is the PT Autosport Sim to Real team, and of course Nomad now out as well. Hycon Ida Limo deciding to just go ahead and retire the car. Team Checkmate Spark Services has been trying to hold off Core Sim Racing. They had a great pass there that we saw about a half hour ago, and now they are fully in the sport lead. So your closest battle for the lead are the two Deltras LMP3s. There's Mobincom, one of your early front runners, running in 6th place, trying to work their way around lap traffic. But so far, so good. It's been a decent race here at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. My name's Jeremy Scott. Ramos alongside Ramiro Augustine Cisneros is the one who's trying to piece it all together, whether it's with a little bit of wire, a little bit of duct tape, and I think the hoisting phone's going to need some duct tape for the nose of that LMP3.
Yeah, probably a hole punched in it as he hit the inside concrete barrier coming out of the final turn. Talk about the battle that was maybe going to go on there for the final 2 spots inside the top 5 in P3. That is now developed into a different direction with that moment for the Husingveld car. It's now Momin Khan running in 6th in that satellite effort. They had some drama a bit earlier on in this race, but still running in a good spot. However, the gap has definitely ballooned out as a result of that Team Husingveld moment. It's now about 10 seconds between your P6 runner in P3. Momin Khan still behind the wheel of that satellite racing effort, and the Solpec number 60 car that's currently being driven by Oleg Lovkov. So still waiting to see the next round of pit stops and how it's all going to work out. With the drama in the early stages, though, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the pit stops in all of our classes are going to be a bit broken up. I think everybody is going to be running a different strategy call.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing what kind of strategy calls we have throughout the race. Look at that, though. Project 91 Racing with Matt Caruana sitting there in 7th place. That is not a position you see him or anyone there, but Carlar and Visceral Esports have been able to climb up through the pack. Now, you're wondering, why is Caruana so far back? Well, after the first pit stop, he came on pit out and was essentially hip-checked right there in turn 3 into the gravel, so one has to wonder if that number 911 is experiencing some sort of mechanical issues. As we see your leader in the sport class, it's Team Checkmate Spark Services, Conrad Zirpek with a commanding 3.2 second lead. But look at Scherer Esport and Grow Racing Team. They're both up 14 spots from their grid position earlier on in the race.
So talk about scything your way through the field. 14 spots gained for Scherer Esports in the 416, 11 spots gained for the 56 Racing Team in the 405 car, currently slotted in 9th. 14 spots gained as well for Grow Racing Team, slotted in lucky number P13 in the 489. So talk about getting off to a good start here. Holy cow, that is going to set themselves up quite well as we get closer and closer to the halfway mark. I always bring this up when it comes to endurance races that I'm broadcasting and covering. Doesn't matter where it is or what kind of cars are racing, that halfway mark is always vital. It's the checkpoint for everybody. Doesn't matter what sort of strategy you're running, everybody wants to make it to that halfway mark.
And still a half hour to get to the halfway mark, and that's kind of where the light at the end of the tunnel is. And trust me, we hope that it's not a freight train coming at us at full speed. But nonetheless, Team Checkmate opening up the gap as big as they can. Here's Delta V Racing by Key Shop, as we'll see what happens here. Oh no, sorry. Oh, that's a massive hit as undercut 3 laps down. So many problems. They'll have to go take a tow. Delta V Racing by Key Shop into the pits as well. So effectively, their race is over. God, it's just bad luck out of the undercut number 9.
Zaz actually brought out the yellow for the second time in this race. We are under full course yellow. Male Gain behind the wheel of that undercut effort, trying to hold the brakes to trying to get out of the way. You can see him spinning up the wheels, but he realized that the damage had already been done. That was a sledgehammer shot. That Mustang nearly vaulted over that LMP3 like a monster truck as they headed their way out of the turn. That was coming out of turn number 8 when that coming together took place. Let's follow it with the Delta V car's perspective. There's a spinning out on P3. Smoke and chaos, nothing he could have done. Contact is made. I wonder if that will just about end it for the number 9, because, I mean, they were still running out there. I wonder if they'll be able to get that car repaired, but even if they can, it may be worth it, honestly, just to park it, because things have gone so sour for them.
The safety car is coming out as we are under full course yellow conditions. The undercut now into the pits, limped its way in, I believe. Eric Grove for the 427 is into the pits as well. So we'll see what happens here. But man, if you're in the Delta, either the 8 or the 88, Ron, it seems like anything you do is you can easily stay out front.
Yeah, so now with the yellow, I feel like this is an inopportune yellow as well. So this is going to throw a bit of a wrench in the works. We'll have to see how the pit stops arise, how everybody's going to run this. I wonder if anybody is going to try and alter their strategy as a result of this yellow flag as well. A reminder to those tuning into this broadcast here, after the connection and technical difficulties that we had a bit earlier on, there was a yellow in that period. So this is a second full course yellow of this race here at Misano, and it comes as a result of a pretty big coming together. We'll have to see what race control makes of that. Still hearing about some penalties. More importantly, a penalty for Phil Dendez. I'm not sure if we mentioned this a bit earlier on, but the driver of the 498, it's the 989 car in that cup class, Phil Dendez. After starting this race from the pole, he's picked up a 5-second penalty as we take a look at that sledgehammer shot between the 417 and the 9. Oh my, oh my.
That, I was thinking, well, I'm kind of surprised it hasn't turned into a full course yellow yet, but yeah, that was definitely safety car worthy, as we'll bunch the field up once again. And just work our way around. So we'll start to see some waiver rounds come into play, as well as the sport class works their way to the inside, and they will separate till we have all the classes all together. So sports gets the waiver round, then we'll see the cup class get the waiver round here shortly. So a little bit of a longer yellow, but nonetheless, it gives teams time to reset and get ready for the third stanza of the race.
And it'll set ourselves up for a quick little dash to that halfway mark. I mentioned the halfway mark and how important it is. There are some points that are awarded at the halfway mark too, so we're gonna have to keep that in mind come time for the next 27 minutes and 50 seconds. Everybody gotta try and get a little bit of advantage out of it. You know, it's kind of like the stages in NASCAR, except it's a lot less gimmicky here in this series, unlike the NASCAR stages, which that could be a whole another 15-minute long rant for me. But I do like the fact that points are awarded at the halfway mark. Give these teams a mark to hit, and also gives them a little bit, it gives them a small sense of reprieve in case there may be a little bit of drama that may break out between now and the very end. If they do find themselves in a race-ending situation, they can rest slightly more comfortably, knowing fully well that it wasn't a truly worthless day in the cockpit.
Delta Automotive by Majors Garage, your overall leader. The 8's been out front for a little bit of the race. The 88's the one that had an out. Matt Caruana coming back out, so he'll go for a third stint, I should say. He will triple stint at 911, so we'll see him come into next time he comes in. That's going to be it. Remember, there also is drive limit here, as I try and pull that up. Go into the driver's briefing here. Don't you love when, you know, you pull something up and it's like, oh, okay. The driver, let's see here. Let's go into the safety car. Restart, start line. A lot of neat information here in this this driver's briefing, but each driver has a maximum time limit. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes. So I believe this is going to be the last time that we'll see Caruana in the car for this race. And interesting to note, too, the forecast, expected cloud cover, 4 to 70% chance, and we are starting to see that daylight come out. It's still very windy here, 29 kilometers an hour, 19 degrees Celsius, your ambient temperature, 22 trackside, but yeah, it is humid. That is why we have problems getting rid of the haze, trying to dry this track off, because there's so much moisture in the air. It just makes life difficult.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give maybe a unsolicited opinion here. Days where it's a little bit cooler, but it's just horrifically humid, were always just the absolute worst. I remember when I was in middle school, I returned home and there was a package on the doorstep that I had to slide up the stairs. It was a mattress that I had gotten, and it came in well, it was in a box, and then actually no, it wasn't in a box. Actually, it was in it was a rubber container. So it was this sort of like tube that the mattress came up, and it's one of those where you just take it out of the tube, puncture the plastic that's wrapped up into, and there you go, you're done. It was a humid day when I came back home, so trying to slide that up a flight of stairs was just about the closest I've ever come to giving myself another hernia. So I can't recommend that. Humid days where it's a little bit chilly are not ideal, as we see a vast majority of the field now coming down pit lane to do yet another stop. May see a driver swap for the 8. We'll see some driver swaps for some drivers a little bit farther in the back as well.
The LMP3 class coming in, Cup class coming in, Sport class as well. So we'll see. Oh, that almost is a close contact here between one of the Mercedes, as everybody deciding to use the safety car period as kind of a free pit stop, to say the least. So what you see on the timing tower, yeah, that's not going to really bode well for these for the position, so we'll wait for everybody to get in and out. Though it looks like Team Checkmate, Axis Project, and Project 91 Racing, they stay out. Of course, we saw Caruana in the pit. I'm not sure if he got in after actually I did get in after once the pits open, so Caruana deciding to answer that call. It's gonna be a race off pit road here for a lot of these drivers, as the looks like the Solpec team getting out front.
Yes, so Solpec certainly able to jump in front and hold on to that spot in front of Moban Khan. I believe the Delatri duo that came down pit lane, they're already out and away, so no worries there. Meanwhile, you can see the rest of the interclass mingling. I think at this point as well, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. And so that's a side-by-side battle out of the pits. I wonder who's going to have to yield in that situation. Talked about how narrow the pit exit is a little bit earlier on. Can't really go side-by-side on exits, because as long as you don't ghost through a car, you're going to have to back out of it, because if not, you're probably going to see a log jam stack up as they head their way out of the pits.
So we'll get the field bunched up once again. Yeah, you don't want a logjam stack up out of the pits, as pit lane empty, as you're watching the Delta V Racing LMP3. Around as Ben Carwa is behind the wheel. And I have a feeling that we're probably going to have to do more wave rounds to get the LMP3s up there, because it looks like there's some sport drivers who did not pit. Looks like the WSR Esports number 427 is your leader in that class. And we'll wait to see what Race Control does here. Gotta take a look, see if there's any messages from Race Control that we may or may not have missed. Let's see. No, nothing. I know there was asking about waiver rounds. The NICAR coming out and saying, sorry, our car was broken from the start.
Yeah, it's been a rough go of things for that number 9 team. Ever since the drop of the green flag, things have been going sour for them. Had that penalties to start off with, and now with major damage, they're going to be down in pit lane for quite some time. Still waiting to get the other field fully sorted out here under the second yellow of the race. 2 hours and 21 minutes, more or less, left on the clock. So, we're now actually finding ourselves in an interesting stage of the race. I always talk about the middle portion, the middle 2 hours of these 4-hour-long races. It's usually the time where there's so many different split calls as to what to do. Some teams may be thinking a bit more aggressively, trying to maximize their run. It's like the overnight portion of a 24-hour-long race. You have different strategies of some teams deciding to run it at 10-10s, others just trying to take it easy and keep it clean throughout the mid portion, and I think we are seeing that get put on full display, even with the pit calls from everybody. Malik Polic behind the wheel of that number 1 car, holding on to the race lead as just about everybody else in class, more or less, have come down pit lane.
Well, you know what I call it? I call it junk time, because you get out there and that's when you either try new things or you take, you do take it easier. So we'll see what happens in this junk time as Karawa goes back into the pits in the number 11, sitting there in 10th place in class. It's just been an interesting race, to say the least. There hasn't been much action, but already 2 full course yellows here in this 4-hour race, the RDoks 4-hour of Misano here on RaceSpotTV. We'll see what this core Autosport LMP3 can do here from the lead, because you've got the 2 Deltras LMP3s who really have been the class of the field. Oh, look who's in 8th place. It's Daniel Morad. If you missed earlier on, Morad announced on social media that he has not re-signed with Mercedes-Benz. He will be moving on, but he has an announcement that will happen later on. So we'll see if he's going to continue in SRO, if he's going to move to IMSA or another sports car series. We'll see what the Canadian can do here from the, I believe I saw he was in 8th place. Yeah, from the 8th place, that number 70. That's going to be interesting to see him work his way up through the field.
Yeah, that is going to be very fascinating to see what he can do. That car got off to a bit of a rough start, had the penalty that had to be served, had some damage on the front end of that race car as well, but looking to bring it back from the brink. And we'll actually say as well, on the side, that makes it sound like I drive an ice cream truck. On the side from my broadcasting, I make videos about racing history. I'm not going to give out the channel name because I always swore that I wouldn't use broadcasting as a means of self-promotion. But I was writing a video not too long ago talking about every champion of the Formula BMW Americas series. So very brief in the grander scheme of motorsports. That series wasn't around for too long, but Daniel Morad was actually a champion of it in, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, it was the second to last season. Actually, no, I'm looking for it now. It was the third to last season in 2007. The champion before him was his old junior racing rival Robert Wickens, and then the champion afterwards was Alexander Rossi, future Indy 500 champion. So I was actually looking through. I'm not sure, because it isn't talked about too much. It's mainly just when you think about Daniel Morad, you think about his sim racing adventures. That man had such a wild ride in racing in real life. Had lots of stuff going on, from various foreign investors getting him to race for Team Lebanon and A1GP. There's so many interesting stories surrounding his real-life racing career that I didn't know for the longest time until I started working on that project on the side. But man, oh man, talk about one heck of a story in the sim racing and real-life racing world. Daniel Morad, from setback after setback as he tried to get into the world of motorsports, being a 2-time Daytona 500, Daytona 24 winner. That'd be a storyline if Daniel Morad raced the 500. But nice to see him out here on the racetrack. We'll see what he can do behind the wheel of that 70 car as we brace ourselves for what's probably going to be a very hectic restart.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty hectic restart. We're waiting to see what happens when the safety car crosses the safety car timing line, as we're just waiting for the field to work their way around. Still some sorting to go out for, but that's an interesting story. I forgot that he did run for Team Lebanon. I can remember that he ran Lebanon. I'm sorry, my Midwestern's coming out of me. I do remember him running Formula BMW. I remember Wickens. Wickens running Formula BMW. That whole story between Morad, Wickens, and Rossi running FBMW and their different paths, absolutely interesting. Because I'm even old enough to remember Wickens racing for Team Red Bull in the Atlantic Championship. That's going back a ways too. So I'm kind of dating myself here just a little bit, as that was run by, was that the Forsyth Racing? Yeah, I think Forsyth. Yeah, Forsyth ran that. But another story that another rabbit hole you may want to think about going down is go down into the Star Works racing rabbit hole. That was interesting. Star
Works Racing, Roger. There's some fascinating racing rabbit holes that I have delved deep into in my my own YouTube adventures, misadventures, whatever you want to call them. And some of the storylines that come out of that era of junior formula open wheel racing, just from, I'll probably say like the like we'll say 1995 all the way through until the mid to late 2010s, there was so much strangeness to come out of that. In that period of time, we've had 2 different Formula 2 series, because they had a Formula 2 that ran from 2009 to 2012. Lots of weird storylines to come out of that, but I think we'll have a bit more time to talk about that. In the meantime, though, Jeremy, we're about to get this race back up and rolling, 15 minutes shy of the halfway mark of the second round of the IVRA Clubsport Series here at Misano. Been a hectic race. We got a shuffled up field in the LMP3s with a new race leader. Let's see how this restart goes.
I have a feeling the Core Sim Racing is going to have to hold off the Delatraz teammates as they work their way slowly off of the final corner. It'll be their restart to call, and look at that, an early jump. Green flag is back underway as we see the Core Sim Racing #1 with the early advantage as the field is single file. You also see the Sport class working their way around onto the circuit. GT3 looking pretty good. That's the Cup class with the 992.1s, not the .2s that we see out there. The .1s are the 992s that we see as a battle for position between Impulse and Team Checkmate. Checkmate has the lead. Impulse going to sit there and think, better over with a spinner, while the Delatraz. Oh, the 8 is spun. Alexandre Delatraz with a spin there in turn number 4 going through. And what a change of events, as now they're going to have to work their way through the field.
Your 1-point leader now down in 8th. That is a disaster, a series of events for them. Let's take a look at this. Oh, the one car went off a little bit. They maybe tried to check up in the process and had to go through that awkward bend in the road through turns number 4 and 5. You can't really check up. Doubly so in these P3s where the weight transfer is always a bit on the sketchy end. That's exactly what happened. Had to check up a little bit, lost it through the turn. Around he's got to go. Now finding himself in the midst of Cup traffic, trying to side his way through the field to catch back up to his LMP3 foes. That's going to give Morad a spot right off the back, so he's now up into 7th in that number 70 car, but you've got a hard charging Delatraz behind the wheel of that number 8 car. He's got to try and cut his way through the fields. We take a look at an aerial shot to see what happened. There was one going off, and that nearly resulted in both cars piling in. Very lucky that that number 8 car was able to rejoin the racetrack without any further incidents.
Well, good defensive move by Kaylin May, and now May's going to have to hold off the Solpeck twins here as we see a battle for the lead in Cup heating up between the Team Checkmate once again and Impulse Racing. Impulse just a little bit further behind, but now they've got to deal with Delatraz in the number 8, trying to get around there so they can catch up to the back of the LMP3 class. And of course, because of that spin, that gave Core Sim Racing a chance to open up a little bit bigger gap. That 2-second gap now down to 0.8 of a second, and they're not letting anything they're not letting the LMP3 go, but now it's going to get through one and through both of them. So now Delatraz has the mission ahead of him. Catch up to the back of the LMP3 traffic and try and get some sort of position for the next pit stop to at least defend. Jorge Felipe Diaz into the pits in the Sport class, but man, what a turn of events.
Oh, how the turns table. That's exactly what happened there. We were expecting, okay, it's probably going to be Delatraz trying to jump their way up into that spot. We weren't really expecting that. Can you really expect that on restart, though? We certainly weren't. That shows you how quickly things can change in the blink of an eye in an endurance race. Thankfully for them, they still have about 2 hours left to go. But for that 18th, that finished 5th last time out at the bend, this is a big setback for them. So we'll see how exactly they can rebound, how exactly they can bounce back. We were expecting it to really just be a Delatraz controlled race based off how things were looking throughout the last stint of the race when they were holding on to comfortable margins. Now, however, it's broken up. The duo has been broken up, and now I got to figure out how things are going to work out with that 88. They no longer have their rear gunner and the teammate car right around them, so that safety net has been yanked out from under them.
Yeah, it really has, because now you've got two Soul Pet cars behind, so now they've got to formulate some sort of strategy to really swallow up that Delatrath car. Of course, also you got to stop and figure this 88 is going for 2 in a row. You're watching your earlier race leader in Sport, Conrad Zierbeck, in the third spot, but sitting behind Ben Langford in the 412. I think once it gets around Langford, it's going to be game on between he and Mike Dan for the battle for the lead in the Sport class, as lots going on here in this race, as we see a little bit of flashing of the lights, but really that's more of a distraction. Here comes Zierbeck to the position, gets it for now, but how long does he keep it?
So it is still a side-by-side battle as they head their way out of 9 into turn number 10. They single file out, but it is still close between these two drivers. Mike Dam gonna say thank you very much. I'll take this as a good opportunity to just drive off into the sunset. Mike Dam, a very talented racer. I've got an opportunity to cover him both as a commentator and race control as well. I believe I've even produced some races that he's been a part of. Very quick racer. Seen him excel in GT4 machinery, GT3s. Also seen him run very well in Ferrari Challenge equipment as well, both on ovals and road courses. So Mike Dam, a competitive racer for sure. We'll see what that's able to do. Certainly a lot of talent in that effort. I'll quickly run through some of the drivers in that car if I can pull it up here and get the entrance. It's him and Leo Dragata behind the wheel. Now, Jeremy, I'm not sure if you've gotten the opportunity to cover a race with Leo Dragata. Very talented kid behind the wheel of that car. So he'll be hopping into that sooner rather than later once Mike Dam yields the keys, hands the keys of that 444 effort over to Leo. We'll have a different driver, a different philosophy, and a very young racer behind the wheel of that car looking to impress.
Fun to watch as we see once again the Cup class tighten up once again. Rybacek with the lead, Stolchek with second place. He wants it, and of course look at that battle back there for fourth as well between Hammerstedt and Caruana. So Caruana quickly climbing his way up through the pack, goes to the inside. That's fourth place. So Caruana, he has one spot notch, trying to get up back to that fourth spot. He's going to close in on Phil Dinez, and that's going to be a fun battle between the two of them as Hendrik Augustine comes into the pits from ninth place in class. But I've got to say this, Hammerstedt is not letting Caruana get away with it too easily.
Yeah, considering the restart isn't too far in these drivers' rearview mirror, you gotta just keep with it. You don't want to throw too much caution to the wind at this point. Just stay with your competitors, keep them honest, and you could be golden. It has been up and down race for that 9/11 effort. We talked about this a bit earlier on, how quickly things can change. Your P3 and P4 runners in that Cup category were your front row sitters, as Visceral Esports gonna go for the dive off through turn number 1, gonna be stuck on the outside through 2, and Project 91 gonna hold on to that spot, but the fight is still far from over. Runs a little bit wide on exit. Will Visceral Esports try and save up the run and go for a dive off into 4? This turn, probably one of the toughest ones on the racetrack to get an overtake done, but you can if the driver runs wide. That's what happens, and through into P4 goes Visceral Esports. That 998 car now up into 4th.
A rare mistake out of Caruana, but he's still going to come back and attack here for that 4th spot. Still sitting in the top 5. He's still got a little bit of ways back as he looks to the inside. He's going to go deep on the brakes here. Nice little side-by-side. And Caruana says, thank you very much. Gets into position. So you got the battle for 4th in Cup. Your battle for the lead between Rybacek and Stolchek as well. So Caruana holding off Hammerstedt. And if I'm Caruana, I'm trying to figure out a way to tell Hammerstedt, hey, let's hook up and let's catch up to Dinez, because Dinez now has a 2-second lead between Caruana and himself. This Cup battle is actually fantastic. This is better than what we saw at the start of the race.
Yeah, this Cup category has been so exciting, and look at that, side-by-side battling between Team Checkmate and Impulse. Side-by-side as they head their way up through the final series of turns. They single file out with Team Checkmate holding onto that top spot. Impulse Racing, I would say, has probably been the biggest standout star thus far. We've talked about them a lot throughout this broadcast. Some bits of drama to be sure, but overall they have been bringing the thunder in what has been a very exciting Cup category to keep our tabs on all throughout this. Now, Jeremy, the last time we were on the air together was for a different style of Porsche Cup action. It was at Virginia International Raceway for the season finale for the PCI. I believe we were running the club class at that point in time. But those Porsche Cup cars are so racy. I think they put on some of the best battling on the racetrack, and still seeing that Impulse trying to get the move done through a cutback through turns number 4 and 5 side by side on the exit of 6. We'll see this drag race continue down into turn number 8, but this battling in Cup is fantastic.
And over the years, I've had the luck to call Porsche races over my career for different series. And yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic racing, as once again, Checkmate goes a little wide coming off the corner, and they're going to almost lean on each other going into the kink here as they set themselves up side by side once again. This is going to give the third place Dinez to close in, and indeed he does. You don't want Phil Dinez back there because he will make a race of it. But the top two decide they're going to sit better. But unfortunately, they also have a Sport Mercedes to deal with. Well, it's Chuck here in the back in the braking zone, as once again, Checkmate has the lead. Impulse sitting there in second place. Little bit of a tap through the final couple of corners, but that's going to give Dinez a chance to close in. We take a look at Echelon Simsport in that Mercedes. Gets a little bit of a tap and a spin. Thank you very much. Both the Mercedes and the Mustang involved in the runoff. Watching Rybacek try and get around that slower sport traffic. 1, 2, 3. Rybacek, Stolchek, Dinez all able to get around. 0.2 of a second separated through the first 3 corners. Very tight corners here as in Misano, but still nonetheless it's tight, as now the top 5 are all within striking distance of one another.
Yeah, that Cup category is just vacuum sealed together, which is awesome from our perspective of the broadcast booth. Maybe a little bit unnerving for these racers behind the wheel, as not only does that Impulse effort have to worry about getting the move done to jump into the race lead in the class, you got your pole sitter running right in tow. Phil Dinez has done a fantastic job throughout the day. Grabbed the pole, started the race up in the front, and even though there has been some drama not entirely in their control, they've been able to run smooth. Impulse Racing, meanwhile, trying to bring the thunder and go for the move into turn number 8. Look at Dinez. He's got maybe try and get the move done on the 997 as Impulse Racing jumps their way up into the lead-in class. Drag race right behind as Impulse may have gotten the move done, but in the process of that, they've turned this 2-car fight into a 3-car scrap.
And like I said, you don't want Dinez in there because he might make it a 3-wide battle for the lead. Gets the nose out front for second place. Now has to hold off the 997. High, wide, and handsome. Dinez gets a better exit off that corner. Now he has to set himself up for the final couple of corners. Not going to be able to do that as they're both left-handers, so he's going to be forced on the outside. Still plenty of time left to go, so we're just about halfway. Oh, contact! One car goes around. That is the team checkmate of Rybacek, who spins, able to hit the wall, but is back underway. But one has to wonder how much damage does he have, because it looks like he's crab walking a little bit.
Yeah, that car looks just about as sideways as you can get. I wonder if you'll have a meatball flag. There was a contact. It was just a matter of inches, millimeters even. A bit of overlap there. Contact made on the exit. Team Checkmate maybe trying to utilize the exit a little bit too much there. I wonder how race control is going to call that, but no matter what the case may be, that's going to be a huge turn of events. They started that lap leading in the Cup class. They've now, I'm looking through, there's a meatball flag in the air for Carlar Esports, as they're currently in the pits at the present moment, so no worries about that there. Big unfortunate moment for them after winning at the bend, but that car has got to have some major damage. I'm going to try and take a look to see exactly what the steering angle is in that machine. I got to imagine there's got to be some sort of suspension damage, because the way that car hit, and bearing in mind the tire barriers on iRacing don't work the way that they do in real life. They're not soft and cuddly in the sim. Certainly they're not as soft and cuddly as a teddy bear in real life either, but I'm looking through. I'm not seeing any major change in terms of left hand down, right hand down, hang down the straightaways for that car, but it does look like the handling has been sacrificed a little bit. A bit of suspension damage potentially, certainly some aero damage, which can affect those high-tuned Porsche Cup cars. That is a big change up the front of Cup, and if that's a penalty for Phil Dinez, that's going to be a huge setback for BS.
We're watching to see what race control says, and it's weird because it was in that danger zone for Dinez I don't know. That's a tough one. Maybe it's self-serving for Rybacek, or Dinez gets the slap on the wrist. We'll see what happens here in the next couple of minutes. We're just about halfway in this race, and mayhem really ensuing, but Caruana cannot shake off Hammerstedt at all. Still sitting there in third place, but Hammerstedt he's on him like a cheap suit and just cannot shake him whatsoever. He sees Dinez up ahead and just cannot shake that Porsche behind him.
That just gave me bad flashbacks to a story that I have relating to a rental tuxedo. I'm not sure if we should bring that up exactly right now, but yeah, that is a good comparison. I think it is rather fitting as looking at the battling going on in P3 in the meantime. The battling for second is very much so on. Delatraz had that buffer. They had that cushion a bit earlier on in this race with that 8 car and the 88 running essentially right on top of each other. That advantage that they had, that's now gone, and they have really got a handful to try and hold on to this race lead. You look right around them. The car that they're nearly side by side with is Austin Young behind the wheel of the Solpeck Precision Racing number 62 effort. So this battling is going to be intense. It is really going to get hair racing, and it's music to the ears of the one who were able to jump in front as a result of a call not to come down pit lane under the latest yellow. As we get to the halfway mark, they'll be able to pick up some points as well. In the meantime, though, Solpeck looking to challenge Delatra. I think this is the battle of the powerhouse team here in the LMP3 category.
Just listen to those cars work their way around the circuit. And I've got to say, 62 really looking wide. So Austin Young trying to catch up to Kalen May for position. Got one eye on race control to see if they've decided to rule against Dinez, but I have a feeling that Dinez may be lucky enough to escape the ire of the race director. But man, look at how close Young is. Going to the inside. Minor insert responsibility for the 64. That was a little bit of a touch there as Young gets a little aggressive with the Sportsman. And there's going to be possibly more contact with his teammate as one of the Sportsman cars dives to the inside. And man, it's all happening here just past halfway.
Yeah, and because of that moment, Mike Dam has lost out on the Sport Class lead. It was about a second and a half that he was holding on to. However, because he got shown the door in that, he's lost out on that spot to the 488. Let's take a look at this. There was a side-by-side battling 3 wide as they head their way into turn number 3. A little bit contact that looked like caused that 444 car to get sideways, and then here comes that 488 right in tow. Team Checkmate gonna go for the dive, heading off into turn number 4 and send the 444 of Mike Dam back into second. Though, talking about the lap traffic game of chicken that everybody has to play, those two nearly drove each other off the side of a cliff in reference to the Delatra and Solpeck duo currently running in second and third.
And they've got the gloves out right now as it just was so close to just going by the wayside of the dodo, and thankfully everybody cooler heads prevail as we're watching out of the side. Kalen May's prototype, not as close as Austin Young has been all race long, but it's still a tough defense. You take a look at the sector times. Young's really good in sector 1, but 2 and 3, that's where May's able to open up that gap just a little bit.
So right now, with the battling seemingly cooling off, at least for now, in the sport category as they dip below a second. Once again, I think the main battling is going to be in the cup category. I do want to give a couple of moments myself to take a look at race control, because we've had some rather crucial moments over the past few moments of this race that could decide at the 915 and 997, your top drivers in the cup category. they're currently under investigation for an incident. There is a incident under review involving the 438 and the 462. The 8 and the 64 had it coming together. That's currently under investigation. The moment that we saw involving the 989, a little bit surprised that there was nothing drawn, resulting in the contact there with the 989, the BS competition car. And actually, no, yeah, that was the 997. And I apologize. That is under investigation. Those two are coming together, heading out of the final turn not too long ago. We have had a swap around my small little spiel talking about race controls calls. A swap for a second. Solpec now jumping their way up into P2 and P3.
No surprise at race control taking a look at those incidents throughout the field, and there's just been a lot. Oh, look at this battle for second really heats up with Solpak and Deltras, and of course wrong place, wrong time for the number 60 for the Solpak number 62, as really caught on the outside there in turn 2, and that's a tough place to be if you're trying to make any sort of pass. So we'll see exactly what happens. Of course, as you see on the number board across the line, it was the 62 who was out front early on across the line, so that won't reset until we get back across the start-finish line. But still, this battle for second is really heating up. Taking a look at where the 8 is, sitting in 6th place with the number 70 up ahead in 5th place as well. And lots of great battles. This battle for third in class really heating up in Cup between these two. Really been neck and neck most of the race course. See the battle for the lead also up ahead in Cup, so that could determine how tight this battle is for third.
Yeah, so it's a 2-2 fight at the front of Cup Impulse and CSM by BS Hybrid, running all around each other, covering each other like a bear rug, and then rightly so, we've still got the Visceral Esports and Project 91 duo. That Project 91 team has been rather fascinating to keep tabs on throughout this race. They've been up and down the field like Otis Elevator. I think that is fair to say. But even with that being said, Matt Carana behind the wheel of that effort has put in a sterling drive ever since the drop of the green. Lots of setbacks to be sure, but he's been able to manage the setbacks quite well and may very well jump his way up into third. Visceral Esports running oh so wide off it to turn number 8. So those two covered by just about nothing as they head their way to the proper run out of 9 into 10. This battling in Cup, I've talked about it a lot throughout the broadcast. I'll say it once again, the Cup category may very well be the most competitive that we've got in this field, even though we've got battles up and down the field.
Well, it helps it's kind of a spec class. A little bit of wiggle there from the 88 coming through the middle of the apex. You definitely don't want that, especially in LMP3. But let's see if Caruana can make something happen here into the turn. Of course, they also have a new leader, Dinez. Dinez almost had it. Of course, Dinez trying to work his way around. He's going to go around the inside. He's in perfect position to overtake the lead, and he's going to use that sports car as a pick, but the sports gets off the line just a little bit rough. Battle for third also heats up as well. Dinez, your leader across the line in Cup, and now we see if Caruana can do the same, as he is now all under that rear wing in third and fourth place. So you've got two cars trying to go for one position, but they've got to make sure they're around the sports class. Oh, that's not a good place for Caruana to be right now, as they're still side by side. He's going to try and keep that hole open, but Dinez opens up a 1-2 car length lead for the lead as Pollock comes into the pit. So that battle for second in LMP3 is now the battle for the lead.
Yeah, so after staying out under the latest yellow, now coming down pit lane and picking up those halfway mark points as a dive from Project 91 to try and jump up into third in class in the Cup category. Runs off into the curb, though, on the corner exit, so it's still got to be side by side. Keep an eye on that Mustang, the GT4 Sport competitor. That's a 474 team. Not sure what they can really do. It's pretty much just a lesser of two evils when exactly to let that duo by. They dealt with it rather cleanly and efficiently, though, so props to all the drivers involved in that. Still, though, going to see this battle with Visceral Esports. As much as I've been talking about the Project 91 team bringing the thunder, Visceral Esports, at least in this stint of the race, has really brought a lot of excitement in that Cup category.
Really has, as now you see that battle for the lead in LMP3 working their way around. They're going to have slower traffic to contend with as you see this battle for third place in the Cup class making its way around the final corner. More sports traffic to have to deal with as the field making hay while the iron is hot. That almost was a door shut there by the core came in right there, but Dinez 2 to 3 car lengths now. He's really opening up a solid gap, but Stolchek really trying to close in there using that sport traffic as a pick to kind of slow down. As Dinez cannot get around the Cayman. He cannot get around the Cayman just yet. That's going to give Stolchek a chance to close in and possibly go for the lead. Dinez taking defensive line, heading into the corner, going to make Stolchek go around the hard way, and Dinez able to close in, brakes just a little bit harder than that BS Hybrid 992. But man, this is absolutely fantastic. Stolchek, who really has been quietly working his way to the front, still making hay while the iron's hot. And of course, you also have this battle between May and Young. It's Deltraz and Solpek 1 and 2 at LMP3.
Battling still intense at the front of both the Cup category and the LMP3 class as we follow Solpek Precision Racing running in second. In that category, we got Solpek as a team running second in P3 and Stolchek running in second in the Cup category. That's not confusing at all, but these racers still giving us one heck of a battle to talk about. Quick little wipe of the mirror. These drivers fully happy about the track conditions that they're on the racetrack. It is pretty much bone dry compared to what it was a little bit earlier on. iRacing now marking the track off for the first time here as dry. So that is a big development there. A big sideways step from the 88 heading out of the final turn. This may be a spot for Austin Young to get a move done. He looks to the outside, down to the braking zone, into turn number 1. Going to be on the inside if he can make it stick into 2. He cannot. So Austin Young close on the challenge, just not close enough. Is battling at the front of the prototype, so broken up a little bit by the lap traffic encounters. These are the 3 classes converging in on one another. You got the LMP3s dealing with the sports class as the Cup category is dealing with the sport class as well, and is soon to be overtaken by the P3s.
Yeah, that's when the dance continues to be absolutely fantastic as Young closes in on May once again. See if we can see that battle back there. And yeah, we see them working their way around the slower GT3 traffic as May and Young battling for the lead through the sport traffic, I should say, and into the Cup traffic. But this has given Dinez and Stolchek a chance to open up a little bit of a gap. As Caruana still trying to open up even more of a gap to catch up to Dinez and Stolchek. The only thing that's going to help him is a wonderfully timed pit stop or a safety car period. So, hour 49, I should say, left. As we see Dinez finally getting back up to the lead. Here's the battle for position for the overall and LMP3 lead as they still have more traffic up ahead with a couple of Cup cars to contend with, a couple sports cars to sprinkle in between. But I've got to say, May's been doing a fantastic job since they've gotten up to the front and really handling this pressure quite well as Young looks to the outside once again, tries to use the GT traffic. It's a little bit of a rub there by one of the Cup cars, and it's going to be a little bit of a thank you. Thanks for the lift, and we're going to work our way around the circuit.
Oh, and I thought that was going to be a 4-car pileup, frankly, as they had their way out of turn number 3, because not only was there the contact between the Cup Porsche and that Sport Class BMW, we also saw a huge sideways moment for Kellen May behind the wheel of that 88 machine. Now, not going to run it out through to the end, I believe, in that number 88 effort, because they came into that car a little bit earlier on. It was in the first pit window, I believe, when we saw a driver swap there. Now we get off into the discussion about the split strategies and how long it's going to be until we saw Alexander Delatra get out of that number 8 car, because he started this race in that machine. Still is a couple more laps left to go, but we are getting close to that window where they're going to have to get out of it. Did I count correctly a little bit earlier on, Jeremy, how it's 2 hours and 40 minutes as the limit for a driver for driver time? Was that correct in me saying that?
Yes, it is a 2 hour, 40 minute maximum drive time.
Gotcha. Yeah, so still a little bit of time left for Alexander Delatra to drive that car through and get it closer and closer up to the front. But in the not too distant future, we will have to see him hand the keys of that off to Quilton Millero. So that'll be a driver swap. One Frenchman getting out of the car, another Frenchman getting in. So that'll be a swapperoo that we have to keep our eyes on a little bit later on. In the meantime, though, the battling is still hot out there on the racetrack. With these lap traffic encounters actually following in live time with the 62, the Solpack car, and the 88 nearly making contact off through turn number 5. It is getting really nerve-wracking for these drivers.
And this is the point in the race where, we figured that this was going to happen. Ooh, a little bit of a juke there by one of the Solpack LMP3s as they're trying to keep up with the Deltraz 88. And it's just so hard to do. And now these LMP3s gotta get patient, a little bit of a spin as one of the Cup cars decides to get a little aggressive and makes contact with, I believe that is going to be Satellite Racing's Miguel Vigo, who is behind the wheel. And I think that was, if I remember correctly, that was going to be Team Nitro that was involved. They had an earlier incident, so we'll see what Race Control says about that. But, man, this is the part in the race where you really got to worry about what to do. Here's a replay.
So taking an eye on this, hit the curb a little bit, drifted out into the side, carrying a bit of momentum through that just had nowhere to go. Unfortunate for Satellite Racing. They've had so many setbacks throughout this race. I think if they had a completely clean run of things thus far today, they'd probably be running up in front, but because of the drama going on, it is not going that way. In the meantime, though, with all the lap traffic encounters, with that drama going on a little bit farther behind in the LMP3 category, we've got a duo of Solpack cars running inside the top 3 and running very close to the back of that 88 Delatraz Automotive by PC Design effort. Look at that. It's now a 3-car battle for the lead in LMP3, and things have started to intensify for those top 2. It was the 88 and the 62 briefly side by side, and it was actually the 62 momentarily jumping out into the LMP3 lead as they had their way up through turn number 10. Just a matter of about a lap ago. It is still close, about a quarter of a second separating those racers, and lap traffic continuing to play a factor. We nearly just saw a move there from the Solpack car trying to get down the inside of your Cup class leader. So that's the Cup class worry done and dusted. They don't have to worry about that, at least for the next 15 minutes. Now, however, they still have to worry about the Sport class racers. That is insanity.
I saw 3 wide, and I'm thinking, I'm getting stressed out here, and in spite of me not being behind the wheel, because, you're like, okay, where the heck do I go? Do I dive a couple wheels off of the grass, cop a 1X, which, by the way, got to watch out because 50X is the pass-through, actually a 25-second penalty. After 25 points, teams will receive a warning. So we got to watch it, especially this time of the race. Oh, side by side through the final corner. This is where things are getting very interesting because now one has to wonder if the 62 is just doing its thing to get the 60 in there so they can double team on Delatraz and try and pass them. Let's see where the other Delatraz is. It's in 5th place, about 3 seconds behind.
Yeah, and I said this earlier on, I'll say it once again, teamwork can make the dream work in an endurance race, and although it was advantage Delatraz a bit earlier on with the 88 and the 8 running right together, after that spin from the 8 on the restart, the 88 has been all by their lonesome, and now this is going to be tense. That's a block off trying to cover it, but it's too little, too late. Solpack now got to try and get the move done, go for a 2-for-1 deal perhaps. Delatraz diving into the braking zone, heading off into turn number 8, a little bit of a wiggle though. Keep an eye, this could be a side-by-side battle that continues into turn number 10. Right now, the 88 is having to defend from 2 angry Hornets in Solpack colors that are running right in tow. The 60 now actually going to leapfrog in front of the 62. They were the one that caught up to this battle not too long ago, and now it's going to be on between those 2 teammates. I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't decided just to square up the differences and single file out, because I think in the midst of all of this, one of them's going to lose out on a lot of time. The other's going to lose out on a little, as, oh my goodness, that was near disaster with that Mustang. And look at that. You see that right there? That's a Maratnas car. I think there's a 4-car battle now at the front of P3.
Yeah, that's Daniel Morad. Don't want to sleep on him as he will make his way around the circuit. He is one of the more foremost sim to real-life racing drivers throughout the service, and would not be surprised to see what he can do. Looks to the inside, and this is just such great racing here, as now the Solpec 60 will use that as Paris Charles somehow got into second place. We're watching a replay. Look at that 3 wide. Holy cow! Man, you think that this was the last lap with the way some of these guys are racing.
Oh, that is Morad with a huge sideways snap heading his way on through turn number 5. I can tell you, and this is honest, even though we are in Italy, I don't think I can pursue a career as an opera singer with that poor performance there. I apologize to anybody who just got deafened. Huge moments, though, at the front of this P3 battle. Daniel Morad with some moments. Alexander Delatraz in the final throes of his race. He has to get out of that car in at least the next 20 minutes. Morad now going to have a car on the inside of him, side-by-side battling as they head their way up through the top end of the circuit through turn number 10. That's going to be a side-by-side fight that continues onto the back straightaway. This has been absolute madness. The team hosting battle number 48 that we saw spin off into the inside wall not too long ago, nearly coming up blows with a 70 as they head their way down the back straightaway. That was nearly nose to rear contact that could have sent somebody off the truck in horrific fashion. There's a dodge from Daniel Morad. He tries to make it stick. This is a battle of titans at the front of LMP3. We sung the praises of the Cup drivers, but these LMP3 racers deserve a shout too.
Sorry about Siegman trying to get around holding off. Real quick, Carlar Esports on YouTube saying we had a disconnect, so +5 laps will finish the race because of respect to racing, IVRA, and Cup class. So great to see that. Visceral Esports looking out the front of there as Hammerstadt's made his way up to third place. Kaylin May, I've got to say, give May the drive of the race, holding off Paris Charles and Sven, sorry, that's not Sven Newman, but holding off Paris Charles and Austin Young for the lead in LMP3 as Young trying to look around. Young had all sorts of chances to get around May, but decided, you know what, I'm gonna let Charles try and go for that as Milleroo is into the pit. So we Tussie from Fleischman, Jay Fleischman. Yeah, that's a little bit of ta-ta-ta, as we like to call it. Argy Bargy, if you know a little bit of that, but still lots of defense. Here comes Charles to the inside, and it's going to be no chance as Paris Charles takes the lead. Austin Young will get into second place, so the double teaming has taken effect. Solpak now in front for the time being.
And that Delatraz car may be eyeing up a pit stop here soon, just based off the fact the team car, the number 8, just came down pit lane. They're on the pit exit right now back up and rolling. Milleroo now behind the wheel of that effort. Delatraz out after a mighty stint. And speak of the devil, there is that 88 now coming down pit lane. So that'll give P3 to a new driver. That'll give it to the 48s, the team hosting belt still on the up and up. But now it is Solpak holding on to a 1-2. I have a feeling that this is going to be a battle of Solpak versus Delatraz. It looked like it's been that case throughout a decent chunk of this race. It looked like Solpak was going to be shown the door, and Delatraz was going to be the one having a stranglehold on this race. But things have changed for the worse for Delatraz, and we'll have to see what Milleroo can do behind the wheel of that 8 car, because they still have a lot of time to try and make up for that spin that we saw from Delatraz right on that last restart.
4:14, 25 seconds stop and hold for not respecting track limits. They'll have to be served here. Watching the battle for 4th place through the 56 Racing Team, number 405 Mustang, and the Sim RC Porsche. Sorry, BMW. That's a Porsche Cup car. I'm almost a pot through coffee, so I have no excuse at this point. But nonetheless, lots of great battles here as that BMW really trying to sniff out that 405 and figure out where he's fastest as another Cup car goes by once again. Either way, this has just been a tight battle here, and junk time really not proving so. I think that last full course yellow really put this race on its head.
Yeah, we're worried in air quotes about that, how much this race was going to get turned upside down as a result of that rather inopportune yellow. And yeah, it's most certainly cranked up the heat on this race. We talked about race control having a naughty or nice list, and the one difference between race control and Santa Claus is that if you are naughty in this race, you just get a penalty instead of a chunk of coal. I think there's a lot of chunks of coal underneath this race that is causing this pot to boil over. It's boiled over in P3. It's boiled over in Cup. It's boiled over occasionally in Sport, and that was part of the reason why Mike Dan lost out on the lead. It was actually a boiling over in P3 that caused him to lose out on that, but regardless, it has gone so intense out there on the racetrack. The drivers bringing the thunder, the sun peeking out through the skies, and everybody sort of feel a bit more comfortable with this racetrack as we get to the final hour and a half.
Not sure if I feel comfortable with this racetrack with an hour and a half left to go, but still anything can happen. We've seen how tight the racing has been here in these past couple events. We see more cars coming out of pit road, and yeah, everybody deciding to go for another pit stop. Some of these cars will have to do one more stop, especially the ones that are pitting right now. Jordan Bachmeyer, the 400, into the pits there, and yeah, this battle for position here in the sport class really tightening up. And you got more LMP3s coming through. Solpak to 1-2. Let's see how big of a gap they have to the second place or third place. Oh, they've opened up a almost 4 second lead to Team Hoisingfeld in third.
As we continue to see the action going on out there on the racetrack, right after you said the fact that you weren't going to be feeling too comfortable about this racetrack, even with an hour and a half left to go, I think you may actually be right there. I looked into it. As much as this track is very dry, much drier than it once was, and we're getting more sunlight than we really have throughout this race, that sunlight is waning. As we see side-by-side battling at the front of P3, the driver trying to bring the excitement out there on the racetrack as I try and get a color point out. That's a 60 now, holding on to the top spot in P3. Now, I just want to say this. The sun is slowly but surely setting on this racetrack. It's currently 3:33 p.m. in sim time. So, oh, as you can see that close quarters moment with Solpak. We are running out of daylight here on this racetrack, so we're starting to see the track cool off. Track temperatures have dropped down about 2 degrees Fahrenheit from where we had for most of it. It's gone down from 73 to 71 degrees Fahrenheit, and I think the ambient temperatures may begin to drop down as well. Even if that isn't the case, just having less sunlight out there is going to cause this racetrack to cool off once more. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, especially come time for the end, because we may have to rely on those headlights a bit more than some of these teams were hoping for and expecting to.
Especially with the cloudy conditions, as right now Solpak tries to get out front and follow the leader, kind of saving some fuel here as they try and extend their stint out there in front. Of course, also having to deal with some sport traffic up ahead, but Hoisingfeld closing in just a little bit, eating away a half a second, but still 3.1 seconds behind the 60, now with number 60. As you know, the early race leaders, Ron, it seems like that they are the ones who are having the most issues, as we have a minor incident responsibility for car 989. So your class leader will have to come in for a 5-second penalty when they pit. Oh, that's turned the race on its head as well.
Yeah, right as we thought that Cup class battle was fully under wraps, nope, it's not. And that right there resulted in the moment heading out of the final turn where the 989 and the 997 came to blows. It was a matter of inches between those cars, but inches can make a huge difference in the world of racing, and that's what happened. So that's going to be 5 seconds added on to them. The 997 team, meanwhile, currently 1 lap down to them, running in 7th. That's really affected their race with the damage on that car. I think they have now come into the pits to repair it, but that time out there on the racetrack with a wounded race car has really gutted the chances that they had in that team checkmate efforts. But CSM by BS Competition Hybrid, that is going to be a rather big penalty, and that may very well drop them within, they will not be down in 3rd, but Project 91 Racing, the team that they started on the front row with, that is going to be another battle, but this time it's going to be a battle for second instead for the race lead.
So that will make things just a little bit more topsy-turvy as, wow, I'm honestly very surprised that they issued a penalty to Dinez. But then again, if you go by the letter of almost every rule book, the 60 going just a little bit wide. Not sure what happened there. We'll catch up with that in a little bit. But back to the point. If you go by the letter of almost every rule book out there, that was Dinez's fault because he didn't yield too much. However, there is some sort of gray areas. It looks like the 60 just a little too hot going into the corner. Regardless, that's a tough call for race control to make. And I know that they really analyze the angles and everything. They have views that we don't hear on the broadcast. So, it did take them a while. Still, interesting call. Taj Edwards getting called for minor incident responsibility. A stop and hold +5.
Yeah, either way a slice of that penalty is going to sting, as that nearly was a disaster with a Core Sim racing car trying to go down the inside off into the turn. That's a lap car involved in all that, I believe, unless I am very much mistaken. The other car that they're battling was actually your sportsman class winner last time. I know the sportsman class is a division inside of the sport class for different sets of drivers. That was the 461 Torque Freak racing car that they were trying to deal with, as have some more pit stops going on with the P3s. Fabio Segman behind the wheel of that Team Husenfeld car. Parrish Charles behind the wheel of the Solpack car. He's in the pits at the current moment. Miguel Vigo behind the wheel in the Satellite Racing Team efforts, and the 78 also down in the pits as well. Goes back to the point that I said under the latest yellow, how I feel like everybody is split in terms of what strategy they are going to run to the end.
They really are, but there are a couple of drivers who have need to answer the call here shortly, as one of them did. Cointrin Milleroo is in the 8, so Alexandre Deltraz just coming in under the radar for the time limit. We'll see when Young and Morad pit. They are 1 and 2 on the course, but Morad really closing in on Austin Young, so kind of hope we get to see a battle on the track for position here, as everybody working their way around. And yeah, the prototypes will have to take one pit stop. So now we start to get into the strategy mode of what's going to when do you come in for that final pit stop? Yellow's going to really help out, but how much will help out as your leaders are into the pits?
So Daniel Morad, Austin Young, and the number 11 effort all coming into the pits at the exact same time. The 11 has been in there for a decent period of time, so it's mainly just your top two breaking away from the race. We'll see how it shakes out with the Delatraz car. They are probably the one of only a few teams out there on the racetrack that are running just completely off kilter to anybody else out there in the class, because they came down pit lane a matter of about 15-20 minutes ago. It has been a little bit of time since they came into the pits, so we'll see how it works out with the 88 and the 8 efforts. The 88 currently slotted in P6, the 8 down in 8th. Very fitting for that right there. Austin Young on the pit exit now. Daniel Morad going to follow him. Pretty much the exact same time stopped in the pit stall. 31.7 seconds for Young, 31.8 for Morad, as they trundle their way down this never-ending trundle to exit the pits. It looks like we're going to have a side-by-side battle here with the 1 and the 62. They're going to talk about the 1 there, the first to come down pit lane a matter of about a half an hour ago almost, but they're back up to that top spot. Sven Newman behind the wheel of that Core Sim Racing effort, now holding on to the P1 spot once again.
And the penalties are coming in hot and fast. Let's see, 445 gets a stop and hold +5. 429 gets a stop and hold +5. And just coming into the pits, car 992 gets a stop and hold +10. So Austin Young with the refresher tires, trying to close in on Newman, who has the warmer tires. Let's see if he can make the pass happen, or if Newman is just going to come into the pits this time by. But an interesting set of circumstances here in the early part of this next stint, as drivers making their way around, trying to get some sort of pit strategy, not having to worry about these safety car periods that may or may not come out. We've already had 2 of them, but so far, everybody's, for the most part, been respecting one another, as a little bit of a wiggle is one of the LMP3s. I believe it's one of the Deltras LMP3s. Catching just a little bit of a puddle. That's Milleru, who was in the 8th, who was the unlucky benefactor. As Phil Tenez comes into the pits and gets his 5-second penalty.
And he'll be joined in the pits as well by the 915 in class. So Stolzlek behind the wheel of that car going to come into the pits too. So the top 3 all breaking away at the same time in Cup to come down pit lane. Matt Caruana likely to get out of that car. He only has 7 more minutes that he can be in it before he has to get out. Seeing a driver swap as well in the 915. And probably will see one as well with the 911 effort. The 989, I will get the number right eventually. They're now in the pit stall, so it looked like a very odd run for them through in the pits, but they're out and away here soon. Yes, they are, so they're going to be exiting the pits right at that now, trying to see where they are at there on the racetrack. Is glitching a little bit there, my apologies, but having some driver swap. Matt Caruana, looks like he's staying in that car. Can he do that? He started this race, and he only has 6-ish minutes left to go before he has to get out by the rules. So looking right now, are my eyes deceiving me? Is he staying in that car? It looks like they're spending a lot of time down in pit lane as well, coming up to over 50 seconds in fact.
Yeah, I mean, there it looks like that they yeah, that is ooh. No, that's not going to be good. That's definitely going to be a penalty for the 911 as Caruana is back out. Let's see here. Time to do some research and see what exactly happens. Looks like I got to pull up the full rule set because, yeah, with the time limit, that's going to be not so good unless there's some sort of issue with the computer registering Caruana as a driver and not somebody else.
Yeah, I was looking through. Hayden Bramley is meant to get behind the wheel of that Project 91 car, and at least from my perspective, it looks like he is in the session. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what the deal may have been there. Was there an outstanding penalty that the number 91 had to serve? I'm going to look through to see if there was, but unless my memory is failing me at this exact point in time, I don't believe there was a penalty that they had served. Yeah, there wasn't. Looking through right now, there's no outstanding penalty for them, so a very lengthy run down in pit lane, and no driver swap done in the midst of it too. So we're gonna have to look for confirmation. I don't usually base things off my memory too much, considering that it can fail me at very inopportune times. But I am convinced that we have not seen Matt Caruana not behind the wheel of that car. I don't believe we've seen Hayden Bramley get into it. So something a little bit iffy is going on there. And if that was just a genuine mistake, that's going to be a pretty significant penalty.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see here. Okay, so if they go over, they will be docked 2 laps in the race results. So I've got to go back and try and get a grid for this race because that's going to be a big story as we see. Looks like battle for position here, and the battle for the lead heats up once again with the Core Sim Racing now having to deal with traffic between the Cup and the Sport classes and get a thing better of it. Smart move is now a little bit of rubbish happening here, and looks like both Solpack cars 3 wide. Will they come out? And the corner is 3. Yeah, so far they are coming out as 3. The 458 is into the pits as well. Miguel Freitas behind the wheel of that car. But like I say, Core Sim Racing going through and moving cars out of the way. That's a good thing.
And I'm combing through at the present moment because I want to see whether or not my eyes were just deceiving me, but no, they were not. Matt Caruana has behind the wheel of that car ever since the drop of the green flag, and we're coming up to the end of the 88th lap, and more importantly, coming up to the end of the first 2 hours and 40 minutes of this race. Now, he can still come down pit lane to do a driver swap in case that has been just a genuine mishap on their part, and they've forgotten about that. I'm still convinced that Hayden Bramley is in the session, so I don't think there's any sort of issue surrounding that. And Caruana has been behind the wheel of that race car for a while, so yeah, if this is a mistake from them, that is a huge one because they've been in contention for that lead for quite some time. They stay out again, and with 3 minutes left to go until the 2 hours and 40 minutes of this race have elapsed, if he doesn't come in the pit lane next time by, which I doubt he will, considering he's currently on track to jump in front of Impulse Racing, that doesn't matter too much, because, you know, if he gets that move done, he's still got to pick up the 2-lap penalty. So there had to have been some major miscommunications going on here.
Okay, so I actually reread the whole article, and battle for second really heats up here between Impulse Racing and Project 91 Racing. That's the car in question. Here's the rules. 5.6D. The time of a driver or car exceeds the drive time limit will be converted into laps. This is done by dividing the time that the driver's fastest race lap time. The resultant number will be rounded up to the next whole number. This number of laps will be subtracted from the total number of laps completed by the car in the race. The car will be classified as the final car on the lap if this penalty places them. So here's the example. After measuring a driver's total drive time, if it turns out they've been on the car and track for 2 hours, 42 minutes, so it'll be 2 minutes. The driver's fastest race lap is 1:40. 2 minutes divided by 1.4 equals 1.2, which is rounded up to 2. So this is going to be quite interesting to see what happens. We got to see what his fastest lap of the race is, because if he goes into that 3-hour mark, it's basically going to be not only race over, possibly championship over. Well, not necessarily, because there's only one car out which can save him, but Jan Winter's 5 laps down.
And currently looking at it, Matt Caruana's fastest lap of the race was, interestingly enough, set a matter of only 5 laps ago, set a 137.6. He still continues to impress out there on the racetrack, but because he stays out, that will just about assure that there is some sort of penalty that will be levied to this team. And if it is that severe and harsh of a penalty that we may have in mind, you know, I would maybe say that it could potentially be early championship hopes. Not necessarily over, but most certainly dashed. That Cup category 10 car strong here in this race, so it's don't really have a whole lot of points to gain in case there is a driver that drops out. So this is a big mistake from that team.
So Andrew Lang says drive time doesn't include in the pit lane, so you could push it a minute or so. Yes, but you can't push it as long as Caruana has right here. That is a colossal mistake, because now it's going to be a harsher penalty for our earlier front runner. So you might as well just count him out at this point.
Yeah, I mean, as much as he can kind of push it a bit, we already saw him come down pit lane a matter of a handful of laps ago. They're not timing this out to a certain pit stop or a sort of different strategy call that they're running here. If they come down pit lane, that's just going to be extra time added in. So unless they're... I'm not really sure how I can sum it up, frankly. Unless they've got some substances that I don't believe we can mention by name on the air that's making it seem like this is a fantastic call, they're going to be in for a world of hurt. Even though they're running in a fairly uncontested P3 at the moment, with that penalty notwithstanding, yeah, they're going to probably, I would say at best, they would be an 8th. Considering the car currently slotted P9 in class is 5 laps down. That's Jan Winter behind the wheel of that race car. I'm not even sure if they're on the racetrack currently. I believe they are, but still, regardless, this is huge from Matt Caruana and that entire 91 car. Now, unless there is some problem that we're not hearing about involving his teammate of Hayden Bramley, again, I will still continue to say that he is in the session from everything that I can see. His name isn't grayed out. I'm gonna have to look through a long list of messages to see whether or not there's some sort of disconnect. I think he's still in the session, and yeah, that is quite severe. That is quite severe of a gaffe if that just so happens to take them out of either race win contention today or maybe even championship contention if this penalty hits extra hard.
Car 417 will start from pit lane next race after a safety car infringement. Battle for fourth heats up from Team Nitro, and as that's going to be sitting there for 4th place. They've got LMP3 traffic that's going to get around them. But to finish this point here, a win garners you 100 points. 8th place garners you 47 points, because of course you also have the bonuses. But at that point, why are you worrying about bonuses when you're essentially going to be 3 laps down at this point. Is Lion GP Team Nitro still in the position for 4th place?
Down in the pits.
And yeah, so that's one car into the pits. Caruana in the pits. So yeah, ooh, he might be on the right end of this. We'll see what race control has to say. But if they decided to run it to the bottom, I get what they're doing. So they're running it to the bottom. They're going to probably top off, swap drivers. That's a bold strategy. And Daniel Morad will get a stop and hold plus 30 for moderate incident responsibility.
That is going to be huge for that Morad in this effort. It's been a topsy-turvy day for them. Started off with a penalty right towards its start of the race. Actually picked that up in qualifying and had to serve it come time for the start of the race. Now, however, that's going to be a big setback. We'll have to see if he can claw it up. Certainly showing some pace ever since he got behind the wheel of that car. But just to elaborate on the ultimate strategy that seems like the Project 91, number 911 car is trying to do. Hayden Bramley now on pit exit. Now he just hit the cone, so he's out, up and rolling.
We got a car that's backwards off the last corner, driver's left. We can go back to that. I'm not sure who that is, but we do have one car that is stopped to the inside of that final corner. This may bring out a safety car if that still stays there, and that will further help them.
Yeah, it's Ryan Huff behind the wheel of the 474 SRN Motorsports black entry, trying to figure out exactly what happened here. And the yellow is out, and he blew up his motor. I'm looking through. There's a spin coming out of the final turn, sledgehammer shot to the inside Ormco, and it blew up the motor. But for the 3rd time here in this 2nd round of the championship, the safety car is out, and it's out with 1 hour and 16 minutes left to go in this race. That's huge.
And the move by Project 91 Racing looks better and better. Let's take a look at this replay here with Ryan Huff. And yeah, just gets around the corner. And sorry, Graham Goodwin, that is, just hits the apex, the outside curb, and hits the wall. And yeah, I think that puff of smoke that you saw was the engine deciding it did not want to be part of the race anymore.
Yeah, and that's a problem with a front engine car. You hit that hard enough on the front end and you're no longer going to have any sort of propulsion. That is a big moment here in this race. And as much as we said that the Project 91 team may have been smoking some sort of herbal substance to come up with the strategy call, they may end up being geniuses. If everybody else in Cup comes down pit lane to do a quick splash and dash, or even if not, this may very well result in them shaking their way up to the front. And for the team that finished the last round of the championship down at 7th after a 50-second penalty at the very end, this would be an almighty bounce back, an almighty comeback, and the call of a lifetime.
Again, those finishes are all respective of final results. But yeah, if they came in under the radar, oh, you talk about luck. I will say, once we saw the car spin, my jaw dropped, because it's like, okay, we know exactly what happened there.
I was seeing that car. I just saw it. I was like, oh, don't tell me it was another spin coming out of it, because the car was spun backwards, stopped backwards. I just knew it had to have been some sort of drama coming out of there. And sure enough, that's what happened. That car rendered immobilized immediately upon impact. And for the 3rd time, we're under yellow. And as much as we said that the 2nd yellow that we had a matter of about an hour ago is when we got this race restarted after that. As much as we said that that was going to be a game changer, I would say this is even more of a game changer. That is a huge break for that team. Just saw Core Sim Racing trundle down pit lane as well. So, yeah, talk about turning this race on its head. Holy cow.
It actually may have been the safety car that did that. And are we doing wave arounds now? No. Surely not doing wave arounds now. Oh, I guess we are. Okay. Regardless, yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see what happens. I think once we get the wave around started, it's going to be we're going to have a race to the finish here, to say the least, because now we're going to have the pit road's got to be open at some point, as now the race director kind of bringing things around. But what a change in pace we've had over these past couple of minutes. I'm just amazed that we're able to get through this. And here's the thing: we've got we've only lost 5 cars this race.
Yeah, that is unbelievable considering the amount of attrition that we have seen. Everybody has been managing this race quite well, though. Even with the bits of drama that we have had, it has been a pretty darn good race. Everybody's been keeping it smooth, bits of drama every now and then, and we haven't seen too many major collisions. You know, that was a big one, obviously, blowing up the motor. Saw the coming together between a spinning P3 as a number 9 that wiped out a car. I think it may have actually been the 474 that was involved in that a bit earlier on. I know it was a Mustang for sure that vaulted over the side of a P3 coming out of turn number 8. It's been a smooth one. We have seen incidents. They have been on the minor end.
And that's a good thing, because, you know, you get these mixed classes and big incidents can happen in a heartbeat. I mean, we did have that big incident to cause that last full course yellow, but still, they've been very few, very far between, and really everybody's been minding their P's and Q's. Of course, now that I said that, it's just going to be a free-for-all here on this restart, but we'll see pit road open here in just a matter of time, and I have a feeling that we'll see Newman come into the pits. That's a long stint there. I think timing's just a little bit messed up here, but that's just technology. And it looks like that, yes, indeed, driver's going to answer the call to come into the pit as they're staying to the left waiting for the wave rounds. That's what it is. So once we get the wave rounds complete, I have a feeling that we will see drivers come into the pits for some of them. They'll try and make their final pit stop, which for the LMP3s is going to be asking a lot.
When it comes to endurance racing, one of the vital things is just being comfortable with being uncomfortable. Black flag, this is huge.
Yeah,
that's big for your at one point leading team.
That's it, and that exactly. That is, and he misses the pit stop. He misses the pit stall.
Oh, and he missed it by a lot too. So things going from bad to worse, even worser still. That 8 car, ever since that restart that we had for the second yellow, things have just been going down, down, down. I wonder how that has the Delatraz Automotive team thinking as a whole, because even for the 88, things have gone a little bit more sour. They were running comfortable up at the front. That duo was running comfortable at the front, and then things have just gone really sour very quickly. And there you can see that lengthy lockup. Any more time that they, any more distance that they missed that pit stall by, and they could have risked a black flag and a disqualification for backing up.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't. We're going to see what happens on the notice board. No word yet, but Sven Newman, I've got to say this, since the restart, has been holding his own. Those Sopak drivers of Austin Young and Paris Charles have been absolutely fantastic. Of course, still have plenty of time left to go, and if these drivers all come in for fresh rubber, it's going to be interesting to see if somebody short pits to try and, basically undercut everybody, or if we see a full pit stop and they just pack it full of fuel here in this pit stop. Because like I said, the LMP3s won't make it. Cup cars, they might make it with some sort of strategy. Of course, with this yellow, they may be able to make it. The sport cars will definitely be able to make it.
Yeah, to the point that I was raising before we saw that penalty with the number 8, you got to be comfortable with running uncomfortable in a race, whether it be down to strategy, down to the conditions out there on the racetrack, whatever the case may be. You've got to have a little bit of ease, be able to relax yourself mentally and say, you know what, there may be all this chaos and craziness going on around me, but I can get out of it, not have to worry about too much, and just be able to keep my nose firmly to the grindstone. It's like being an employee at a retail store on Black Friday. Have all the craziness going on around you, but be able to compartmentalize it as well as you can, just to stay focused on what truly matters. we look to see this field running out. They're hearing some commands from race control to get the field fully sorted out. Going to have the cycling through of all of the drivers getting waved around, taking another look at the track conditions and the seesaw that it has been for the track temps themselves. We started off roughly, actually a little bit colder than the ambient temperatures are presently. Ambient temperatures currently at 19 degrees Celsius, 66 Fahrenheit. That has been the case all throughout this broadcast between qualifying and the entirety of this race. We actually started off with track temperatures around 17 C. Now, however, at 21 Celsius, that is 69 degrees Fahrenheit. It has become very tough for these racers as we get farther along in the night, keeping up with the time at the current moment at just a tick over 4 o'clock in the early evening in sim. So that sun is slowly but surely diving below the horizon. The track isn't getting anywhere near as much sunlight as it once did, and those overcast skies going to make it that this track is not going to be warm for much longer. It's going to continue to cool off. Probably by the time we get to the end of this race in just a tick over an hour's time, we could very well see the track temperatures match the ambient temperatures, and once we get off into that, these drivers will have to stay on their toes once more. Still seeing that 8 car down in pit lane serving that black flag that has been issued out by race control. I'm going to look through and see exactly what caused that penalty to be given in the first place. The 88 also had a penalty earlier on. They were just asked to give back the position, so that wasn't too severe for them. But either way a slice of things have gone a little bit sour for the Delatraz efforts.
Yeah, well, what could have been for both the 8 and the 88, or really the 88 still in a position to contend for some sort of win, but yeah, just something really not right with the 8 car. And then you take a look at the Cup class. You've got Jacob Blizzard ahead of Adam Katarski, so 900 over 915. The first time we've seen Delta Sport really contend here. But the question is, can we get Hayden Bramley up to the front? He's 5th place right now in the 911 Project 91 by Raw Racing. And then you take a look at the sport class. It's Sebastian Socha and the Team Checkmate Spark Services number 488 ahead of Orion Race Team and Sim RC. Lights still on the safety car. Most of your wave rounds are complete, so we'll see if somebody decides to come out onto pit road and get a pit stop done. We're reaching the point now where, Ron, I think if an LMP3 decides to pit, they may be able to make it to the finish.
I think we are at that point as well. Real question is, who's going to take that? I think we've talked about the pit strategy throughout this broadcast, and there is a very good reason for that. It's vital in a race like this. But now that we're getting to the end, I wonder how many people are going to take that strategy. The strategies have been so split in all 3 of our classes ever since we got this broadcast up and rolling, that there's a part of me that thinks we may not see everybody be united in that pit call. So keep an eye on it as the field trundles their way into the final turn. And it looks like they will be coming down pit lane, at least for the front 2. Not all of them, though, and not even all of Solpec. Is a 60 car going to stay out?
I was going to say Paris Charles with a nice juke, a fake. We'll see how long that lasts. So Paris Charles will take the overall lead for Solpec as almost everyone else in the LMP3 class decides to come in. Miguel Vigo, you've got a couple of Cup cars that are coming in as well. So they're going to take the wave. And interesting to note, I'm not seeing any sport cars coming. Oh, there's a couple of them. Yeah, Ultra Esports in. Ultra got a... That's interesting. They just had a black flag. They got wiped away. So a couple of sport cars. You've got one Cup car that's into the pits right now. So not everybody coming in. I wonder if they're banking on one more safety car lap.
Potentially that could give them enough of a cushion as we get to the end, whereby they would be able to make it to the end without too much stress. I think that's probably got to be the word of the day as we get into the final hour. It is stress Stress. Everybody gonna be a little bit stressy. It doesn't matter what class they're running in, whether it be down to pit stops or just trying to make the most out of their race. You know, the breaks in between the IVRA races are rather lengthy, so you do have to think about the mental side of things as well, just keeping the momentum rolling. The next time we'll see IVRA Clubsport action will be at Mid-Ohio for round number 3, and that won't be until the final day of January. So we have a whole holiday season left to go through, have a new year that's going to start, and nearly the entire first month of 2026 before we get the next race. So I believe this is one of the longest, if not the longest, breaks for the entirety of the season. So gonna see these racers add in a bit more importance into this just to enter the pseudo winter break with as much momentum on their side as imaginable.
Well, how the turntables. It sounds like that there was a penalty bug with the 8 car, so Delatra's Automotive will be placed back on the lead lap.
Fascinating. I wonder, was that, because I saw that there was a penalty applied by Race Control. Maybe there was a misclick potentially. Well, whatever the case may be, that is going to be good news to Delatra, and they're going to be right next to each other as well. So the 88 and the 8 are going to be right around each other in 7th and 8th. That kind of rhymes there, actually. So that is going to be quite the big break for them. So Solpec, as much as they're running in the fantastic spot of being P1 and P2, two teammates right in tow for one another, they're going to have to keep their eyes peeled on the rearview mirror, because now that for the first time in, I'd say probably about an hour and a half, the Delatrice duo is going to be right around each other. Yeah, they may be a force to be reckoned with as we get into the final hour of this race.
Lights all on the safety cars. I think we're doing the class split right now as we see some of the LMP3s moving ahead of the Cup cars. Your top 3 in each class look like this. It's a Solpec 1-2 with Paris Charles in the 60, Austin Young in the 62, and then Team Hoisenfeld with Fabian Siegman in 3rd. If you go back to the Cup class, Delta Sports Sim Shop with Jacob Blizzard is your leader in the 900, Adam Katarski in the 915, and Sebastian Obendorfer in the Lion GPFenster.com 996. They've been having problems throughout the race, so good to see them in the 3rd place right now. If you take a look at your sport class, it's Sebastian Socha leading in the number 488 Team Checkmate Spark Services. Cayman, they've been doing really good all race long. Then you've got the Orion Race Team with Leonardo Dragoda and Sim RC of Corentin Gunez. So some of your front runners still up near the front, but we are in the final stages of getting things sorted. I think that we are just about ready to get started. It is sprint time. It'll be just under 1 hour left as Bofidar comes into the pits, and lights still on the safety car, but we haven't reached the safety car line yet. That will be in just a couple of corners, but it looks like that Race Control has everything sorted. I would imagine that they're satisfied, and we'll get set to go here shortly.
I'm not sure if we will be getting a restart here, because I'm still hearing calls from Race Control about end-of-line penalties. The lights are on the pace car presently, but regardless, this is going to be probably the most important restart of the season, because we always talk about the mental side of things, starting the season off on a right note and entering this little winter break about over a month and a half, really, until we head off into the next round of the season at Mid-Ohio. So this is going to do it very well for the drivers who get a good result here, and certainly this will be the most important restart of this race, unless we have another yellow, which we cannot rule out. With less than an hour to go, everybody's going to be bringing up the level of aggression. I would say we've been at a solid, I don't know, I would say a solid 7 or 8 throughout most of this race. We've cranked it up to 9s and 10s. We may very well be approaching 12 or 13 territory here, because everybody wants to get off to a flyer, but in the midst of that, somebody may get caught up in the crossfire.
Yeah, one more lap under the safety cars. We passed the safety car line. So yeah, we'll get those end-of-line penalties sorted out, and hopefully we'll get back to racing, I would say, with probably about 55 minutes left to go. And it's going to be all-out, flat-out dash for cash here. But yeah, I don't disagree. I don't think that we are... I don't think that we're immune from one more safety car period. So that's something to think about as well. If you have any questions for Ron or I on the YouTube stream, go ahead and drop them in the comment in the chat. We'll try and get to them here in just a little bit. But we got one of the prototypes into the pits, and I believe that's Sven Newman. No, not sure who decided to take that. That's Daniel Morad. Oh, that's interesting. Could it be a quick splash and dash as Jacob Blizzard also comes in?
Yeah, it seems like some teams are deciding to benefit comfort. They're trying to prioritize comfort as we get to the end over track position. I think that's a smart call, though. I like it personally. Everybody is going to be trying to make it to the end on as few pit stops as possible, and there's a lot playing into it. We're going to have the changing conditions. I mentioned this not too long ago in reference to the fact that the track has continued to cool off for the first time. I think in the entirety of this race, we are back below 70 degrees Fahrenheit for that track temperature. So the grip's going to be falling away as we get to the end. Going to be about 5:08, we'll say, in sim time in the evening when we get this race done. So we're going to start to see the conditions change out there on the track. Everybody going to have different agendas, different strategies. I feel like I prefer the call to be comfortable on gas instead of having the amazing track position at the restart here.
Let's see who all. Yeah, so 3.5 second pit stop for Morad. So yeah, quick splash and dash as still sorting some things out here. Ryan Huff still not wiped away that mechanical black flag, but be set to go racing here shortly. We hope. We got to wait to see what happens at the safety car control line, which is just a couple of meters away, as everybody kind of weaving back and forth, warming up their tires. Paris Charles and Austin Young. I think it's the first time that they have done that as outlined in the rules and mentioned during the safety car. Penalties may not be served during a safety car. If you serve a penalty under a safety car, it will not be considered served. So some interesting words from the race director, and the lights are still on the safety car. So we've got one more lap.
Yeah, so just a bit more time to give these drivers the chance to adjust their minds a bit on this restart, because we're going to see a level of aggression that I don't think we've ever seen. I think we're also going to have to adjust our own minds, Jeremy, here on the broadcast booth, because I'm expecting some flames.
Oh, I take that back. The safety car will come in this time by. So we're going to learn more about IVRA's new series. It's going to be the Club Sprint series here as the field works their way around. And once again, one of the fourth place, Sven Newman, kind of weaving his tires just a little bit as the safety car will come back out. It's going to be Paris Charles's restart to call as we're set to go. 55.5 minutes left to go in this race. This 4-hour enduro is turned into a sprint race. Green flag is out. Paris Charles gets a good jump over his teammate Austin Young, who is trying to hold off Fabian Siegmund. Let's see if Siegmund does anything on the inside. He's going to try and turn one, but you got to make them think better of it. As everybody's starting to jockey for position, you see the battle for position. And Cup, you Impulse Racing, Katarski, and Obendorfer, they're battling for position. But Hayden Bramley now up to third, so that call to pit might be helping out Project 91 further than we thought.
Oh, as they go for a slide, it was going so well, but it's gone disastrously. Off through 4 and 5, goes for a slide. Bramley now going to have to get that car cleaned up. They thought he had a good chance to maybe grab a cup win, but he is going to be on the back foot tremendously as we continue to worry about this restart. Looking at the front of P3, it's spread out up in the front, but behind it is a bottleneck.
All it really is now you see Team Checkmate up in front almost by a full second. That's Sebastian Socha who has that lead. Of course, Guedes and Dragata holding off in second place. but everything's tightening up near the front of the pack. God, just what could have been for Team Project 91, though. Still plenty of time for anything to happen in this race. 54 minutes left to go as the field works their way around. It's Pierce Charles with a 1.8-second lead, but Fabian Siegman trying to get into that second spot. Let's see, Daniel Morad falling back to 8th, so lots to play for here as Paris Charles, look at that, as now Daniel Morad's in the pits once again.
Yeah, so Morad making another call to come down pit lane. Not sure exactly what the deal is here. I'm going to look through to see whether or not there's some sort of outstanding penalty that's going on. Yeah, I'm looking through. 30-second penalty for the number 70. I think we saw that penalty get called a bit earlier on. Never got the opportunity to serve it. So he now has to come down pit lane, stop and hold for 30 seconds. That's going to take Moradness out of this. Unfortunate moment for Daniel Morad. Saw that incident a little bit earlier on. I believe it was himself and the 989-year-old one-point leader in the Cup category. They're still running in third. Moradness, meanwhile, going to drop down to, at the very best, P8. I believe that's what they will remain at, as everybody else in that P3 category behind them are multiple laps down. But that's a big kick in the shins regardless for them. They're now stopping the pit stall for a quick splash and dash after serving that penalty. But my, oh my, how quickly things can change.
And that makes the most sense to just take care of it while you're down there. And still, Solpack 1, 2. They're the ones who have really held this race on the second half. It's been all of them because Beltras was so many problems throughout the race in the second half with contact and spins and just missed opportunities that they've fallen back. Of course, not able to make it 2 in a row, but that's endurance racing to say the least. As you see Sven Newman trying to hold off Thomas Imberger's back in the car, so decided to go with the ace in the hole for the final part of this race. Number 88 right now sitting in 5th place.
Keeping an eye on all of our classes with the P3 gap between the two Solpack teammates rather large. Cup is tight, Sport is tight, everybody is running close together. The field converging in on one another as we get into the final 51 minutes of this race. Oh, look at the dive, heading off into turn number 8. That's some gutsy stuff from Delatraz. We'll see if that'll be a successful move or not. Still side by side on the corner exit. Sven Newman trying to battle out with Thomas Imberger. Imberger back behind the wheel of that race car after taking the middle portion out of it. Now back behind the wheel of that machine to round this race off. And right now able to jump into 4th with a gutsy dive into 8.
That was a very gutsy move there as he tries to close in on position once again, flashing the lights, and it looks like that that is the 8. That's not the 8. A little side by side 3-1 for position. What a move there by the 8, going from 7th all the way into 5th place, as now Satellite Racing and Course Sim Racing are battling for 6th place. Tip of the cap to Court and to Milleroo for that fantastic move.
That was awesome. I talked about that Delatraz duo ever since that yellow came out and they were able to get bunched back together. It's like a shake and bake situation what we've got between those two teammates. Will they be able to challenge the other teammates that are currently holding on to P1 and P2? Well, they do have a gap to close up, and they do have a challenge on their hands once they close up to those two right up at the front of the field. But this has been a mighty fight back from this team that looked like they held on to all of the cards earlier on. Then the yellows came out, drama broke out on the restarts, the duo got broken up, and ever since then it feels like they've been on the ropes. Now, however, they're starting to swing, and they're swinging hard. They have to catch up to the 48, the Team Husingveld car, holding on to the final podium spot in the LMP3 category right now. But based off the pace that they've shown as of late, I think that could very easily be done. So, as much as it's still the Solpack duo in 1st and 2nd, I'm keeping an eye on this Delatraz duo, because if they want to peak at the right time and finish this race the way they started, well, that's going to be a very well-earned and certainly a hard-fought result.
And it'll be a well worth it result, almost a drive of the race result, as they're trying to work their way into 3rd. They've got the hoisting fall to Fabian Siegman within sight. around that final corner. They can see the end in sight, and they really want to get there. They've opened up a bigger gap to the 1 and the 64 back there. So that's good. They don't have to worry about that. What they do have to worry about, though, is what's going to happen if we have another yellow, because that's really going to shorten the time that these drivers have to get up to the front. It's this battle for position here in the Cup class. You see Katarski holding off Obendorfer and Hammerstedt, and top 5 really all within striking distance, as you also see Nick Ludecki in the number 989, 3 wide for third.
They're never going to give up. They are never going to give up in all of the battles that they're on the racetrack, which we love to see from our perspective in the booth. Some of these drivers, though, may be feeling a little bit nervous as we get to the end, and understandably so, with the battling going on in all of our classes. I wonder what is going to be the one in your book, Jeremy, that will probably be the most exciting. I know this is basically like asking a parent to pick between their favorite children, but yeah, I will still ask this question nonetheless.
I think the battle for the lead in Cup, it doesn't matter who's up front. You've got 2 or 3 other drivers who really want that. As look at Katarski, now a 1.2 second lead over Obendorfer. But that's not going to last long, because you get out to a big lead in Cup and it's really going to close in throughout. Again, we're running the 991.1s, not the .2s yet. That may come next round out at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, which would be an interesting place for them to shake that one down, because Mid-Ohio as well as I do. It's, half the track, it's aerodynamic. The other is handling, which is perfect to bring out the 992.2s here at for IVRA. But yeah, I mean, the Cup class has been nothing but fantastic. We've had distances in LMP3 where, one team's gone away with it. Now they're battling each other, and then they're pulling out again. And big problem for the 997, safety car procedure infringement. So the Team Checkmate Axis project will have to serve either stop and hold, or they'll have 20 seconds tacked on to the end of their race.
Yeah, I think they're going to leave this race here today at Misano thinking what could have been. They were in contention for the win a bit earlier. Things have really gone sour. Was involved in that moment with themselves and the BS competition car heading off through the final turn not too long ago. And then ever since then, things have really gone awry. I think the same thoughts may be potentially creeping up in the Orion race team. Leo Dragata has now gone behind the wheel of that race car. Mike Dam was driving it earlier on. We focused on the Project 91 team and them slowly but surely bringing the maximum stint to a close for their main driver, Matt Carana. The same went on with Mike Dam behind the wheel of that Orion race team effort. They're holding on to second in sports, and now they were leading for quite some time, but lost out on the lead as a result of a tussle in P3, heading off through turn number 3, where Dragata, and it was actually Mike Dam behind the wheel of the race car at the time, but that Orion race team effort got nudged off the track, had a sideways snap. They've now dropped down to second, holds on to a 2.5 second gap between themselves and the Sim RC effort, the 475 car that's currently leading in the sport class. And if they can get the win, that would be quite the fight back for them. They finished 11th in the last round of the championship at the Bend. So if they can swap out that P11 for a P1, I think they would not have any qualms about that.
No, and you know what? We keep saying this is such a short championship, but really to finish up in the top 3 in the podium for this team, looking pretty good. And yeah, that's another team that I think who could have been, should have been, but still, with 45 minutes left, one toe out of line by Sim RC, getting caught by traffic at the wrong time, and that could make things just a little bit more difficult. As I saw somebody in the pits, and yeah, that's a 997, so it looks like that they're going to serve that penalty now, which I find is quite interesting that they wouldn't have waited, because now you're going to have that 20 seconds plus the delta tacked onto that.
Still a lot of things left to be decided as we get to the end of this event, looking at the tussle that may go on that we have been expecting for a decent period of time between the 48 and the 88. Now a half a second the gap I will say, though, something that is benefiting Team Hussenfeld in this situation is the fact that the Delatra Automotive by PC Design 88 car, the team that won the last round of the championship at the Bend, they do not have their usual rear gunner. Those two team cars have worked together so long throughout this race, and when they've worked together, it's worked out very, very well for them. They're in the midst of lap traffic, so there's usually at the very least one car separating them at all points in time. However, now I think this may be the point where that 88 team needs to turn up the whip a bit and try and get this spot. The 88 now has that refreshed driver behind the wheel of that race car. We talked about the driver swaps throughout this race and them going on in all of the different categories. At the moment, currently in 88, it's Imborg back behind the wheel of that machine, and he is bringing the Thunder Lanes.
Austin Young up front. He's going to lose it. So went from Young to Charles, back to Charles, and a couple of the corners, Solpak just having all sorts of problems. It's like they've got two left feet at the high school dance. What is going on here? Is Young having some difficulties?
Yeah, that was bizarre, just jerking the steering wheels. He headed his way onto the back straightaway. I thought that was going to be a hardware failure, and he was going to ricochet off that wall. They've got some lap traffic to worry about. Got the Murat in his car right up in front. They've got the sport class drivers and some other racers in LMP3 all around one another. There was the moment trying to deal with the P3 traffic into turn number 10 that the lockup happened. The 62 runs wide, and now it is a four-car tussle. We're expecting it for a while, and we have gone at all of the racers at P3 converging in on one single point. The Solpak duo still holding on to track position advantage, but right behind you've got the 48, the Team Hussenfeld car. And right behind you've also got the 88, the Delatra Automotive entry, all running around each other. Lap traffic involved. Look at the dive from Hussenfeld. Contact made, and here comes the 88.
That's Imberg. He wants to get in there, and he does. 2 for 1, but how long will that last? As Sigmund tries to hold off. We got side-by-side, 3 wide for position.
Oh my goodness, here we go. We were expecting this battle for a while. We have gone at the dive for the race lead. Contact made with the Mustang up in front. Look at the 48, gonna get the 2 for 1 deal. Cuts down the inside 3. Now having to worry about driving off into the grass. They were nearly 5 wide. 5 wide off through 9. A lock up from the 48, the lead for the 88. Here comes the 8. Back again with the Delatra 1-2. Look at that. That is insanity.
But Imberg has a 10-second time penalty for minor incident responsibility. That gives Milleru the chance to get out front, and now Milleru is getting harassed by the Solpak cars as they work their way in through the final sector. Side by side, little bit of rubbing here as Heusinkfeld is also within position. That's going to be Austin Young saying thank you very much for second place, but Milleru able to use slower traffic as a pick and open up a gap about 5 to 6 car lengths. Now this battle between the 88 and the 62 really heating up contact. Looks like it'll be another penalty for the 62.
Oh, and this is really getting ugly. Something's got to break here soon. These drivers can't afford to do this for so long and not have it end in tears. There's a 6th driver involved in this now. You look at the back of shot, the red, white, and blue effort right in tow. That's Miguel Vigo behind the wheel of that satellite racing team effort. A move from Imborg heading down to the turn. Contact made with a 48. Huge hip check there to the Solpak machine. Solpak had this race in their grasp. It has really fallen through. Penalties being applied. I think race control is going to have a look at all of these racers because everybody has broken the elbows out in some way, shape, or form. It's been awesome from our perspective, but race control going to be super busy because I think there may be more penalties to come out of all of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grand Am Rolex Sports Car Series 2.0. It's been nothing but argy these past couple of corners as Cointrim Millero watching his mirrors and seeing all the carbon fiber that's just been rubbed on, damaged, scraped, and moved off of. As right now, Sigmund trying to get into that second spot. He does have it on aggregate, but I did see a questionable move there by the 62 of Austin Young making a pass around the outside in what could be considered out of bounds. We'll see what race control has to say about that. But nonetheless, still, they're not rubbing on each other right now. They're still nice and tight as Sigmund's trying to see what he can do to get around. He's also got to hold off Young. Young sitting there in 4th place as they go side by side around the outside. That's where Young's going to try another pass into turn 1. Not going to make it happen, but it's going to give Imborg a chance to open up just a little bit of a gap. so things can take a breath because everything's calmed down for now.
Yeah, once it got out of the traffic, we were able to catch our breath here on the broadcast booth. I had to take about 5 sips of water, and I think I may have just done permanent damage to my vocal cords. But what a way to do it. I think there was a brief period of time where we were 5 wide, heading off into turn number 10. And if that was the case, all of the drivers should go out and buy a lottery ticket when they're done with this race in about a half an hour's time, because they got away with one there. I think there are a lot of moments that the drivers got away with, and all of that, it's Delatraz 1-2. I talked about how if they were able to get it done, they had to fight for it. They fought for it. Now, with penalties being applied, there will be some swapperoos going on there. Let's take a look at this. Oh, Thomas Angus Sim Racing getting spun around. That was a tough 4.
So that was part of that little ta-ta-ta that we had there. As Paris Charles, you're on board with him. Look at this. This is absolutely fantastic. As now slower traffic playing yet another part in this battle for third place. You see the 88 just opening up again. But again, Thomas Imborg going to have to serve some sort of penalty, whether it's at the end of the race or if he decides to come into pit road. So plenty of we'll see if there's any other penalties. I've got one eye on race control. I've got another eye on the racetrack, because there most certainly has to be some sort of penalty for some of the contact that we saw as Austin Young reels in Siegman, who's sitting there in third place in the number 48 team Hoistingfeld. And really, that's a team, Rod, that has come out from the darkness this race. They've done quite well for themselves. The first half of the race, they kind of sat there, bided their time. But in the second half, they really started to climb. Now the elbows are out for the 48.
Yeah, they have been a bat throughout this race. They've just been quietly lurking in the dark cave, not really attacking. Now, however, they're breaking out the fangs. They're really going for it at the end of this race. I don't believe bats have fangs, but it works well in this situation here. So they've really decided to squabble up at the end. And as it stands currently, they would be on track for a very good result. They'll look back on the results from the last round of the championship, where Hussenbelt didn't want to talk about him too much in that race either. They walked away with a 4th place finish when everything was said and done there. So lots of teams going to be big beneficiaries from all this. I'm looking through, though. One team that, even if it doesn't go well for them at the end of this race, they should not hang their heads low, is the Solpex, specifically the number 60 car. In the last round of the championship, they finished in 10th. Things did not go well for them at all in the race at the Bend just about a month and a half ago. It's gone well for them here. They're trying to get a win. We'll see if they can actually make it work. But as it stands currently, I don't think anybody should really be hanging their heads low too much, because certainly the racing that they have given us has been fantastic. There are so many rightful winners in, frankly, all 3 of our classes. I would say the only one that hasn't seen the same sort of topsy-turviness is Sport. However, that's changing. Right as I say that, your race leader in class has now come down pit lane.
That's a questionable call. We'll see what happens there. The 998 Visceral Esports IVRA P Cup of Sam Hammerstedt is going to receive a 5-second time penalty for aggressive driving. So if that's the mark, it's going to be interesting to see how many P3s will get that penalty, as we're watching second place, who still has to answer a 10-second time penalty for minor incident responsibility. If we look back, that's going to drop him. I'll try and look at the timing here. That will drop him all the way back to 7th place. So 2nd to 7th, that's a heck of a fall for last race's race winner. But still, we still got to get through a lot of traffic here in these 35 minutes. A Solpeck trying to hold on and see if they can get at least one of their cars onto the podium. But lots of great battling here for third, as the team Hoistingfeld 48 sitting there as that position. If things were to end now, it would be 48 and 62, your top 3. But still, anything can happen in 35 minutes, as we've seen.
Yeah, speaking of the fact that anything can happen in 35 minutes, I want to go back to how this race was 35 minutes ago. I think that was right about the time that we had the last yellow come out. We knew that things were going to get hectic. I don't think we were expecting this. There's been so much drama to go on over the past 35 minutes of this race, and hey, we still got that same amount of distance left to go. Got to worry about who's going to make it to the end as well, and worry about the continually evolving track conditions out there on the circuit. We'll be keeping tabs on this throughout the race, as much as things have flat lines, so to speak, with track temperatures remaining at about 69 degrees Fahrenheit. That is still a bit of a far cry from what was earlier on in this race, and the sun is dipping below the horizon for sure, currently at 4:34 in sim time in the evening. So we are rapidly approaching upon the point of the race where we may see another drop-off in track temperatures, and when we get that could be huge.
Oh, this is a big one. Minor incident responsibility. 5-second time penalty to car 62, Austin Young.
I can't say I'm surprised with how much the elbows were getting broken out as they dealt with each other and dealt with the traffic, but that is still going to sting regardless.
No, it really will. And it's like, here's the thing. Here's the thing with Solpec. They were aggressive most of the race, but they didn't border on bully aggressive. They were aggressive to the point to where you could still get away with it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, during that little segment of the stint, I think they stepped a toe out of line just a little bit.
Yeah, now as we got into that portion of the race, I mean, frankly, I think everybody in the LMP3s did something a little bit questionable. I mentioned this a lot in the early stages. I'll bring it up once again. The game of lap traffic chicken. That's what that was. That was lap traffic chicken if ever it has been seen. Everybody going for outrageous dives on both one another and the lap cars that they were trying to get past. It just boiled over eventually, and for some, it's going to result in penalties. Others, it's going to just be a bit of a black eye on what overall has been a very good race for many.
And Ron, I'm gonna hand this one to you. This comes from the live chat from MotoFilter9168. Would have been good if Delatraz can figure out how to pass without running people off the track. What are your thoughts on that comment? As we hold that thought, we've got a battle for first in Cup right now with Lion GP and Visceral Esports. They're side by side. Lion with the advantage through one, but I've got to say this: the Visceral number 998 of Hammerstad, who still has to serve a penalty, gets around the outside. Anyway, back to that comment.
Everybody was getting very aggressive in that battle. I don't believe Delatraz is innocent, but I don't believe everybody else is innocent either. I think there's guilty parties in that entire top six in the LMP3. They're battling for a win at the end of one of these races, and with only 6 rounds on the calendar, you gotta go for all that glory more often than not. It's a system that rewards drivers just setting it to the absolute limits of control, and doubly so talking about this racetrack and the nature of the cars as well. The LMP3s may be the most nimble machines out there on the racetrack compared to their Porsche Cup and GT4 counterparts out there on the circuit here in this series, but they still aren't the most darty cars in the world. The weight transfer on those cars can bite and bite hard. I compared it to the Radical SR10, and I've been covering Radical SR10 action for as long as I've been doing broadcasting, ever since March of 2023. So I know that the cars can be a little bit brutal, so you can't go for the most outrageous moves, and you can't really back out of it too easily, doubly so considering this track. You can tell at many points, especially off through 4 and 5, where you can tell this track is designed for motorcycles. I talked about it a bit earlier on. That track is rather clunky in all sorts of race cars, and it is narrow too. I don't think they were entirely innocent in all of that, but I don't believe everybody else was innocent either. I think there were guilty parties in that entire pack. The GT4s are going to feel slighted. Can't necessarily blame them for that, but it's just the battling. If I got out of race control a while ago because I didn't want to make judgment calls. I'm just a guy who runs his mouth talking about the action that I see out there on the racetrack. That's race control's decision. For me personally, I don't think anybody was fully innocent in any of that.
And I'll agree with you, obviously being, someone who sat in the real race control, and we'll just end that discussion on this. If you don't like it, find a series to play race control in, and then you'll have a new appreciation for how race control runs. We're seeing more and more pit stops in the Cup class right now. Hugo Allen sits in second place. Sam Hammerstedt, who has to cop a penalty, is your leader so far. We'll see how long it takes him to stay out front there. But this battle for fourth and LMP3 really looking good between Austin Young and the 64 Satellite Racing, the 1 Core Sim Racing. Of course, it's Miguel Vigo in the 64 with Sven Newman up in the 1.
Yeah, so pit stops still going on throughout this field. We've seen some drivers come down pit lane in the Cup category. It's still a comfortable margin for that 998 effort. We'll see what they can do. Talking about the change in fortune for many a team up and down the grid in all 3 of our classes. The 998 in the last round of the championship were the first drivers out, in fact. They were the last drivers classified, class down in 9th. So if they can hold on to that race lead and the race win in that Cup category, that would be a quick and almighty change in fortune for them. In the meantime, though, we still have this battle for 4th and LMP3, Solpec and Satellite side by side. Solpec swoops around the outside to hold on to that spot. Still have some Cup traffic to worry about. Still some Sport traffic to worry about as well. This is when it can get very physical and very nerve-wracking for these cars, and they get it through clean. Nicely played.
That was a wonderful pass there as Hammerstedt still has that 5-second penalty. Right now, that would put Hugo Allen into the lead, but is Hammerstedt coming into the pits because that lead has grown just a little bit? Actually, no, that's good. We're bordering right now on what would be a quote-unquote race for the lead, as a 5-second penalty would still keep Hammerstedt into the lead in class. So got this battle for 4th place between Solpec and Satellite Racing. But again, this may be all for naught because Solpec has to serve a 5-second time penalty. So it's still so much to play for, and the race really isn't over yet until much after the checker flag, when penalties will be handed out. But still, and plus, traffic has to get around. That was a little close.
Yeah, that was too close for comfort, heading off through a section of racetrack where all of these cars are pretty much at terminal velocity. At the end of that back straightaway into turn number 13, as that was Solpec with a huge sideways snap, heading out the second to last turn. No, hang down to turn number 13. You can get a move done very easily, but sometimes it can get a little bit ugly. I know from my experience running around this track and racing around this track, moves off through that section of the racetrack will be incredibly nerve-wracking, whether it be in sports cars or my usual favorite, the open wheel cars. Any sort of contact can end in a catastrophic collision. Everybody keeping it clean in that battling, as Solpec probably not having clean pants after that sideways snap out of turn 15. A very awkward turn in its own right.
Yeah, no, that was a little close to Nathan Tearing into the pits in the number 499, but still, this battle for position in LMP3 really heating up as they work their way through the slower traffic. Got at least one Sport competitor ahead of them. Then they got a Cup car not too far away, so a great place to catch them is coming out of the corner, as Visceral Esports still your leader in the 998 in Cup. Team Checkmate Spark Services somehow back to the lead in the 488 as well. So plenty to race for it. Under 30 minutes left to go, with Paris Charles ahead of Austin Young over, the Deltras. I looked at the wrong screen. Deltras 1 and 2, but still penalties. This is all unofficial. Lot to play for here as this battle for 4th is still racing its way through, and it's going to be interesting to see who else decides to pit or who's going to stretch it out here in these next couple of laps. Only a handful of laps left. I did see one car go right into the pits, and that is your Sport leader. So Sebastian Socha and Miguel Freitas, 1 and 2 in Sport. They are answering their final call to pit.
Yeah, so this is the money time in this race. That pay window opens up in just a tick over 25 minutes time, and everybody wants to set themselves up well. As much as things were rather set in stone in the P3s, considering that they had to make it to the end after that last yellow. Everywhere else, though, in the Cup and the Sport categories, it's been very topsy-turvy. Hearing as well in the YouTube chat, the 900 effort, currently running second in the Cup category. They seem to be in the best position out of them all. They were the latest to come down pit lane. Hugo Allen, the New Zealander, behind the wheel of that car, currently holding on to a very good position at the moment, P2. And if things are set to go as people are expecting it to go, this may be victory for Delta Sport. Talking about race performance performances week in and week out. That 900 effort last time out, they weren't even classified. I believe they ran into some trouble during that race and did not even finish. So if they can bounce back here and grab a W, that would be a fantastic way to enter that winter break.
Nothing like having a sweet taste of success to go through the holiday season and get ready. As the 900, you see them on the track, watching drivers behind them. That's the 911 also back there, who they came into pit a couple times during the of course they also had the penalty too, so that's another driver that we're expecting some big things out of there. They had the spin, and really, had they not had the spin, I think we would be talking about a different set of circumstances in the Cup class right now. But yeah, a great showing out of the 900 of Hugo Allen, the Delta Sports Sim Shop in the Cup class, looking really, really good. Of course, also look at how close that is. Back on board in LMP3 with Sven Newman. He's got a good shot there of a battle for position between the 64 and the 62. Those two have been tooth and nail most of this stint, I should say, as working their way around some slower traffic. Once again, Newman able to close up with that sport traffic. He's going to lose a little bit of ground coming out of the exit there, but I'll tell you what, Solpak and Satellite are looking really good.
Yeah, I do want to give some love to Satellite Racing. They have had a really, really rough go of things in this race. Constant trouble, not really of their own doing as well. They've just been caught up in other people's drama, other people's messes, and even despite that, they've run strong. They're running in P5 with 23 minutes left to go in this race, so a lot of things can change as we get to the end, and certainly will expect a change with that 62 with that outstanding penalty. So I do want to give some love to Satellite, because I think if they had a bit more rub of the green throughout this race, they could have very well challenged that Delatraz duo that's currently holding on to P1 and P2.
So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens here. What happened to Lion GP? Looks like it's gonna be a little bit of contact, and yep, just some contact, but straightens out. Everything back underway. So still plenty of ta-ta-ta left to go in this race, with about 22 and a half minutes left to go. You're taking a look at one of your earlier front runners, that's Sven Newman. He's the interested spectator in this battle between the 62 and the 64 that is down in the fourth place that they are running. Still working their way through lap traffic, but I've got to say, this has been such a fantastic run out of the 62 and the 64, even if it's going to be all for naught.
I want to commend these racers in what has been a very challenging day in the cockpit for all of them. Changeable conditions ever since we got this broadcast up and rolling with qualifying earlier on. Everybody has kept it clean for the most part. There have been bits of drama, don't get us wrong, but there haven't been any major accidents. It hasn't been a wreck fest, and we have gotten treated to some amazing battles throughout this race. Still have some to be settled, though, in the final 21 and a half minutes of this race. I would captain to guess that we are about... I'm trying to think, are we about 10 laps away from the end? I know we're certainly getting up there in terms of laps left to go, with the prototypes lapping just a tick over that 1-minute 30 barrier. So yeah, I believe we have probably about 10 laps left to go here in this race.
Yeah, I would say about that. Maybe a little bit more, a little bit less. But then again, I didn't get into broadcasting to have to count on my fingers and toes. That's never any sort of fun. As Milleroo, though, has at 12 seconds ahead of everything else. It might be 10 laps, depending on where Milleroo catches up to traffic. But still, this battle for fourth in class still looking pretty good, as Solpak holding off Satellite Racing.
I'm actually going to amend my statement there. I realize, yeah, the math did not math there. I'm going to say it's about 12 to 13 laps left to go here in this race. But either way, 12, 13 laps left in a race is a heck of a lot less than what some of these racers are running on at the current moment. Your race leader, Bertan Milleroo, behind the wheel of the number 8 Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage Entry, is currently at the end of lap 126. So frankly, 12 laps left is pretty much just a drop in the bucket for these racers. Can we make it to lap 140? That's the question that I have. Outside of the battles for the win and the points that matter in all of our classes, I'm going to be keeping eyes to see whether or not we break that lap 140 barrier.
The Echelon Sim Sport with another spin. Yeah, the 140 barrier, that's going to be very interesting to see how that lasts, if that lasts, and when that's going to happen. As, look at this, Vigo just closing in on what would be, it's going to be a battle for fourth regardless, whether or not there is a pass. But again, these are all unofficial. And the 62 of Young. I'll tell you what, Young's racing like he has nothing left to lose, because he's doing quite well holding off Vigo these past several laps and running a nice defensive line. But Vigo, that was, I don't know about that move there.
Yeah, that's we're seeing some borderline moves as we get to the end of this race. I think that is a developing theme both in the P3s and everywhere else. Taking a look at that from my perspective, that felt like a bit of a block, bit reactionary in terms of the move to try and cover off the inside and shallow up the approach on the outside, but yeah, you could maybe use the argument that he was trying to set himself up for the turn, very tight turn leading up to that, so it could very well work in any sort of defense. We'll have to see if that move catches the ire of race control. Austin Young behind the wheel of that number 62 car. No matter how you saw the moves that got Solpeck out of the race lead, you got to admit that it's a bit of a bitter way for their race to end, because they were peaking at the right time and then drama breaking down with some lap traffic encounters and all of the sorts. And then it just looks like it has gone the way of Delatra as Solpeck has dropped down. So I think there is a little bit of frustration maybe brewing underneath the roof of those Solpeck duo.
And that's understandable, because they felt like that they got handed a bum hand as Van Newman comes in for his final pit stop of the race. So now that Newman's coming in, one has to wonder, how is everybody else in the LMP field doing on fuel and tires? 8.8 seconds out of Newman. Oh boy, this is going to make things interesting.
So now there's the line, there's the pit lane. I've talked about that a lot throughout this broadcast, how long of a trundle it is until you can finally uncheck that pit lane speed limiter and get up and rolling once again, running effectively in no man's land at the current moment here in the P3 field. As we get to the end, I still think at least one person's got to come down pit lane. I just have a sneaking suspicion that something is going to go down.
Exactly. I think that something, not sure what's going to happen, but something is going to happen here as the battle for fifth in sport class looking pretty good too. It's a 423 Core Sim Racing of Tom Kunath ahead. Watching this battle really heat up, and of course faster traffic is going to play a part. Andy Fox on YouTube says likely all top P3s will have to stop again. That is a very likely possibility, but the question is if and when. That's where it's going to have to be the big question mark. Let's hit the delta for that. I think I saw was what, in the 40-second range, so that might help some drivers out.
Yeah, so with the pit stops still pending, who set themselves up the best? Through all the chaos and the smoke and the drama, as everybody tried to sort themselves out and jump into a spot, I think some may not have lost track of where they were in the race. Some may have just kept their eyes focused on the prize and figure out exactly what they can do fuel-wise to either have a very short stop if they do have to come down pit lane or avoid that pit stop altogether. We're going to be keeping tabs on this as we get to the very end. Cup battling still going to potentially flare up. Visceral Esports, we heard earlier on that the 900, the Delta Sport car, currently being driven by Hugo Allen, looks like that team has set themselves up the best in that category. They took fuel the latest, so I think they may be best on tires and certainly best on fuel. Sport, meanwhile, has been decided by strategy. I think the LMP3 class will as well. Not a lot of battles going on in that class at the current moment in terms of scrapping out there on the track, because I think everybody has their eyes focused on those pit stops more than anything.
We've seen some sport front runners up at the front who decided that they wanted to answer a call into pit road. And one of them is the 461. So the David Barclaw coming into the Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. So he'll come in for the his final pit stop of the race. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who pits and where. Of course, the 998 still within striking distance of taking a win in spite of the 5-second penalty. David Barclaw, and let's see here. Let's watch the delta time. And Splash and Dash will take 45.6 seconds pit lane to pit lane.
Fascinating. So that will be the number that we keep in our heads as we get to the very end of this. And I have a feeling that we will have to use that number. I think these teams will most certainly have that number probably printed onto their steering wheel. Frankly, 1.2 seconds, 1.3 seconds, the gap between your top two in LMP3, but we still have those pit stops coming up. Gang, it's a sunset in Sim. Gang, it's a sunset in this race as the leader comes down pit lane. This is huge.
It is huge, and also huge, another 10-second penalty for Thomas Imborg, so he'll have to serve 15 seconds for aggressive driving this time. So, yeah, so it's actually 20 seconds, I'm sorry, as he had minor incident responsibility and now aggressive driving. Let's see what Milleroo does, if it's going to be a quick splash and dash, and I think it's going to be. Let's see how long the pit stop's going to be. Again, 8.8 seconds is about the time we've seen for a quick splash of fuel, and it's going to be longer, 11.1 seconds. That is huge. Not good for now the 5th place driver, as the aggregate leader is the 48 of Fabian Sigmund.
I don't like that pit stop at all for Delatraz. No. With the penalties for the 88 and that slow stop for the 8, this may very well fall into Team Husingveld's lap. Because I don't think, I mean, based off how things are looking at the current moment, I don't think Delatraz will be able to pull it out. They're going to have some mighty laps at the end. I gotta wonder exactly what the deal was there. Were they that uncomfortable on the fuel? They did have to fight back, so I can imagine fuel saving was not on their agenda in that stint of the race. So with that being taken care of, that is, yeah, I don't know. I think that may fall into the game of Team Husingveld. Aiden Bramley coming into the pits in the Project 91 car in the Cup category. He comes in from 3rd, so still waiting for the pit stops in the Cup class, along with LMP3. But yeah, if I had to favor anybody, it probably would be that 48, because they're running effectively in no man's land. These two that we have on screen right now, too preoccupied in their own battles, they're in the pits now. So Team Husingveld coming in too.
It looks like Solpex coming in as well, and there will have to be a penalty to one of them, and that's not the. Yeah, there will. What? Let's see here. Surprising they didn't have to stop. Yeah, 62 has a penalty. I'm surprised they didn't have to stop the pit road. I wonder if they're going to answer that penalty. That was weird.
I wonder if they're just waiting for the very end. I wonder if they would just want to get the position out there on the road and then just wait for the penalty at the end.
We'll see what happens here as 9.1 second pit stop out of Young. Siegman with a 9.5 second pit stop. So Young does get ahead of, Siegman gets out, and Young will be next to line up. We'll see what Imborg does here in the next couple of laps, but things are afoot here in the P3 class as everyone has to come in, and Hammerstedt is in from the Cup lead. So we'll see what Hugo Allen does, if how long he'll stay out in that 900. We did see that he is best on fuel and tires, so he should have the shortest stop. Now his goal is to gap Ludeka just a little bit as Hammerstedt comes in as well. Taking a look, let's see here, 10.1 seconds, and that's going to be a 47 second delta. Essentially, if Hugo comes in, he might be down to ahead of Bramley.
As we see Thomas Einborg now come down pit lane in the Delatraz Automotive by PC Design number 88 car. Penalties will be applied to this car, 20 seconds of them to be a bit more precise. So not going to be seeing them go for back-to-back victories here at the start of this IVRA Clubsport 2025-26 season. There in the pits, Miguel Vigo in the pits as well. Do want to touch on your presumptive top two in that LMP3 category. The number 8, driven by Corentin Millero. He's holding on to that top spot, and It's holding on to a significant margin over the 48. I thought it was going to be a heck of a lot closer than it was, but only 9 seconds in the stop compared to 11 for the number 8. So that has resulted in a bit of a swap-a-roo there. Another swap-a-roo going on. The 88 going to exit out in front of the 8. And I wonder what sort of teamsmanship may be played there, whether the 8 is going to let whether the 88 will let the 8 by and act as a bit of a rear gunner.
It's going to be interesting with us under 10 minutes left to go as Imborg comes out to the lead over Milleru, 0.7 of a second. Now that gap kind of staying steady so far as Vigo gets back on the gas, and we see Imborg having to deal with cup traffic, and there's a sport driver not too far away from them as well. And Imborg, man, the one thing that these guys don't want who have copped penalties, they do not want a safety car. Augustine is into the pits from the 9th spot in cup. Can't go further because he's the last car running in cup right now, but Imborg opening up a decent gap. There's a battle for second place with Corentin Gunez up at the front, and looks like one of the Core Caymans sitting there in third place. That's the 423. No driver changes have been made, so that's Tom Kunath in the number 423 Cayman around the circuit. But look at who's got a commanding lead in sport. It's the driver who made an early call, John Bodefer, who is sitting in the lead in sport.
Yeah, and really, I think Bodefer and that whole team's charge throughout this race has effectively come out of nowhere. You know, when it comes to that Solpack stable, we've been so focused on their performance in LMP3 that we haven't even, we've frankly neglected to mention the Solpack car in that category, Graham Sanders and John Bodefer. I mentioned a bit earlier on in reference to those two drivers, Solpack's efforts in the Radical SR10 leagues here on iRacing, and the Radical Americas Championship that we covered here on RaceSpot throughout the 2025 championship. And those were the two that actually ran in that car. They weren't running in the P3 that I feel like is a bit more similar to the SR10. Instead, they opted for that sport class category. It looks like they've put together a very good race. In the meantime, though, in the Cup field, Hugo Allen has now come down pit lane from the race lead. Looks like Nick Ledecky will be able to jump in front in that 989 car. That effort, the BS competition machine, has been up and down the field throughout the day, but Hugo Allen now trundling his way out of the pit, 7.2 seconds stopped in the stall. This may be coming up their way.
So Hugo Allen could be taking that number 900 Delta Sports Sim Shop straight to the podium. Hammerstedt comes out, is in second place, and now Hayden Bramley has a little bit of a distance to try and catch up to Allen in the 900, though I don't think it may not be possible. As we take a look, there's two sport cars, and you can't even see Bramley in the picture, so that spin hurt Bramley more than anyone could have thought. So we get to under 7 minutes left to go. A fantastic strategy by the Delta Sports Sim Shop team. This battle for position in LMP3 still heating up. It's between Core Sim Racing and Satellite Racing once again. So Vigo looking like he wants to get around Newman for position, and that could be a cup car that slows you down. Daniel Morad back in the pits once again. They've had multiple pit stops, but nonetheless, tip of the cap to Morad to try and keep that car up front in spite of having a penalty.
Yeah, Daniel Morad has put a valiant effort behind the wheel of that number 70 car. It just looks like the fates have twisted that car in just about every single direction that it could. Multiple penalties, multiple trips down in pit lane, supplemental trips down in pit lane as well, as the cup stops have continued. Nick Ledecky now behind the wheel of that number 989 car. He's pulled it into pit lane. Visceral Esports now holding on to that top spot with 3.8 seconds of gap between themselves and Delta Sport. They came down pit lane last before Ledecky, waiting to see what may go on with Visceral Esports, but certainly looking good for the 900 effort.
Yeah, so far so good, as once again you see Newman try and make a pass around the outside. He gets around Vigo, so that's going to hold for now. Spin! Contact with And now the Newman car is into the gravel, able to go through. Not sure if that was net code or what, but a good race gone bad for the Court Sim Racing #1.
Yeah, at one point in time, they were holding on to the lead through some pit stop chicanery and some yellows. They were able to shake their way up into that top spot, but things have gone awry. And let's take a look at this moment. Side-by-side racing down to turn #1. Runs a little bit wide on exit. Hit the curb. Nothing that car on the inside could have done. It was just Core Sim Racing running a little bit wide. Hit the paint, hit the curb, went off the track. And even though this track has been baking under the sun for a little bit of time now, it's still damp on the outside. Even with the winds howling, it's still damp there on the outside. As soon as he hit that, nothing he could have done. As Orion race team running into some difficulties, and they were assisted in that quite heavily, trying to figure out whether or not that was a number 60 Solpec car. Parrish Charles behind the wheel of that effort, or whether or not it was potentially Austin Young behind the wheel of that machine. Big moments though for sure.
It's gone for bad worse for Project 91 as another spin this stint will send them further down the field into 6th place in Cup. And of course, there's another prototype there. So we got a battle for the 2nd place. Sim RC has the 2nd place right now. Core Sim Racing wants it, and I believe that's going to be another one of the BMWs sitting back there in position. But these 475 taking a deeper line into the corner.
And briefly saw a swapperoo at the front of P3 between the 88 and the 8. The 88 currently running in that top spot. Of course, penalties need to be applied to that car, so that would send them down, I believe, into 6th at the current moment here. But right now, we're getting to the final stanza of this race. We're getting into crunch time. Everybody running at 10/10s, trying to get everything out of it. I think this battle for 2nd in sport is going to be vital. If there is a pit stop that Solpec Precision has to do either for a quick splash and dash or whatever the case may be, this would be the battle for the lead in the sport class. I don't believe they do have to come into the pits, though, waiting for further confirmation about that. But either way, this battle for the final 2 podium spots in the sport category in such a short championship like this, all the points that you can get can matter at the end of the day.
I think Solpec was actually one of the very first ones to pit under this final pit stop strategy. So I think you're right. I don't think that they have another pit stop. I think they're going to try and gun it all the way to the end. 21 seconds, though, is the gap as that starts to fall off just a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's a little bit of rubbing there between the forces, between the core and the Sim RC as they go side by side. Oh, a little bit of an off-track excursion there for Core Sim Sport. But the Sim RC BMW leaning against the Porsche, and looks like one of the other BMW is going to try and get involved as well.
The battling's still intense in all of our categories. With time running out, that intensity is just going to get creeped up higher and higher and higher and higher. I said that the pot was gonna boil over as we got to the end. I think that pot is searing. It's seared up in LMP3. The 48 Team Hussenveld has been able to jump up into 2nd, and with the penalties for the 88, that's for the race lead and the race win in P3. What has happened with the 8? It looked like they were holding on to a comfortable margin.
989 with a 25-second penalty for not respecting track limits. And a little bit of brake lock up there and some contact between the two as Heusinkfeld goes into 2nd place. So yes, this is the aggregate battle for the lead right now as Siegman has the lead for the time being, but a little bit of contact there to make their way through the final sector, and it will be 1 lap to go as the field works their way around Imborg, your leader on the track, but he won't be your leader as they come across the line because of the penalties that will need to be served. Ludek is the one who gets the 25-second penalty for not respecting track limits. So final lap of competition here at Misano. Look at the battle that everybody's having to deal with the slower traffic. We see Heusinkfeld working its way out. Wait a second, is the 8 car out? Oh, there might be a problem with the 8 car as it's showing out on our screen. I know we had some issues with it blinking, but I see it right there. So some sort of issue there with the timing. We're showing that the 8 car is having some problems. Oh, we got one to get disqualified.
That has to have been for incident points. Oh no!
So Delatraz will not step on the podium at all. They will not be defending the season as winners so far. Right now, it's Fabian Siegman who has the great advantage as the white flag is out. 1 lap to go. Imborg, your leader on the track, but still drama happening in this last lap as we're working our way around. Imborg right there, he works his way through the final couple of corners through some sport traffic. He has to serve a 10-second penalty, so he will be the highest finishing Delatraz automotive driver in LMP3. That 10-second penalty, that's going to work him well deep in the field, but still works his way around sport traffic. Some drivers will not have to do one more lap. They'll be very thankful that Thomas Imborg comes across the line. He's the first car to see the checker flag. But 2 seconds back after penalties, it's Fabian Siegman, your winner for Team Hoisingfeld in LMP3.
And talk about a comeback. We didn't really talk about them at all throughout this race. They were just quietly lurking in the background, and as drama broke out around them, either for penalties or for disqualification, a shock and a heartbreaking disqualification there. Fabian Siegman gonna walk away with the W in round number 2 of this season. What a fight back throughout this race, and what a performance for them as well. After finishing the opening round of the season in 4th and picking up some good points along with it, this is gonna be a major points haul for them. Meanwhile, in the Cup category, it wasn't enough for that 900 stable and Hugo Allen behind the wheel. Visceral Esports in the 998 crossed the start-finish line to win it in Cup. Meanwhile, in Sports, and what we weren't really expecting was going to be the outcome, it looks like this will be it anyway. Jean Bodefer, Solpec Precision Racing, potentially making up for the drama. Oh no, we've got some drama here. We've got some huge drama. I think he may be out of fuel. That gap is closing down just in this little spiel of mine. It's gone down below 10 seconds, below 9 seconds, below 8 seconds. He is oh so slow. 6.5 sooner rather than later. That 423 car may not be close enough to close up that gap. Bodefer running to the end on fumes. Will he be able to come across the line? Is he slowing down just to be a bit of a showman? I think it'll be enough for John Bodefer. Now with a couple of mini heart attacks. So Bodefer, your race winner here. Solpec Precision making up from the disappointment in P3 to walk away with the W in Sports on fumes.
Wow, what a crazy final couple of laps that we saw here as we wait for official word, as Atkinson Jr. had to take an answer to the pits. Looks like lots to be decided here as we are awaiting the unofficial results, and here they are. As we said, Thomas Imborg, your unofficial leader, but has to take penalties. So Fabian Siegman, right now your unofficial winner. Austin Young also has to take penalties. This is just all official. Now let's say that. Paris Charles, Miguel Vigo round out your top 5. Sven Newman, Cointrin Milleru, Daniel Morad, Charlie Poyer, and Guillaume de Rugna finish out your top 10 overall and in LMP3. And Mel Gain, 88 laps down in LMP3, Ron.
Looking through your Cup results, it's Sam Helmsfront behind the wheel of that Visceral Esports car, walking away with the W. 6 seconds is a gap between himself and Hugo Allen and that Delta Sports Sim Shop effort. They finished so close but so far away in second. It's Impulse Racing completing your podium. It was a very wild day behind the wheel for all the drivers and all the teams involved in that Cup category. It's Lion GP finishing in 4th in front of the CSM by BS hybrid car. Nick Ludecky behind the wheel of that car to bring it to the checkered flag. Lots of drama going on with them. Same could be said about their fellow front row sitters of Hayden and Bramley. Both of those teams running into multiple bits of difficulty throughout this race. Team Nitro will finish just 6 seconds behind. The last of the cars actually take the checkered flag in that Cup category on the lead lap. It seemed Checkmate Axis Project with some drama early on, 2 laps down. Carlar Esports ran into some trouble. Your race winners at the Bend will finish this race in 9th, 5 laps down, and PT Autosports Sim to Real 130 laps down after some drama a bit earlier on this race, completing your results in Club.
As you take a look at Sport, John Bodefer is your winner, and Solpec had that huge lead but decided, why not give the announcers a heart attack and put Tom Kunath just a little bit closer in the Core Sim Racing number 423, Corentin Gunez, Frederick Schwartz, and Leonardo Dragata round out your top 5. As you take a look at the rest of the top 5, it's John Atkinson Jr., Sebastian Socha, Eric Grove, Miguel Freitas, and Nathan LaFurgone. And the rest of your top 15 look like this. Fastest lap, by the way, Guillaume de Rugna on lap 133. David Barclaw, Thomas Fisher, Christian Menez, Trish Shorter, and rounding out your top 15, Ron, is Dan Peoples.
And then looking through, we got RJD Motorsports in the 438, finishing in 16th place. Core Sim Racing right behind in 17. Thomas Angus Sim Racing in P18. Pro Sport Sim Racing in 19th. And Osis Esports completing your top 20. Lots of Mustang representation in this field as we look through. VGTR Esports class in 21st. Delta Sport in 22nd. Echelon Sim Sport in 23rd. Grow Racing Team in 24th. Go Esports will finish this race in 25th. That's cheap, I'm sorry. Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports, and one of the best team names that we've got out there on the track. Don't get the result that they may have had in mind. 26th for them at the end. Orion Race Team will be classed in 27th with the other 445 car, the second car out of that stable there. SRN Motorsports will be in 28th with Delta V Racing by Key Shop in 29th, and Nomad rounding out your 30 cars in the sport category, 102 laps down after some difficulties a bit earlier on in this race. So that just about settles it for the results. I think we do have some interviews to have here, because I think these drivers are just as excited to have a chat with us as we are to have a chat with them.
Yeah, let's bring in the number 48, the drivers of the team hoisting fell number 48, Fabian and Jan Sakowski. They were second on the track, but they are the winners following all sorts of penalties as we are joined by them. Congratulations. It was something we talked about on the broadcast. Is the first half of the race, it was a quiet race for you guys, but once the second half happened, you guys really came through and just were made your way up through the field.
Yeah, for the first half, I was a bit struggling again with the car, not having the best feel with it. So also in the end with the mistake, where I nearly crashed it hard into the start-finish wall. I was feeling very sorry, and then in the end, I don't know, Fabi did an awesome job somehow keeping the car in one piece, even with all of the contacts, and I'm still not very sure how it turned out this way.
And Fabian, let's talk about that battle there at the after the last restart. 3, 4, 5 cars all around you, just you going tooth and nail side by side. How did you avoid major contact there?
Yeah, it was crazy after restart, and then even a couple of laps afterwards when we came into the traffic, it was really intense. We had a lot of contacts. I feel like everyone in the LMP3 field had some damage at some point. Yeah, but as Jan said, we are super happy to made it to the finish line, just kept it as clean as possible, and then with let's say a halfway decent pace in the end, we managed to sneak the win. So really, really happy.
Well, either way, congratulations on an absolutely fantastic showing from you guys. I know that, you know, the way the pit stops worked out, you're able to stay up near the front, but is there anyone you want to thank?
As always, special thanks to Ringo, our mental coach.
And on that bombshell, that's an interview with your winners, Fabian Siegman and Jan Sendkowski from Team Hoistingfeld, your LMP3 and overall winners. Gentlemen, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, let's send it over to Ron, who has your cup winner, Sam Hammerstedt.
Yeah, and Sam now joining us here on the broadcast booth. Sam, welcome in. It's the Cup class win for you at the end of 4 hours of racing action here at Misano. Very tough race with challenging conditions throughout. How was it out there behind the wheel of that 998 car?
It was very tricky. We did not expect to be here, me and Vince. I have to say a big thank you to Vince for being quick and making sure we got back in the race after my PC crashed. And before that, he had problems with his pedals disconnecting, so it was a difficult race for us. But somehow we managed to come back thanks to a goodly timed safety car, and we had some decent pace.
And I was gonna say that really the entirety of the Cup class field had some sort of difficulties throughout this race. I want to ask you about the mental side of things, how difficult it is to stay with it in a race like this where it seems like a lot of different things are going wrong, but the benefit is that they're going wrong for just about everybody.
Yeah, I think my the worst point was before the safety car came out, but then when we realized we were back in the fight because of the safety car, you kind of, or at least for me, you kind of recharge the batteries because we know, all right, we're back in this, we have a shot, but we're almost last. So just give it everything we got. We got a second chance, and I mean, if we didn't get the second chance, then we would have been out as well because of the PC crash. So I thought we had nothing to lose, just go for it.
Well, it's a fantastic and certainly well-earned victory here at Misano for round number 2. Have about a month and a half until we head off into round number 3 when the series embarks at Mid-Ohio for what may be the debut of the brand new Porsche Cup car. Lots of things to look forward to at Mid-Ohio. What are your thoughts heading there?
It's going to be interesting. I haven't actually driven the new Cup car, so I'll have to spend a few hours with that and see how it feels. And also Mid-Ohio, if I'm honest, I don't think I know how that track layout is. I don't think I've driven there, so it's a bit of work to do.
Yeah, certainly a bit of an unpopular track on the iRacing platform, which is a bit of a shame because that is a staple of American sports car racing. But Sam, thank you for joining us in the booth. And before we let you go and fully celebrate this win, also decompress from a very challenging day behind the cockpit, we'll let you give any thanks or shout-outs before we let you go.
Well, I have to give a big thanks to Vince and to the Visceral team. I've haven't been sim racing for 2 years, so this was my second race back, and I'm happy that they welcomed me back into the team and gave me another shot.
Hey, what a fantastic return, man. Talk about a comeback of a lifetime. That is amazing. But Sam, thank you for joining us in the booth. Congratulations on the win, and we look forward to seeing you out there at Mid-Ohio for the next round of the season.
Thank you.
And that right there was Sam, part of the Cup class team winners there. And Jeremy, I'll pass it back off to you because we have our sport class winners looking to have a chat.
Yeah, let's talk to our sport class winners who really were the first ones to pit on the final pit stop. But Graham Sanders and John Bodefer are your winners. We'll start off with John. I've got to say this. You were, as we said, one of the first to pit in the sport class and the first to cross across the line. What was it? Was it a lucky rabbit's foot, the horseshoe? How did you save so much fuel?
I didn't touch the gas very much, that's for sure. Those last 3 laps, I think we were basically using like safety car amounts of fuel, so yep.
That is just amazing. Graham, how much were you sweating there at the end, knowing that John had a big lead, but having a feeling he would have to give it up there at the end?
Oh, I can't describe it. I was not once did I think that we were going to be in a position to win, and with that last safety car, the position that we were in, we took a gamble, and yeah, I'm surprised I didn't go into cardiac arrest. That was just the most nervous I've been during a race. I can't imagine how John felt behind the wheel. He did a phenomenal job.
Yeah, John, how was it behind the wheel? We never really did get to that with having to basically light-footed around the course.
It was a little bit of a roller coaster because at one point we thought we were going to go a lap less than what we did. And so I was saving still, but not very much. And then it popped back up. And so Graham's like, can you save that or should we stop? And the gap wasn't really closing down. So I just started really lifting off the gas and trying to save as much as I could.
And Graham, next race out is the Mid-Ohio Sports Car course. It looks like that it would be a great course for this Mustang GT4. What are your thoughts going into the next round?
I'm really excited. That's a favorite for both myself and John, so we're both really looking forward to it. We'll see what BOP looks like. The Caymans seem to be really good in the slower speed stuff and on power, so we'll see. But we're excited and we're definitely ready for a challenge.
Gents, congratulations. We'll see you next time out.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Your sport winners in Solpec Precision Racing. That was a very interesting race to say the least. Of course, the RDoks, 4 hours of Misano, done and dusted. Ron, you got any final thoughts?
What a race. That was so exciting from start to finish. So many twists and turns, and we're not just talking about the ones that they're on the racetrack. From the changeable conditions to drivers nearly running out of gas to the end, heartbreaking disqualifications from a lead and potential winning position. This race had everything. There's some people who are probably going to be happy to see the backside of this racetrack and look ahead to Mid-Ohio. I'm still looking ahead to Mid-Ohio, but this race that we had here today on RaceSpotTV was absolutely fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed being on this broadcast. That was a heck of a lot of fun.
Well, this race had everything. I laughed, I cried, and we won't go down that road. So 4 hours of Mid-Ohio next time out, January 31st at 2 p.m. UTC. You can catch all the action here on RaceSpotTV. And I've got to say, if you thought that Misano was good, wait till the Clubsport cars hit the banks of the Mid-Ohio Sports Car course in Mansfield, Ohio. For Ron Mons, alongside me at the broadcast booth, Ramiro Augustin Cisneros. He doesn't get his roses enough, and today he earned every bit of it, bringing our broadcast back from technical failure. Thank you, good sir. You are the best. My name is Jeremy Scott. Keep it between the ditches, keep it pointed forward, and always keep it greasy side down. We'll see you next time here on RaceSpotTV.